Mom, this money is Jiang Wo's death benefit. Winter is coming, and this is the money that keeps our whole family alive. You can't take it. Get lost. You little jinx, you got my son killed, and now you've got your eye on this money too? Sister-in-law, don't talk like that. Jiang He is about to join the forest patrol team. We've got connections to Greece. Letting mom manage this money is only right and proper. Stop your bickering. You're driving me crazy. Zhang Xiangyang's head was splitting. The arguing beside him made his skull buzz. Dazed, he reached back and touched the back of his head. His hand came away sticky, and the smell of blood hit his nose. He snapped his eyes open, and what he saw was strange and familiar all at once. The room was run down, the roof beams stained pitch black with soot, the earthen walls cracked. Cold wind carried snow in through the window. The brick bed was hard as stone, without even a decent mattress. My name is Zhang Xiangyang. My mother, Zhao Xiaomei, was kneeling on the ground, clutching desperately at the pant leg of my grandmother, Lu Jinfeng, crying until her voice gave out. Off to the side, my second aunt Wang Xiulan cracked sunflower seeds between her teeth, and my cousin Zhang Jianghe stood with his arms crossed, a smug look on his face. You little jinx, you got my son killed, and you still dare to cry. Lu Jinfeng's eyes were vicious. She swung her palm around and slapped my mother across the face. Crack. My mother stumbled backward, a bright red handprint blooming on her cheek. You're bad people. Don't hit my mommy. 6-year-old Zhang Yuan came running over barefoot, her little hands red from the cold, flailing with everything she had. Worthless girl, get out of the way. Zhang Jianghe kicked her. Yuan fell into the muddy slush, but she ignored the pain, scrambled back up, and threw herself forward again. You hurt my brother, and now you're stealing our family's money. The child's crying echoed through the room. I looked at these familiar faces, hatred surging inside me, and the memories came flooding back like a rising tide. I had been reborn. It was the 12th lunar month of 1987. My father, Zhang Jingguo, had an accident at the mine. By the time they dug him out, he was already gone. All our family received was 600 yuan in death benefits and 30 pounds of millet. My mother had just brought the money home, and the disaster was only beginning. In my last life, my grandmother Lu Jinfeng came to our door with my second aunt Wang Xiulan and my cousin Zhang Jianghe, demanding the money to find Zhang Jianghe a job. I argued with Zhang Jianghe, and he knocked me out cold with a brick. Lu Jinfeng cleaned out every scrap of our grain. Outside, it was a frozen world of ice and snow, and you couldn't even find a root to eat. My mother had to rely on the old friendships my father had built, going door to borrow grain just to survive. But she was already gravely ill, and she didn't make it through that winter. My little sister's feet froze too, and she was left with a limp. In the end, Lu Jinfeng still wouldn't let us go. She forced 6-year-old Yuan to become a child bride in the next village over, where she was abused to death. This hatred stuck in my heart like a thorn. Now my enemies were right in front of me, and heaven had given me another chance. Rage churned in my chest. Bracing myself against the edge of the bed, I struggled to my feet, blood running down my forehead. And in that moment, a voice suddenly rang out in my mind. Ding! The mountain hunting radar system has been bound to you. Your beginner's gift package has been delivered to storage. Please check your inventory, host. Before I could even react, Zhang Jianghe sneered. Well, you're not dead. I figured you'd go the same way as that useless old man of yours. One brick and off you go. Yuan saw that I was awake and cried out in delight. Brother, mommy, big brother is okay. Her little face was covered in tears and mud, leaving only a pair of bright eyes. My mother was sobbing too. If the backbone of the family fell, she truly couldn't go on living. I looked at my mother and my sister, my voice trembling. Yuan, Mom, don't be afraid. Today your brother is here. Nobody is going to bully us. Lu Jinfeng felt a chill, but she cursed anyway. You little brat, so you didn't die after all. As long as I'm here today, this money belongs to the Zhang family. Zhang Jianghe grinned wickedly and went straight for the half sack of millet in the corner. Take this sack of grain. Let them fend for themselves. My mother threw herself at him like a madwoman. Jianghe, you've already taken the money. You can't touch this grain. This is the lives of the three of us. I kicked Zhang Jianghe over, turned, and rushed to the axe in the yard. I yanked it free, and cold light flashed off the blade. Wang Xiulan and Lu Jinfeng went white with fear. What are you trying to do? My eyes were red as I closed in, step by step, the axe in my hand. The blood debt from my last life would all be settled today. My mother was frightened by the scene too, and hurried over to stop me. Yangzi, don't do anything crazy. Lu Jinfeng opened her mouth to curse and reached again for my mother's hair. I raised my hand and slapped her to the ground. Touch my mother one more time, and I'll kill you. Zhang Jianghe came to his senses, clutched his chest, and shouted, "You dare hit Grandma. When the village chief gets here, he'll lock you up for sure." My eyes went cold. I swung the axe down at him. Zhang Jianghe scrambled backward in terror. The blade grazed his scalp, cut through empty air, and slammed hard into the ground, sparks flying. "Zhang Xianyang, you just wait. I'm going to the commune to report you." Watching the axe come within an inch of him, his whole body shook, and warmth spread through his crotch as urine ran down his leg. A little less off the mark and his head would have split open. Wang Xiaolan was so scared her face went pale. She stood frozen, unable to say a word. "Weren't you going to report me? Come on then." I suddenly raised the axe over my head, my eyes full of murder. Zhang Jianghe's legs gave out. He turned and crawled toward the gate, slipping and scrambling across the snow, leaving a glaring trail of urine behind him. "Help! Murder! Somebody come quick." I lifted the axe and went after him. The commotion had long since alarmed the neighbors. Plenty of people threw on their padded coats and opened their doors to look. "What's going on? Who's screaming like that? Sounds like something happened at the Zhang house. Go take a look. Don't let someone actually get killed." The crowd pressed toward the gate just in time to see Zhang Jianghe crawling out, covered in filth, while I followed behind, face streaked with blood, the big axe in my hand. I looked like a demon that had just crawled out of hell to collect a soul. "Weren't you after my father's death benefit? Today let's see if you live long enough to spend it." Zhang Jianghe was scared out of his wits. The old Zhang Xianyang had taken every beating and every curse without daring to make a sound. Today he was like a completely different person. The onlookers felt a chill, and no one dared step in. That axe was too terrifying. Just then, a roar burst out from the crowd. "Zhang Xianyang, stop!" Village Chief Wang Dajuan pushed his way through, his face like iron. Only then did I slowly stop, lifting my bloodshot eyes, the axe still glinting in my hand. The silence around us was frightening. "Village Chief, thank goodness you're here. Zhang Xianyang is trying to kill me. Shoot him." Zhang Jianghe wailed at Wang Dajuan's feet. Wang Dajuan glanced at him with obvious disgust. Lu Jinfeng chased out too, plopped down on the ground, and slapped her thighs, howling. "Village Chief, there's no way to live like this. Zhang Xianyang even hit me. You have to take our side." Wang Xiaolan joined in at the top of her lungs. The villagers immediately started murmuring, and Wang Dajuan's expression darkened. In the countryside these days, people put filial piety above all. Never mind hitting an elder, even talking back would get your spine picked apart behind your back. But I was a child everyone had watched grow up, always honest, and people knew a thing or two about the Zhang family's business. If this label stuck to me, I was finished. That's not how it is. They hit Yangzi first. My mother was so frantic the tears streamed down. Yuan, barefoot, said in her little voice, "They hit Big Brother first. They're the bad ones. This little animal." Lu Jinfeng started to curse again, but Wang Dajuan's face hardened. "Let him speak." Lu Jinfeng had no choice but to shut her mouth, malice glinting in her narrow eyes. Every villager turned to look. Wang Dajuan frowned. "Xianyang, tell me, what exactly happened here?" I was still breathing hard, the taste of blood in my mouth. I paused before I spoke. "Everyone's here. The things Lu Jinfeng does all the time. Who hasn't seen them? Zhang Jianghe eats and drinks well, while my little sister doesn't even have a pair of shoes in the dead of winter." I pointed at Yuan's frostbitten feet. The villagers glanced at one another. Everyone knew about Lu Jinfeng's favoritism. I wiped the blood off my face, my eyes red. My father just died today. His body isn't even cold, and this old witch shows up with Zhang Jianghe demanding the death benefit. 600 yuan and 30 pounds of millet, paid for with my father's life, and they say they want to use all of it to buy Zhang Jianghe a job on the forest patrol. My mother refused, so they started hitting people. If I hadn't fought back, the three of us would have been driven to our deaths right here in this yard. If I hadn't swung that axe, would there have been any way out for us? The villagers understood now. They looked at Lu Jinfeng's family with fury in their eyes. Her son just died, and she's already after the death benefit. That's too cruel. No grain, no money, in the dead of winter. She's trying to drive them to their deaths. Anyone in his place would fight for their life. Why didn't he just split that bastard's head open with the axe? Lu Jinfeng's face went from green to white. She wanted to cry and make a scene, but the words were forced back down her throat. Enough. Wang Dajuan was furious. Normally, he found the Zhang family's affairs hard to get involved in, but if he didn't step in now, he was afraid someone really would die. "All right, Xianyang, tell me, how do you want to settle this?" Lu Jinfeng glared at me darkly. "First, My father's death benefit. Not a single yuan less. And don't even think about taking 1 grain of rice. Second, we split the household. From this day on, the three of us cut all ties with the Zhang family. My eyes rimmed red. What? Split the household? Absolutely not. Lu Jinfeng shrieked and leapt up. If the household split, how would she ever squeeze us dry again? And there was Yuan Yuan. She had already agreed on a bride price with the next village and was just waiting to collect. This household absolutely could not be split. Don't want to split? That's fine too. I raised the axe. Zhang Jiang had trembled in terror. I sneered. Then I'll go to the commune and expose every rotten thing you've done. Let's see if your precious grandson gets to keep that job. Wang Dajuan's eyes flickered, and inwardly he admired me. I hadn't let emotion cloud my head. Instead, I was pressing them harder at every turn. Zhang Jianghe completely panicked. If word got out, forget the job, he might even end up behind bars. Grandma, split it, let him split it. We don't want the money. Lu Jinfeng glared at me with pure hatred. How had this little brat suddenly become so hard to deal with? That's enough. Haven't you embarrassed yourselves enough? Keep this up and someone in this village really is going to die today. Wang Dajuan blocked them. Xianyang is already of age, and asking to split the household is reasonable. Today I'll make the decision on behalf of the village, and everyone here can bear witness. The villagers chimed in one after another. That's right. Split the household. If that old woman keeps at it, how are these three supposed to survive? Even I can't stand to watch, and I'm an outsider. How can anyone's heart be so black? Lu Jinfeng's face was ashen. She didn't dare cause any more trouble. Soon, with Wang Dajuan presiding, the household split was formally certified at the village office. From then on, the three of us had nothing more to do with the old Zhang family. Once Lu Jinfeng finished signing, she shot me a venomous look and slunk away, not daring to say another word. Luckily, the village still had an unused ancestral house. It was old and worn, but it was barely livable. Wang Dajuan stood at the door and lowered his voice. Xianyang, don't act on impulse again. If someone really got killed, what would happen to your mother and sister? Village chief, thank you for today. Warmth spread through my chest. Without his help, the split wouldn't have happened. No need to thank me. Don't grieve too much over your father. Life has to go on. If you run into trouble, just say the word. We're all from the same village, and we'll help you. Wang Dajuan sighed. I understand, uncle. My nose stung. He patted my shoulder and turned to leave. I stood at the door until his figure disappeared before going inside. The ancestral house was run down and drafty on all sides, with only a single earthen bed left. Cleaned up, it was still livable. That little room, not even 200 square feet, was everything the three of us had. My mother was tidying up with Yuan Yuan. The moment she saw me come in, she asked nervously, what did the village chief say? The village won't come after you for hitting Zhang Jianghe, will they? No. The chief is a good man. He even said we can go to him if we have trouble. I stepped over to help. That's good. Now the three of us can finally get on with our lives. My mother kept wiping her tears, happy and heartbroken all at once. Brother, no one's going to bully us anymore, are they? Yuan Yuan's little face was flushed from the cold, and she kept rubbing her hands and feet because of the frostbite. My heart ached. My little sister was only 6, but she was thin as a rail, her eyes sunken, clearly suffering from long-term malnutrition. Meanwhile, Zhang Jianghe's whole family had faces full of fat. This debt would be paid in full sooner or later. Yuan Yuan, from now on, anyone who dares bully our family, your big brother will take an axe to them. I ruffled her hair. Big brother is the best. Yuan Yuan's eyes were full of worship. My mother didn't know whether to be angry or amused. Just then, Yuan Yuan's stomach growled. Big brother, Yuan Yuan's hungry. The little girl lowered her head, embarrassed. Mom will make food right now. We've still got 30 pounds of millet. We'll have to ration it, and maybe it'll get us through the winter. My mother's face was full of worry. My heart sank. 30 pounds of millet would never last the whole winter. But then again, system. I called out softly in my mind, and a panel immediately appeared before my eyes. Ding. Hunting radar system activated. Beginner's gift package delivered. Intermediate trap hunting skill, capable of capturing small and medium-sized prey. System overview. Detects the movement trails of prey within 100 meters. Killing prey earns you hunting points to level up your abilities, and you can also redeem more skills in the shop. The shop will unlock once the radar reaches intermediate level. Host, Zhang Xiangyang. Age, 21. Abilities, radar detection, beginner, and trap setting, intermediate. Hope flashed in my eyes. With the system, the three of us had a far better chance of surviving in this frozen world. Mom, you and Yuan Yuan wait here at home. I'm going into the mountains to bring back some meat. Brother, there's meat? The little girl lit up the moment she heard the word, then tensed again. Brother, there are big bears in the mountains. Everyone says it's dangerous. Don't go. My mother's face changed, her heart clenching. The heavy snow has sealed off the mountains. Where are you going to find food? It's too dangerous. No. Mom, don't worry. I'll only circle the edges. I won't go deep. Millet alone won't hold out for long. I glanced at my thin little sister, tucked the axe at my waist, pulled my collar tight, and headed straight out into the snow. Yangzi, Mom, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I waved to them over my shoulder, and my figure soon vanished into the wind and snow of the mountain path, leaving only a line of deep footprints. Snow filled the sky, and the mountains were wrapped in thick frost. The cold wind made the tree branches wail, and the snow was already up to my calves. My coat was piled with snow, ice crusted my cheeks and eyelashes, and every breath turned to white mist. The cold wind bored into my lungs, sharp and painful. At a time like this, even veteran hunters wouldn't dare enter the mountains. 30 pounds of millet would be gone in 2 weeks at most. With the snow sealing the mountains, the bus wouldn't run again for a month. If we had nothing to eat, my body was freezing, but my blood ran hot. In this life, I would never let the tragedy repeat. And to my delight, the snow that had shown nothing before was now suddenly crossed with colored trails, running straight into the depths of the dense forest. The radar detection system. With it, my chances of catching prey shot up. Nothing could escape my eyes now. In my last life, after what happened to my mother and Yuan, I lost heart and spent my days deep in the forest, honing my hunting skills. This time, with the system's hunting traps, it was like giving a tiger wings. Suddenly, my steps halted. My gaze landed on something in the forest, and my eyes lit up. A deep red line stood out clearly, floating over the snow. I felt a surge of quiet excitement. I had already figured out these lines that only I could see. The darker and thicker the color, the more valuable the prey. Ignoring the cold, I caught up to the thick red line in a few strides. A trail of fine hoof prints ran across the snow, the two-toed cloven marks clear, the tracks not yet blown away by the wind. It's a roe deer, and a nearly grown buck at that. The tracks are half an hour old at most. Excitement flashed in my eyes. A grown male roe deer weighs at least 70 pounds. Even this one was 50 or 60. If I caught it, our family's food supply would be secured. If it weren't for this radar system, I'd never spot tracks in snow like this. I licked my lips, bent down, and followed the prints carefully into the depths of the forest. 10 odd minutes later, I crested a ridge and parted a bush crusted with frost. Out on the open snow, a gray-brown roe deer with faint markings was grazing with its head down, lifting it now and then to look around warily, its fuzzy ears twitching. So fat, at least 60 pounds, 40 pounds of pure meat off it alone. I forced down my excitement and started to plan. Charging out now would never work. Roe deer are extremely timid. At the slightest disturbance they bolt, and you won't catch a shadow. But roe deer are also foolish. Once they feel safe, they often circle back along the same path to check whether the hunter is still after them. All I had was an axe. Rush out and spook it, and I wouldn't come away with a single hair. If only I had a hunting rifle. The chief seems to have an old homemade gun. I'll have to find a way to borrow it one of these days. I muttered under my breath, looked around, and quickly had an idea. I quietly bent low and backed away. I came to a small ravine wedged between two hills, thick with brush along the sides and the snow covered in the tracks of animals. My eyes lit up. This is the place. In my last life, I spent years in the forest and knew the habits of wild animals inside and out. This packed-down snow path was a game trail. Timid animals like roe deer and true deer only travel familiar routes. They never wander. The roe deer was nearby, and once it moved on, this path was where it had to pass, the perfect spot for a trap. In my mind, the system's intermediate trap techniques flashed past scene by scene, as if I had practiced them 1,000 times with my own hands. Let's get to work. I fixed my eyes on a thick birch beside the trail and patted its trunk, sending snow drifting down. Birch has good flexibility, perfect for a snare. I picked up a suitable deadroot, sharpened both ends with the axe, and tucked it at my waist. Then I sprang up, grabbed the trunk, and hauled it down hard, bending the tree into a bough by sheer force. I twisted the hemp rope I'd brought into a noose, tied it to a branch, and jammed the sharpened root into a crack between rocks to lock it in place. A simple but clever snare trap was done. The moment any prey touched the rope, the mechanism would spring. The noose was tied with a slip knot. The more it struggled, the tighter it drew, and there was no escaping. I covered the noose on the ground with snow so it was invisible from the outside, and nodded, satisfied. The rest is up to luck. I found a downwind slope, lay flat in the snow, and watched quietly. The most important thing for a hunter is patience. Time crept by. Wind and snow howled through the valley, and the snow buried more than half of me, leaving only a pair of alert eyes exposed. My whole body was stiff with cold, a thick layer of frost on my eyelashes, my limbs nearly numb. Suddenly, I snapped back to attention, my gaze locked on the far end of the valley. A gray-brown figure was slowly approaching. It was the roe deer. My heart pounded, and I held my breath. The deer moved cautiously, stopping to look around every few steps. Faster. Come on, faster. I prayed silently. This roe deer was our family's hope for surviving the winter. At last the deer's hoof stepped into the noose. Whoosh. The bent birch snapped straight, snow flying, the noose drawing tight in an instant, and the roe deer was hoisted into the air. It thrashed wildly, its front hooves clawing at the snow, still not understanding what had happened. Got it. I was overjoyed. Food at last. But just as I started to rise, a black shape suddenly shot out of the bushes beside me, snow scattering, lunging straight at the roe deer. My heart lurched. It was a gray wolf, over 4.5 feet long, its bloody jaws opening toward the deer's throat. You dare steal my food. Fury blazed in me, and I shot to my feet. The whole winter's hope rested on that roe deer. Luckily, this gray wolf had an injured right leg, and there were bloody bite marks on its face. Clearly, it was an old wolf that had been driven out of its pack. I knew that if it had been a whole pack, neither I nor the deer would have survived. Hearing the noise, the gray wolf crouched low, its blood-red eyes fixed on me, a low, threatening growl rumbling in its throat. The hoisted deer was still struggling. You really don't fear death. I licked my cracked lips and watched it warily. Wolves are vicious and cunning. In a pack, they'll take on bears and tigers. Just as I reached for my axe, the gray wolf sprang. It closed the 10-odd meters in an instant and knocked me flat into the snow. It snapped its jaws straight at my throat. I threw up my arm to block, and its fangs tore through my padded coat. As it opened its jaws again, I twisted hard and pinned it beneath me, one hand clamped tight around its neck, the other yanking out the axe. Cold light flashed as the blade came down hard, blood staining the snow red. Only when the gray wolf had gone completely still did I let go, collapsing to the ground, gasping for air. Damn it. You really made me fight for my life. Ding. Congratulations, host, on killing a gray wolf. You are awarded 20 hunting points. Ding. Congratulations, host, on hunting a young male roe deer. You are awarded 20 hunting points. I lay in the snow, panting hard. This turned out to be an unexpected windfall. Over 50 pounds of clean meat off the deer, and more than 30 off the wolf once it's skinned. I skinned and bled both the roe deer and the wolf, and the cut meat piled up like a small mountain. 2 bloody hides hung, drying from a tree. On the black market, wolf meat and roe deer meat go for at least 3 yuan a pound. I looked at the hides. To someone who knows their value, these 2 pelts would fetch a good bit too. The food problem is solved. I stared at the system panel. 40 hunting points. Upgrading radar detection needed 100, and upgrading trap setting needed 200. Only 40. If I could get the radar up to intermediate, I'd probably be able to scan a full 1,000 meters. I sighed, but there'll be plenty more chances ahead. I wonder if the shop has some kind of portable storage space. Otherwise, I looked back with a wry smile at the mountain of meat behind me, well over 100 pounds. The snow was up to my calves, and walking empty-handed was hard enough, never mind hauling this much. Good thing I'd woven a rough sled out of dead branches and hemp rope, or there'd be no way to get it home. The sky had darkened. The great mountains loomed black, the sound of wind mixing with the roars of wild animals, enough to make your skin crawl. I need to hurry back, or Mom and Yuan will worry. I loaded everything onto the sled, tightened my collar, grabbed the rope, and started down the mountain, dragging a long trail through the snow. Mom, why isn't Big Brother back yet? Did he run into a big bear? Yuan doesn't want meat anymore. Yuan's eyes were red as she clung to my mother. Don't say such things. Maybe he just got held up on the way. My mother and Yuan leaned against the doorframe, gazing at the snow-covered mountain path, their hearts in their throats. Just then, Yuan suddenly pointed into the distance and cried out, "Mom, look, isn't that Big Brother?" On the dim snow, a figure was hauling a sled forward with great effort, piled high with bloody roe deer meat and wolf meat, stumbling step by step toward the village. Yangzi, my mother rushed out at once, her face full of joyful surprise. "Mom, I'm home." I let go of the hemp rope, and the sled came to a steady stop in front of the rundown gate. My mother staggered over and threw her arms around me, crying and scolding at the same time. "You little troublemaker, you scared me half to death. If anything happened to you, I couldn't go on living." Yuan ran over too and wrapped her arms around my leg, terrified her big brother might vanish again. My heart ached. I managed to smile. "Mom, it's fine. I came back in one piece." Yuan, look what your brother brought you. We're having meat today." Yuan's eyes shone. She swallowed hard and asked timidly, "Brother, you didn't run into a big tiger, did you? Everyone says the mountains are really scary." I laughed. "Your brother even took down a wolf. What's there to fear from a tiger? Come on, inside. Tonight we eat well and stay warm." My mother finally got a clear look at the meat on the sled and was so stunned she couldn't speak. "You caught all this. You're not hurt?" "Mom, I'm fine. Just one wolf. It's nothing." These days, every household tightened its belt to get through winter. Who could bring back this much meat from the mountains in heavy snow? My mother opened her mouth, then asked nothing and hurried off to light the fire. I picked out the fattest cut of roe deer tenderloin, 3 or 4 pounds, and chopped it into chunks with the big axe. We had no lard, so I put the fattier pieces in the pot first. The moment the pot heated and the meat went in, it sizzled, flames leaping up, the smell of meat spreading everywhere. Yuan stared at the pot, all but drooling. As the meat rendered its fat, the surface charred. My mother grabbed 2 handfuls from our last 30 pounds of millet, rinsed it, poured it in, and put the lid on. While I had a moment, I sat on the edge of the bed and glanced at the system panel. 40 hunting points. Looking at the upgrade requirements, I frowned with worry. 40 points wasn't nearly enough. Today had been pure luck, running into a lame, lone wolf. Next time in the mountains, if I met a pack of wild boar or a bear, a beat-up axe and a trap would be useless, plain suicide. There were too many dangers in these snowy mountains. If I could get some kind of firearm to defend myself and pair it with the beginner radar, hunting points would come easily. Before long, the food was ready. My mother lifted the lid, and the rich smell of meat mingled with the fresh scent of millet filled the air. Glossy chunks of roe deer meat rolled in the pot. I ladled Yuan a big bowl of millet porridge and made a point of setting 2 of the softest, most tender pieces of meat on top. The little girl usually couldn't even fill up on corn buns. Now she blew on the hot food, eating one small bite at a time, her mouth shiny with grease. "Slow down, don't burn yourself." My mother had only served herself a little millet broth, unwilling to touch the meat. I put on a stern face and dropped 2 big pieces of meat into her bowl. "Mom, eat. If you don't eat your fill, how are you going to take care of Yuan? Your body won't hold up in this cold. From now on, as long as I'm here, this family will never go hungry again." Cold wind blew in through the cracks in the torn paper window. I already had a plan. This house wouldn't make it through the winter. Once spring came and the snow melted, the first thing I'd do was build 2 big tile-roofed rooms with a heated brick bed. Over these next few months, I'd go into the mountains more, bring back hides and meat, trade them on the black market for cash, and stock up on padded coats, cotton shoes, coal, and cabbage. After we ate, we moved the leftover meat into the inner room to freeze. I wiped my mouth, picked out the best cut of roe deer hind leg, 5 or 6 pounds, then rolled up the gray wolf pelt, tied it tight with hemp rope, and tucked it under my arm. "Mom, I'm going to see Uncle Village Chief about something. Bar the door and don't open it for anyone no matter who knocks." With that, I pushed the door open and stepped into the night, treading through thick snow against the cold wind, making my way to Wang Dajuan's house in the center of the village. His big brick house was surrounded by a wooden fence, and a dog was barking in the yard. "Who is it?" "Uncle, it's me, Xiangyang." Wang Dajuan came out with a coat thrown over his shoulders. The moment he saw me, he frowned. "What are you doing here in the middle of the night, kid? Trouble at home again? Is the old Lu woman causing problems again?" "No. You did my family a huge favor today. Thanks to you, the household split went through. I feel bad about it, so I came to bring you a little something." I held out the meat and the wolf pelt. Wang Dajuan glanced at them, and when he saw the wolf pelt, he froze for a long moment. "Well, I'll be. You went into the mountains in weather like this, kid, and took down a wolf?" He was a veteran hunter, and one look told him this pelt was no ordinary thing. The honest, plain kid he knew had swung an axe at Zhang Jianghe in the heat of the moment that afternoon, but a wild wolf in the mountains was not something you could bring down just by losing your temper. "Uncle, I got lucky, ran into a lame lone wolf and fought like hell to bring it down." I said it lightly. "This meat is to help Auntie build her strength back up, and this pelt is for you to line your bed." Wang Dajuan's face darkened. "Take it right back. What kind of man do you take your uncle for? Your father just passed, Your family's a widow and orphans who can barely get a meal down. And I'm supposed to take your life-saving goods? Get home before I have to scold you. Warmth spread through my chest. Human kindness was thin these days, but Wang Dajuan was truly loyal and fair. Still, I hadn't come tonight just to bring gifts. Just then the padded door curtain to the inner room was lifted, and a crisp voice rang out. Dad, who's out there talking? A girl came out with her hair in a braid, wearing a floral padded jacket, a delicate oval face lovely as peach blossoms. She was Wang Dajuan's only daughter, Wang Qian'er. Brother Xiangyang? When Wang Qian'er saw me, her eyes lit up and her face flushed red at once, and she hurried over. What are you doing here so late? I heard that scoundrel Zhang Jianghe hit you with a brick today. Are you all right? My body went stiff, pain flashing through my eyes, and I unconsciously clenched my fists. In my last life, in the early spring of 1988, my family was destroyed, and I became a lost, wandering ghost in the village. Everyone avoided me. Only Wang Qian'er secretly brought me a few hot meals. Back then, the look in the girl's eyes when she saw me was plain as day. Even a fool could tell she was fond of me. Because of that, she and Wang Dajuan had a falling out. Qian'er went off to work at the county fertilizer plant out of spite. Then, less than 2 months later, a support beam in the factory collapsed. By the time I rushed over, all I could dig out of the rubble was a body crushed beyond recognition. Heaven had let me live again. In this life, I would repay the kindness of my last life even if it cost me everything. Qian'er, I'm fine. I'm tough as leather. I grinned. Seeing me shivering with cold, Wang Qian'er scolded me tenderly. Look at you, freezing like this in this awful weather. She glanced at the meat and pelled on the ground. Dad, just accept Brother Xiangyang's kindness. We'll look out for him more from now on, that's all. Brother Xiangyang, come inside and warm up. Listening to this, Wang Dajuan was so angry his mustache nearly went crooked. This girl usually wouldn't even part with a piece of candy for anyone, but the moment she saw me, she went weak in the knees. A padded jacket that lets in all the drafts. That's what she was, taking a stranger's side over her own family without limit. He shot his daughter an unhappy glare. That's enough. Don't go inside. Say what you have to say right here in the yard. Kid, you don't come knocking without a reason, and bringing something this valuable. You must want something from me. Out with it. What do you want? Say it, or I really will throw this stuff away. I knew neither soft nor hard tactics worked on him, so I put away my smile and spoke seriously. Uncle, I'll be straight. I want to borrow something from you. Borrow what? That double-barreled homemade gun hanging from the beam in your back room. Wang Dajuan's face darkened. Nonsense. He glared at me, his voice rising. What do you want a gun for? Are you planning to go shoot Zhang Jianghe and the old Lu woman? Xiangyang, what happened today is over. If you've got crooked ideas, I'll be the first to tie you up and hand you over to the police. Uncle, you're overthinking it. I smiled wryly and pointed at the distant mountains. We've split the household now, and my family's got nothing, dirt poor. That 30 pounds of millet won't last more than a few days. I have to survive, and so do my mom and Yuan. Today that wolf was lame, which is the only reason I got the better of it. Without a firearm to protect myself, I might lose my life in those mountains tomorrow. Uncle, lend it to me for a month. When spring comes and the snow melts, I'll return it for sure. Consider this meat and these pelts the rent. Wang Dajuan fell silent. He knew everything I'd said was true. With the mountains snowed in, even hunters had no way to make a living, let alone a young man like me. But a homemade gun was dangerous, and if something really happened, no, the mountains are too dangerous. Taking a gun into the mountains in winter is going to your death. He still shook his head. Dad, Wang Qian'er anxiously grabbed his arm and shook it. How can you be so heartless? Brother Xiangyang's whole family is being driven to their deaths, and if you won't lend him the gun, you're just watching them starve. Lend it to him. Wang Dajuan's head spun from the shaking. Looking at his daughter, ready to take a bullet for me, he felt a knot in his chest. What kind of love potion had this kid slipped my girl? A moment ago, he'd only been making excuses to test whether I had any real backbone. He hadn't expected his own daughter to call him heartless as stone. You drat girl, let go. You're tearing my jacket. He glared at me, his tone unfriendly. Kid, if you hadn't landed my draft-letting girl here to speak up for you, you think it'd be this easy? Wait here, I'll go get it. Then he warned me. Let me say the ugly part up front. A bullet doesn't know a face, and gunpowder's expensive, so use it sparingly. If something happens to you in the mountains, I've got no way to answer to that blind old mother of yours. My heart was blooming with joy. Thank you, uncle. Thank you, Qian'er. Before long, Wang Dajuan brought out a long homemade gun wrapped in oilcloth, along with a horn powder flask and a bag of iron shot. I hefted it. then looked at Wang Qianer smiling sweetly at the door, my heart aching with tenderness. In this life, brother will hold the umbrella for you. I murmured to myself, then turned and strode into the driving snow. System, open the panel. 40 hunting points. A gray wolf, 20 points. A roe deer, 20 points. To upgrade the radar to intermediate, I'd have to take down at least 4 big animals. The beginner radar could only show trail lines within 100 meters. Against a fast-moving predator, 100 meters would vanish in the blink of an eye. I had to upgrade as soon as possible. Buying anything at the supply cooperative required coupons, meat coupons, cloth coupons, grain coupons. My family had been squeezed dry by that old witch and had no coupons at all. Meat alone was useless. I had to turn it into cash and things for the winter. 2 days from now, I have to go to the county black market. The black market was behind the train station in the neighboring county, a no-man's land where all kinds of people mixed. Villagers didn't even dare mention it. Getting caught meant a beating or jail. But I wasn't afraid. I'd already crawled back from the gates of hell, so what rules could scare me? I'd turn the wolf pelt and roe deer meat into cash, buy medicine for my mother's tuberculosis, buy cotton fabric to make yuan padded shoes, and buy bricks to build a new heated bed. Life had to get better, with something to look forward to. Meanwhile, in the main room of the old Zhang house on the east end of the village, Zhang Jianghe was wrapped in a quilt, lying on the heated brick bed and trembling. Every time he thought of that axe skimming past his scalp that afternoon, his bladder felt ready to burst. Bang! Lu Jinfeng slammed a palm on the bed table. That good-for-nothing brat. His second uncle's only been dead a few days, and that little bastard already dares swing an axe at his own cousin and lay hands on me. This isn't over. Wang Xiaolan put on a concerned look. Mom, being angry won't help now. So many people watched in broad daylight. The village chief stood witness, and the household split papers are stamped with fingerprints. By village rules, Xiangyang is his own household now. If we go demanding those 600 yuan of death benefit to his face, there's no way we can argue it. Hearing this, Zhang Jianghe grew frantic and popped out from under the quilt, shouting. That money was promised to buy me the forest patrol slot. Old Li at the forest station already said if he doesn't see 600 yuan before the new year, once the 8th of the month passes, the slot goes to pockmarked Wang Air. That's a proper job, an iron rice bowl. You have to get me that money. Hearing that her son might lose his iron rice bowl, Wang Xiaolan set aside her fear too and leaned toward her mother-in-law, embellishing as she went. That's right, Mom. Zhang He is your eldest grandson. The whole Zhang family will depend on him from now on. What does that jinx Zhang Xianyang need all that money for? His sickly mother is about to breathe her last anyway. Giving them the money is just a waste. Shut up, quit your wailing. Lu Jinfeng shot her eldest daughter-in-law a fierce glare, bearing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Household split or not, the blood in his veins is still Zhang family blood. As long as I've got breath in me, and as long as they still live in this village, even if Zhang Xianyang flew up to heaven, he's still my grandson. Wang Xiaolan frowned. Mom, that's true enough, but you saw how rabid Xianyang was today. If we grab it by force, he really might kill someone. If hard won't work, can't we use soft? Lu Jinfeng's eyes rolled. Eldest, have you forgotten lame Wang from the next village? The room fell quiet all at once. Wang Xiaolan slapped her thigh, eyes lighting up. Oh, Mom, you really are something. How did I forget about that? Zhang Jianghe was baffled. Mom, who's lame Wang? Wang Xiaolan explained. A while back, before your second uncle's accident, your grandma decided that worthless girl Zhang Yuan was just eating for free at home. So she had a matchmaker put word out to lame Wang in the next village. Lame Wang's nearly 40 and has never been able to find a wife. When he heard Yuan is only 6, that she could be raised up into a child bride, he handed over 50 yuan as a deposit on the spot. Lu Jinfeng smiled coldly. I took the deposit long ago. The plan was to send the girl over come spring. Zhang Jianghe still didn't get it. So what? We've split the household now. Is your head made of wood? Lu Jinfeng jabbed his forehead. We've split the household, but this marriage was arranged before the split. It was the man's money we took. Parents' command, matchmaker's word. As grandmother, I have the say in this, and I'm the one who took the money. The matchmaker can bear witness. She sneered. First thing tomorrow morning, Xiaolan, you go to the next village and tell lame Wang that the second son is dead. That sickly Zhao Xiaomei wants to back out and won't hand the girl over. Lame Wang's been half-mad waiting for a woman. You think he'll hold back when he hears that? Wang Xiaolan immediately picked it up. Understood. Lame Wang will definitely bring people to the old house to smash the door and make a scene, demanding the girl. Right. Cruelty glinted in Lu Jinfeng's eyes. However good a fighter Zhang Xiangyang is, when Lame Wang brings his clan brothers to raise hell, how many can he split with one axe? Once things blow up past the point of no return, then we of the Zhang family step out and play the good guys. She smacked the edge of the bed, settling it. When the time comes, I'll say in front of the whole village that Yuan is too young and the match can't go through. But Lame Wang's 50 yuan deposit, breaking the engagement means paying back tenfold by the rules. That's 500 yuan. That spineless Zhao Xiaomei, for her daughter's sake, will hand over the 600 in death benefits nice and obedient. The money goes to Lame Wang. Lame Wang quietly returns 200, and the rest. Zhang Zhanghe suddenly leapt up from the bed. The rest is just enough to buy the forest patrol slot. Grandma, you're brilliant. Humph. If Zhang Xiangyang dares tangle with me, he's nothing but a green kid. Lu Jinfeng hummed a little tune, as if the 600 yuan were already in her pocket. At the old house on the edge of the village, I dropped the bolt into the door and braced it with a thick wooden pole. The room was cold enough to breathe white mist, and only after the stove was lit did a little warmth come. By the light of the kerosene lamp, my mother was stitching Yuan a pair of worn cloth shoes one needle at a time. The little girl, full at last, had curled up asleep at the head of the bed with a smile at the corner of her mouth. Mom, stop sewing, it'll ruin your eyes. I pulled dry firewood from the pile and threw it into the stove, then fished the homemade gun out of my jacket, hid it in the wall cavity behind the stove, and sealed it up with an earthen brick. Watching this, my mother grew anxious. Yangzi, where did you get a real weapon? That's against the law. Borrowed it from Uncle Village Chief to protect myself. Don't worry about it, Mom. Just pretend you didn't see. I packed the dozens of pounds of frozen hard roe deer and wolf meat into a sack piece by piece and tied it tight with hemp rope. My mother set down her needlework, her face pale, and grabbed my arm. Yangzi, where are you going in the dead of night? The heat's died down a little these past couple of years, but if you run into the red armbands and get caught, they'll confiscate everything, parade you through the streets, and lock you up to suffer. Country women live their whole lives by the rules, and were always afraid of anything to do with the authorities. I gripped her hand in return, my voice firm. Mom, look at this house of ours. Look at the frostbite on Yuan's feet. Our family has nothing left. If I don't turn this meat into cash, how do we buy coal, cotton, grain? You think 30 pounds of millet gets us to spring? But my mother's tears fell fast in her worry. No buts. The bold survive, the timid just starve. Mom, I'm not doing anything shameful. Trading game I hunted with my own skill for a little life-saving money. Nobody can say a word against it. If something really goes wrong, I'll shoulder it myself. I'll never drag you and Yuan into it. What's more, I had the memories of my past life. I knew full well it was now the end of 1987, with 1988 nearly here. The coastal cities in the south were changing enormously, the commodity economy pouring in. The pigeon markets in the county towns looked secret, but were in fact booming, and those black market traders were raking it in. This startup money, I had to get it. My mother saw the look in my eyes and knew there was no talking me out of it. She wiped away her tears, went to the corner, and pulled a cloth bundle sewn shut from inside her clothes. She bit the thread open. Inside was a stack of money wrapped tight in a handkerchief. There were 10s and 2s and 50-cent notes, all crumpled. 600 yuan in all, the death benefit my father had traded his life for. She stuffed the money into my pocket. Yangzi, keep money on you when you travel, even from a poor home. Once you're in the county, don't be stingy. If something can be solved with money, use it. All your mother asks is that you come back safe. My nose stung. This money was the family's last trump card. Mom, don't worry. This is the last money Dad left us. I'll never spend it recklessly. The next day, I trudged through knee-deep snow with a heavy sack on my shoulder. Inside were the cut roe deer and wolf meat, all frozen stiff, along with the 2 rolled-up pelts, at least 180 pounds altogether. With the mountains snowed in, the bus to the county had long stopped running. Even though the heat had died down a bit, I didn't dare stroll openly down the road with dozens of pounds of meat and pelts. Running into a neighborhood patrol, just trying to explain myself would be trouble enough. I went carefully the whole way, and it took a full 2 hours before I reached the shantytown behind the county train station. The sky hadn't yet brightened, everything gray and dim all around, without a single streetlight. A few kerosene lamps flickering at the base of the walls barely lit the coal cinders and rotten cabbage leaves on the ground. Everyone who came here pulled their big dog fur hats down low, faces covered tight, hands tucked into their sleeves, glancing around every so often. Sellers just dropped their sacks without a word of hawking. Only when buyer and seller liked the look of each other would the buyer sidle over, and the two of them would haggle with their fingers hidden inside each other's sleeves, pinching back and forth. They called it swallowing gold in the sleeve, for fear of being overheard. I found a spot out of the wind, set down my sack, and didn't rush to show all my goods. Pushed to this point, I'd knocked around the black market plenty and knew its tricks inside out. Meat was easy to move. Drop the price a little, and someone would snatch it up. The hard part was the pelts, especially a lame wolf's hide. Ordinary folks didn't dare touch it. You had to find the right person. I couldn't help asking again. System, besides going into the mountains to kill game, how else can I earn hunting points? The system didn't respond. I curled my lip, shook the snow off, and followed the base of the wall deeper into the market. From my past life's memory, there was an old hand in this black market who bought up furs, and everyone called him Brother Who. The man was ruthless and had money, able to take on big goods, with a sharp eye. I hadn't gone far before I spotted a scrawny old man crouched beneath an abandoned water tower, smoking a dry pipe. Brother Who. I walked over and called out. He didn't even lift his head, tossing out a cold line. A rookie? Wrong door. I only want top mountain goods, no cornmeal. Not the wrong door. I crouched, staring at him. I've got hard goods, fresh stuff still bloody. The question is whether you dare take a bite, Brother Who. Brother Who sneered. These days, every kid's got a bigger mouth than the last. You bag a few rabbits and dare come strut in front of me? Get lost, don't hold up my business. I wasn't angry. I understood this old fox's whole routine. I briskly opened the sack, pulled out a rolled roe deer pelt, and tossed it at his feet. Fresh-killed buck roe deer pelt, frozen stiff with the meat still on. Inspect it, Brother Who. Brother Who was a veteran. One feel of the underfur told him it was no ordinary thing. This is good stuff, should be freshly grown, right? He leaned in and sniffed the gamey smell, not the least bit put off. Frozen just right, no spoilage. Not easy making a trip out here in the dead of night. Pelt with the meat, 1 yuan 50 a pound. 150. This old man really was ruthless. Pork at the supply cooperative needed coupons and was only a bit over a yuan. This was roe deer meat, wild game. On the black market, you could cut it up and sell it for 250 a pound easy, with people fighting over it. I stuffed the roe deer pelt straight back into the sack and pulled the mouth open. Brother Who, the roe deer's just the opener. The main event's underneath. I flipped my hand and revealed a corner of gray-blue wolf hide. The stench of the beast rushed up at once. Brother Who's pipe dropped into the snow, burning a black hole. That's a wolf. He recoiled in fright, his voice changing. You did this, kid? In snow like this, you don't value your life? I grabbed the wolf hide. Never mind how it came to me. You know the rules of the trade better than I do. Just tell me, pelt with the wolf meat, how much can you give? At that moment, system notice. Black market trading environment detected. Prey value conversion in progress. Hidden quest unlocked. First show of talent. Quest requirement. Sell the prey at a price more than 40% above the market floor. Reward. Gain an extra 40 hunting points. My heart leapt with excitement, and I nearly laughed out loud. Selling at a high price counts toward hunting ability too? Made sense when you thought about it. In this black market, weren't Brother Who and his kind just a pack of beasts that ate people without spitting out the bones? Brother Who looked left and right and lowered his voice. Kid, this thing is rare, all right, but it's dangerous too. The hide's mostly intact, just an axe mark on the neck, so the grade's a bit off. I'll give you 40 yuan, plus the roe deer, 80 in all. 80? Brother Who, are you sending off a beggar? I grabbed the sack as if to leave. On the black market, a good yellow dog pelt fetches 10 yuan, and my wolf hide plus 2 big animals worth of clean meat is 100 pounds, and up any way you count. Floor price 200, not a cent less. Brother Who's face darkened. Kid, don't be greedy. Go ask around. I'm giving you 80. Nobody else would dare take it for 50. And you believe it or not, carrying this thing around, you won't make it out of these station shacks today. The words had barely landed when a voice cut in from the shadows of the alley. Old Who, first thing in the morning and you're throwing your weight around at somebody. 3 men in tattered army coats swaggered out. The one in front wore a battered felt cap, half his face crossed by a knife scar, a frightening sight. The moment I saw him, my heart sank. Gao Yang squinted and looked me up and down, like sizing up a fat lamb for slaughter. Old Who, this greenhorn doesn't know the rules. Want us brothers to teach him how to get by around here? He pressed forward with his 2 underlings, cutting off my retreat outright. I clenched my fists. After all those years knocking around the black market in my past life, I'd seen this badger game too many times. One plays the good cop to drive the price down, one plays the bad cop to scare you, and the goal is to swallow the seller whole, hide and bone. I ignored Gao Liang, cinched the mouth of the sack shut, wrapped the thick hemp rope twice around my wrist, and looked at Brother Hu with a cold smile. Brother Hu, looks like this deal of yours is off. If you find my goods too hot to handle, I'll just take them elsewhere. Word is old hay over in the South City's been out of stock lately. My bloody goods here, he'd probably swallow them whole, and maybe throw in a couple extra big bills for me on top. The moment I said it, the corner of Brother Hu's eye twitched hard. Old Hay was his mortal rival on the black market, the two of them fighting each other bloody over business. If Old Hay really got this intact wolf hide and turned it over to some big boss in the city, Old Hay would come out on top of him again. Seeing that I hadn't paid him the slightest mind, Gao Liang couldn't keep his face. Cursing, he closed in, reaching out a calloused black hand to grab my collar. Damn it, you little runt. Give you an inch and you take a mile, huh? You get here and still dare bring up Old Hay. Before he finished, I suddenly stepped forward and the big axe at my lower back flashed into view. Frozen wolf blood still clung to the blade, and the reeking smell drove straight into people's noses on the wind. The axe hung in the air, just 2 inches from Gao Yang's forehead. Teach me the rules. Sure. This axe just split a wild wolf, the blood still warm. Brother Scar, want to stick your neck out and help me test whether this edge has gone dull? Swept by that one look from me, cold sweat instantly broke out down Gao Yang's spine, and his feet backed away on their own. This was in no way the look a country kid of 20-odd could have. This was a desperado who'd seen blood and dared to kill. Brother, cool down, don't do anything. Let's talk this out nice and easy. Brother Hu quickly put on a fawning smile and shot Gao Liang a look. Gao Liang took the cue and stepped back, staring at that big axe, uneasy inside. Brother Hu squeezed out a smile, crouched, and lowered his voice. Little brother, business still comes down to good feeling. 80 was a bit low, I'll be honest. 200 is already the limit. Go ask around the county, nobody will give more. I drew the axe back to my waist and gave a cold laugh. 200? You fooling a child? This 100+ pounds of fatty wild game, even if it were all roe deer meat, cut up and sold, is worth more than that. Plus a grown buck roe deer pelt and an unbroken gray-blue wolf hide. I held up 4 fingers. 400 yuan, not a cent less. If you want to rob me, let's see whether these good-for-nothings of yours can stop me. Brother Hu was so angry his face went green, but that wolf hide was truly tempting. There was a leader's relative in the city who bought pelts at high prices, and if he flipped it, he could make several hundred more. Brother Hu gritted his teeth, pulled an oil paper packet from his coat, counted out 41 10-yuan notes, and slapped them into my hand. 410, call it the price of making a friend of you. From now on, when you've got good stuff, bring it straight to me. Don't go looking for that scoundrel Old Hay. I quickly counted the money, confirmed it was right, and stuffed it into my innermost pocket. Brother Hu, you're a stand-up guy. Ding. Host sold prey above market price. Hidden quest, first show of talent, completed successfully. Reward, 40 hunting points credited. Current hunting points, 80. Only 20 away from upgrading radar detection. My heart lifted. Just one more big catch, and the skill would level up. After that, the game around the edges of these mountains would be hard-pressed to slip through my hands. I picked up the empty sack and turned to leave. The black market bought anything and sold scarce goods too, just at higher prices than the supply cooperative. I walked over to a stall selling clothes, hats, and shoes. Boss, how much for this pair of women's padded shoes? 6 yuan a pair, pure cotton, wool felt inside, won't slip even on ice. I felt the thick soles, thought of my mother's and sister's frostbitten feet, and bought 2 pairs without hesitation, then had the vendor pick out 2 of the thickest new women's padded jackets. Seeing me spend freely, the vendor grinned, briskly wrapped the goods, and handed them over. It came to more than 40 yuan. I kept walking, and a sweet, cloying scent drifted over. It was an old man selling candied hawthorn skewers from a bicycle, the red hawthorns coated in syrup. Even in the cold wind, the sight made your mouth water. Grandpa, 1 skewer. I carefully wrapped the candied hawthorns and put them in my cloth bag. My sister was 6 and had hardly ever tasted candy. This 1 skewer would keep her happy for days. Having bought food and clothing, I walked to a little shed at the edge of the black market selling lime and bricks and tiles. A middle-aged man crouched inside, stamping his feet. Big brother, let me ask you something. I handed over a cigarette. If I put up 3 big tile-roofed rooms with 2 heated brick beds underneath, counting materials and labor, roughly how much would it cost? The man took the cigarette and tucked it behind his ear, sizing me up. How do you want to build it? An adobe house won't cost much. A meal thrown in would do it. But if you want all red brick, Big tiles, heated beds, a stove, that costs real money. Red bricks 4 cents a piece now, big tiles 2 cents, plus wooden beams, cement, and lime. You can't even level the foundation for under 800. Counting labor, it'll run 1,000. 1,000 yuan. I did the math in my head. I still had over 400 on me, plus my mother's 600 in death benefits. Just barely enough. But if I sank all of it in, the family would have no money left to live on. Thanks, big brother. I had a sense of things now. The house had to be built, but I'd need to go into the mountains and earn more. By the time I made it back to the village against the wind and snow, it was already fully dark. Reaching the door of the ancestral house, my heart ached. A bean-sized flicker of lamplight still showed through the torn paper window. It was the middle of the night, and my mother and sister weren't asleep yet. They had to be waiting for me. I stamped the snow off outside and called in a low voice. "Mom, I'm back, open up." Hurried footsteps sounded inside at once. The door opened a crack, and my mother, a ragged single-layer coat thrown over her, yanked me in and braced the door behind me. "Why are you only getting back now, child? Do you want to worry your mother to death? If the police caught you, Yuan, and I wouldn't go on living either." Big brother. A little head popped out of the straw pile on the bed. Yuan was about to climb down barefoot, but I quickly tossed the cloth bag onto the bed and pulled her back into the covers. "Don't get down. Your feet are cracked from the cold." "Mom, I'm fine, aren't I? The job's done, and everything's okay." I rubbed my cold reddened hands and opened the cloth bag. Yuan, look what your brother brought you." Like a magic trick, I produced the candied hawthorns. The little girl reached out in delight, then pulled back. I put it straight into her hands. "Eat it. Your brother bought it just for you." Yuan cautiously licked it, and the sweetness curved her eyes into little crescents. "Brother, it's so sweet." Then I laid the 2 new padded jackets and 2 pairs of padded shoes on the bed. "Mom, 1 jacket each for you and Yuan. These shoes have wool in them, so no more frostbite once you put them on." My mother touched the jackets with trembling hands, and her tears fell. A few seconds later, her expression changed. "Yangzi, how much did all this cost? Where did you get so much money? That little bit of game meat sells for a few dozen yuan at most, and you." I smiled and pulled out a thick roll of money. "Mom, that wasn't ordinary game meat. It was a whole wild wolf. I ran into a big buyer and sold it for 450. My mother sucked in a cold breath, at a loss. She'd never seen so much money in her life. The old Zhang family couldn't save 50 yuan in a whole year. "Mom, keep it safe, don't worry. Our family's days will only get better from here, and we won't have to live in this rundown house anymore. When spring comes and the snow melts, I'll get a plot on the east end of the village and build a big red brick tile house. I've worked it out with the buyer. He'll take all the good stuff from the mountains." My mother sighed after a long while. "Yangzi, tell your mother something from the heart." "What is it?" I was fiddling with the powder bag. "That girl from the village chief's family. Chinner, she's taken a liking to you, hasn't she?" My hands froze, and I looked at my mother in disbelief. "Mom, how did you know?" She smiled ruefully. "Your mother's been through it all. What can I see? Every time you pass the brigade office, that girl's eyes practically stick to you. You went to borrow a gun, and that iron rooster Wang Dajuan would lend it to you? It was Chinner who pleaded your case, most likely." My eyes stung. In my last life, I'd been a blockhead. All those years taking abuse at home, and a feeling even my mother could see, I'd been too slow to notice, right up until I got Chinner killed in the rubble of that fertilizer plant. Yuan, gnawing her candied hawthorns, rolled around happily under the covers. Big brother's getting a wife. Sister Chinner's going to be my sister-in-law. Don't talk nonsense. I patted my sister's head, but inside I was churning. I looked at my mother. "Chinner's a good girl, but our family's so poor we can't even get enough to eat. What would I marry her with? How could village chief Wang possibly agree to marry his daughter to me?" I clenched my fists. "Once I've built a big tile house and have a proper livelihood, then I'll go to the Wang family and ask for her hand with my head held high." My mother nodded, her eyes damp. "If you can think that way, your mother's at ease. You've been a sensible child since you were little." The night deepened. My mother and sister changed into the new padded jackets and slept on the bed, finally a little warmer. Leaning against the head of the bed, I couldn't sleep no matter what, and called up the system panel. 80 hunting points, and upgrading radar detection needed 100. 20 short. Just one more big animal, and the radar would upgrade, and then these vast mountains would be my back garden. The cold wind howled outside, but I couldn't shake a feeling of unease. I had 400 yuan in my pocket and by rights should have felt at ease, but the sinister faces of the old Lu woman and Zhang Jianghe kept surfacing in my mind. Something was off. When we split the household, The old Lu woman had agreed far too readily. Those 600 yuan in death benefits meant everything to her. So how could she let us off so easily? Zhang Jianghe wanted into the forest patrol and still needed money to grease the way. In the next day or two, they might well be scheming in secret. What if tomorrow, while I was in the mountains, the old Lu woman brought people to the door again? I quietly got out of bed and slipped into a corner of the kitchen, digging out half a length of rusty wire, an iron basin with a hole in the bottom, and a few broken boards with long nails. Outside it was more than 20 below. Shrinking my neck, I crept low to the back of the courtyard gate. I tied one end of the wire under the door hinge and pulled the other taut, binding it to the root of the old elm at just the right height to trip someone at the shin. I hooked the iron basin onto the wire in front, so the moment anyone pushed the gate open, the basin would drop and clang, and whoever was inside would hear it. Those few nail-studded boards, I buried nails up beneath a few gaps in the courtyard wall where people often climbed over, covering the surface with a thin layer of snow. If anyone dares climb the wall, I'll nail your feet into candied hawthorns with these 2-inch iron spikes and see how you run. By the time I finished all this, my hands and feet had long gone numb. I quietly went back inside, dropped the bolt, and burrowed under the covers, pulling them tight and staring at the roof beams. And suddenly something surfaced in my mind, something I'd never figured out in my past life. The more I thought about it in this life, the more wrong it felt, and my heart grew uneasy. My father's death, there had to be something wrong with it. My father, Zhang Jingguo, was an honest, plain farmer. To feed the family, he'd go down into the Black Mountain coal mine 50 li away to dig coal in the farming off-season. The Black Mountain coal mine was just a small private pit. The day of the cave-in, everyone said it was a gas explosion for men buried below. The other 3 were all vagrants who'd fled famine from out of province, without proper identities, and the mine owner sent them off with a little money. But how did my father get buried too? I remembered clearly, my father had worked at the mine for 5 years, always in the shallowest pit. Because my mother's health was poor, my father never took risks in the deep shafts for higher wages. The day of the accident, my father should have been dumping coal slag on the surface. How did he end up in the deep shaft? And those 600 yuan in death benefits? By rights, when someone died in a small pit and the family made a fuss, the compensation should have been at least 1,800. But the Zhang family? The day of the accident, it wasn't my mother who went to the mine to claim the body and demand compensation. It was my uncle Zhang Jianfang and the old Lu woman. My uncle came back in less than half a day, hauling my father's mangled body, bringing back only 600 yuan. What did my uncle say back then? That the mine owner played the rogue and only gave that much, and that if they made more trouble, he'd dock even that. All lies. My uncle was the type who bullied the weak and feared the strong, and greedy on top of it. How could he come back without skimming something for himself? There had to be dirty dealings. The extra money the mine owner paid was most likely pocketed by my uncle and the old Lu woman. Having taken the money paid for my father's life, they wouldn't even let the 600 on the books go. These animals. I clenched my fists. Besides my uncle and the old Lu woman, one more person chilled me to the bone, my grandfather Zhang Monsong. The old man's word was law at home. He always sat on the threshold smoking, paying no one any mind. The day of my father's accident, he didn't set a foot out the door. When my uncle dragged my father's body back and dumped it in the yard, Zhang Monsong only stood under the eaves for a moment, glanced at the bloodstained mat, and said flatly, "It was fated, this calamity of his. Don't hold up the field work." I was kneeling right beside the mat and heard every word clearly. The old man didn't shed a single tear, didn't even lift the mat, didn't take a last look at his son. Later, when the old Lu woman came with Zhang Jianghe to smash the door and grab the money, causing a scene the whole village knew about, Zhang Monsong understood it all perfectly, yet said not a word, watching as our family was driven to a dead end. Was this how a father treated his own son and grandchildren? A chill spread through me. Growing up, Zhang Jianghe ate white flour buns while I could only chew on wild vegetable dumplings. My uncle's family made new clothes for the new year, while my father wore nothing but patched-up rags. Before, I'd thought the old folks just played favorites and I should get used to it. But looking back now, this wasn't favoritism at all, it was cold-bloodedness, as if they wanted to guard against our family. A bold suspicion suddenly flashed through my mind. Was my father not even Zhang Monsong and the old Lu woman's biological son? In those days, in the countryside, picking up a child or taking in a relative's child to work as a laborer was all too common. Only if he wasn't their own son could they truly watch him die in the mine without blinking. and even seized the money meant to save his family. Only if he wasn't their own son would they drive our whole family toward death. If that was really the case, this debt would never be settled by just splitting the household. If my father's death couldn't be separated from my uncle's family, and the death benefits had been swindled too, these bloodsuckers would sooner or later have to cough it all back up: heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys along with it. But now wasn't the time to tear off the mask. With no money and no power, going to the mine to investigate with just an axe, they'd knock me out the door with one swing of a shovel. I had to get my footing first, save up enough money, replace this rundown house, and upgrade the radar to the advanced level. Once I had the means, I'd settle this debt bit by bit. Thinking and thinking, I fell asleep without realizing it. When I woke the next day, the room was cold enough to make me shiver, white frost crusting the window paper. My mother and Yuan Yuan were still asleep, Yuan Yuan's little face buried in the collar of her new padded jacket. Looking at this scene, my heart felt a good deal steadier. Last night's trip to the black market had paid off well. I quietly got up, went first to the kitchen to light the fire, boiled the leftover millet into a thin gruel, and cut 2 pieces of roe deer meat to cook in it. I went behind the earthen wall and pulled out the double-barreled homemade gun. The gun was old, but Wang Dajuan had kept it well, the barrel polished bright. I carefully checked the powder flask and iron shot, confirmed they hadn't gotten damp, wrapped it up in the ragged oilcloth, and slung it over my back, the big axe that had drunk wolf blood tucked at my waist. System: 80 hunting points. Today, just bagging 1 roe deer or a couple of wild boar piglets would be enough. The smell of meat gruel filled the pot. I picked up the chipped coarse porcelain bowl, ladled out a serving, and gulped it down, meat and broth together, then walked to the edge of the bed and said in a low voice, "Mom, I'm heading out." My mother's eyes opened at once. She'd actually been awake, just not daring to make a sound. Seeing me with the long oilcloth bundle on my back, her eyelids twitched, but she said nothing and helped straighten my collar. "Yangzi, be careful. You have to be home before dark, whether you catch anything or not." "I know, Mom." "Bolt the door, and don't open it no matter who knocks." I pushed open the door. Outside, the heavy snow had just stopped, and today was a rare clear day, the snow's glare stinging my eyes. The old Zhang ancestral house was remote, near the foot of the mountain, and reaching the mountains meant crossing half the village. It was the dead of winter now and bitter cold, so the village should have been empty. But just as I reached the old well at the village entrance, I saw several people gathered there. The well was half frozen, and they were only chatting. Stuttering Li from the east saw me first. He was usually bullied, an honest man, and he turned his head to see me approaching. Xiangyang. So early, where are you off to?" His eyes stayed fixed on the axe at my waist. The story of me swinging an axe at Zhang Jianghe a couple days back had spread through the whole village, growing wilder as it went. Some said I'd been possessed by fox or weasel spirits. Some said I'd become a living king of hell. Seeing him afraid, I tried to soften my expression. "Uncle Li, I'm heading into the mountains to look around, set a few snares, catch a rabbit or 2 to stew a soup for my mother." I only mentioned snares, not that I was carrying a gun. Widow Sun, sweeping snow by the well platform, heard this, set down her broom, and came over. She was nearly 40, her husband had died young, and she raised her son alone. She got plenty of cold looks in the village, but she was warm-hearted. "Yangzi, I heard all about what happened yesterday." She sighed. "You were right to split the household. That old Lu woman is a bloodsucker. She bullied your father even while he was alive. If you'd stayed tangled up with him, you probably wouldn't even have a bite to eat now." She pulled 2 cornmeal buns from inside her coat and pressed them on me. "Andy's got nothing good at home. Take these 2 buns. It's cold in the mountains. Eat when you're hungry. If your mother needs medicine, just tell Annie. I'll ask around the other villages for you." Warmth flooded through me. Every household was short of grain now, and these 2 buns might be a whole day's food for her and her son. "Auntie, son, I really can't take this." I tried to decline. "Take it." She glared at me, feigning anger. "What? You look down on Andy's cooking. A young man like you needs something to eat? Or where's the strength to climb the mountain? Take it, and quit fussing like an old woman." Just then another figure came from the mouth of the alley, an old man bent and hunched. Grandpa, one of the village's 5 guarantee households. He'd fought in a war when he was young and was left with an injured leg. He hobbled over on his cane and patted my shoulder. "Kid, the grit you showed yesterday was like a man's. You didn't shame your father." He coughed a couple of times and pulled half a stalk of green onion, nearly frozen solid, and a lump of salted mustard root from his coat pocket. "Grandpa's got nothing to eat. Take this bit of pickle, have it with your buns." The mountains aren't peaceful. Steer clear of any big footprints. You've still got a mother waiting at home. Looking at these people, my chest tightened. Stutteringly worked up his courage too. Yeah, Yangzi, your house is drafty at night. I'll bring you some cornstalks to plug the gaps. This was the northeastern countryside. Besides black-hearted kin like the old Lu woman, there were also these kind and hard-luck people. They didn't have enough to eat themselves, yet they were willing to give you their last bit of warmth, hoping only that you could survive. In my past life, after my family was destroyed, it was these fellow villagers, now and then leaving half a bowl of mixed grain gruel at my door, who got me through the hardest days. Uncle, Auntie, Grandpa. I stepped back and bowed earnestly to these elders. I'll remember this kindness. Don't worry, everyone, I'll live well for sure. Once I get back on my feet, I'll repay you all. I tucked the food into my coat and turned toward the mountains. Living a second life, to do it only for revenge would be too small. Revenge had to be taken, the wicked had to die. But after the revenge, I won't just have my mother and Yuan eating meat and wearing new clothes every day. Once I've learned every trail in these mountains and have real money in hand, I looked back at the poor village receding behind me, hardening my resolve. My uncle's family, Zhang Jianghe, the old Lu woman. I'll make you watch with your own eyes as I make my fortune. I'll bring the fellow villagers who helped me today along to a good life, and leave those Zhang family animals not even fit to hand us our shoes. I clenched my jaw and plunged into the boundless snowy forest. As soon as I entered the birch woods, the snow grew much deeper, burying my knees with every step, a struggle just to pull my legs free. System, activate radar detection. The words had barely left me when several gray lines surfaced across the wide expanse of snow, winding beneath it. Gray meant small game like hares and pheasants, and the paler the color, the longer ago they'd passed. I had no interest in these little things today. Still 20 hunting points short of upgrading. A hare was 5 points at most, a pheasant 2 or 3. Catching them wasted time and risked a gunshot scaring off bigger game. My homemade gun had only 2 rounds, and each was precious. I followed the ridge into the deep woods, the trees growing denser, the old pines blotting out the sky and the sun. Now and then a gust of wind sent snow rustling down from the branches, striking my neck with a piercing cold. After about an hour, I found the root of a dead tree to sit and rest, took out the buns widow's son had given me, and ate a couple of bites with Grandpa's salted root. The buns were frozen stiff and scraped my throat going down, but with food in me, my heart felt steadier. Just as I finished and stood up, the system's radar view suddenly changed. A large patch of deep red lines appeared at the edge of the red pine woods, thick and tangled, spreading along the forest all the way to the frozen creek. My eyes lit up, and I immediately undid the oilcloth on my back, gripped the homemade gun, and pressed my thumb on the hammer. Lines like these meant a group of large animals was gathered here. In winter, the large animals that moved in groups were of only 2 kinds, either a wolf pack or a wild boar herd. If it was a wolf pack, with only 2 rounds left in the gun, charging in would be going to my death. If it was a boar herd, as long as I avoided the lead sow and the thick-hided big loners, and quietly took down a half-grown piglet, I'd strike it rich today. A wild boar of 180 pounds could fetch a fair pile of cash, and the hunting points would be plenty. I crept forward low, edging toward the direction the red line spread, using tree trunks for cover. After a few hundred meters, a sharp, rank stench filled the air, the smell of wild boar mixed with pine resin and mud. I dropped into a hollow in the snow and poked my head out to look ahead. The ice on the creek had been rooted through into a big hole, and 7 or 8 boars with bristling manes crowded around, drinking and rooting for grass roots. On the outermost edge stood a huge sow, like a little tank, at least 300 pounds, 2 tusks jutting from its mouth, breathing heavily and watching all around warily. Behind it, 2 half-grown boars of about 100 pounds each were butting heads over a scrap of rotten root. A boar herd, sure enough. My heart raced. As the old saying went, first the boar, second the bear, third the tiger. An enraged boar in the woods was more terrifying than a tiger. An ordinary homemade gun couldn't punch through their hide and would only enrage them. I didn't act rashly. I took aim at the 2 half-grown boars butting heads. At that size the hide wasn't too thick yet, and as long as I got within 20 meters and put a shot in a vital spot, it would be fatal. But right now we were 70 or 80 meters apart, an iron shot flying that far lost most of its killing power. Even a hit would only be like scratching an itch. I had to get within 20 meters. I studied the wind for a moment and found I was right in the downwind position. Boars had poor eyesight and relied entirely on their noses. Standing downwind, it couldn't smell me at all. Almost hugging the snow, I crawled toward the creek bit by bit. 50 meters. 40 meters. The big lead so suddenly stopped, raised its head, and its ears shot up. It seemed to have caught the scent of something wrong. I held my breath at once, not daring to make a sound. Don't notice me. Whatever you do, don't notice me. The big sow flicked its tail, took 2 steps toward me, and snorted. My heart sank. The thing I feared most had come. Fight it head on. Just as I was about to gamble on it, a flurry of flapping suddenly came from a tree beside me. A pheasant blanketed in snow was startled into flight, beating its wings as it burst away. The big sow glanced over, took the earlier disturbance to be this pheasant's doing, lowered its head, and went back to rooting the snow at the ice hole for water. Cold sweat instantly beaded down my back. While they were relaxed, I quickly crept behind a big bluish boulder. I was now less than 20 meters from the herd, the rank stench of the boars enough to make my head spin. I braced the homemade gun on the boulder, narrowed my eyes, and locked onto a half-grown boar rooting in the snow. The muzzle was aimed right at the neck below its ear, where the hide was thin and the great artery ran just beneath. I slowly squeezed the trigger. Those 20 hunting points, I was going to have them. Bang! The homemade gun roared, the recoil numbing my shoulder. The creek edge exploded into chaos in an instant. That half-grown boar's neck was blasted open into a bloody hole by the iron shot, blood spraying across the snow, stinging the eyes. It staggered 2 steps and pitched heavily onto the ice, for legs thrashing wildly. A hit, and a fatal one. But before I could rejoice, the other boars had already scattered in flight. Only the 300-pound sow didn't run. Seeing the piglet fallen in the blood, its eyes went red, and it whipped its head toward the spot where white smoke rose. Bad. The beast had gone berserk. A sow protecting her young, once enraged, was more terrifying than a rutting boar, utterly heedless of its own life. The big sow dug in all 4 hooves and came charging straight at the boulder, kicking up a spray of snow. 20 meters, to a maddened boar, was only 2 or 3 seconds, and the gun had just 1 round left. I didn't rush to fire. It was charging head-on, its skull hard, its mane thick. Iron shot would only glance off. I could only wait for it to close in, then hit its most fragile spots, the eyes and throat. 10 meters. 5 meters. The instant the tusks were about to strike the boulder, I sprang up and jammed the muzzle straight against the white patch on the boar's throat. Screw you. Bang. The second round fired. At that range, the iron shot blasted straight into the throat, blowing away half the jaw. But the beast's momentum was too great. Carrying its several hundred pounds, it slammed head-on into the boulder. The boulder was knocked askew, and before I could dodge, my flank was grazed, and I was flung into a snowbank. The gun flew from my hands and vanished, buried in the snow. I sucked in a cold breath, my whole body feeling like it was coming apart. But I couldn't spare a thought for the pain. Scrambling up, I snatched up the big axe and fixed my eyes on the sow. The big sow lay by the boulder, blood bubbles ceaselessly welling from its throat, its jaw gone, its windpipe severed. But it wasn't fully dead yet, struggling to rise, its eyes locked on me. This beast's life was stubborn. Without a finishing blow, it could still drag someone down with it in its dying moment. I gripped the axe handle and edged in slowly from behind and to the side. The big sow twisted its head to bite. Seizing the chance, I swung the big axe down hard at the soft flesh behind its ear. Crack! The spine was severed clean through. The big sow convulsed once and collapsed completely into the snow. Ding! Congratulations, host, on slaying an adult young protecting sow above your level. Severe danger. Reward 50 hunting points. Ding! Congratulations, host, on killing 1 half-grown wild boar. Reward 30 hunting points. Current hunting points, 160. Hunting points detected meeting the upgrade condition. Radar detection, beginner, upgraded to radar detection, intermediate. 100 points deducted, 60 remaining. Intermediate radar unlocked. Range expanded to 2,000 meters around. Prey can be marked by body size and danger level in red, orange, yellow, and green. Terrain scanning function included. Ding! The system shop has unlocked along with the intermediate radar. Host may view it in your mind at any time. I had no mind to look at the shop just now. That last moment, I truly rolled through the gates of hell and back. Damn, that was a rush. I wiped the cold sweat from my face, looked at the 2 boars on the ground, over 400 pounds together, and suddenly broke into a wide grin, my laughter echoing round and round through the valley. Heaven won't starve a blind sparrow. This time I'm really turning things around. I calmed down quickly. The smell of blood was too strong. If I didn't deal with it soon, wolves would come, and a starving bear might be drawn in too. I pulled out the big axe and recovered the gun. There was no way to skin and butcher now. Over 400 pounds of meat. I couldn't carry it back alone. I covered the blood on the boars with snow, broke off a few pine branches, hid the 2 boars well, and turned to run out of the mountains. I needed to go back to the village and get people. That last moment, an idea had already formed in my mind. Wasn't this the perfect chance to win people over and build a reputation? The Zhang family wanted to drive my family to our deaths, so I'd pull the hard-luck folks of the village onto my side first. Once I became the man the village chief favored, the god of wealth in everyone's eyes, if Lu Jinfeng and Zhang Jianghe wanted to touch me, they'd have to ask the whole village first. I sprinted down the mountain along my own tracks. By the time I reached the village entrance, the sun was already sinking to the west. The village, usually quiet, was in some disorder now. Before I even reached Wang Dajuan's house, I could see from a distance a ring of people gathered in front of the old Zhang house. My heart dropped hard. Damn, the old witch hadn't been idle after all. While I was away, she'd gone to make trouble for my mother and Yuan. I rushed straight over. I pushed through the crowd, and the situation wasn't what I'd imagined. The wooden door of the old house was shut tight, an overturned tin basin lying beside it. The old Lu woman sat wailing in the snow, and Wang Xiulan clutched her knee, crying out. It looked like they'd tried to sneak in, only to be tripped by the wire and take a face-first fall. 2 or 3 people from another village stood nearby. Leading them was a man in his 30s, with a pointed, monkeyish face, one leg shorter than the other, leaning on a stick. A memory flashed through my mind at once, the bachelor from the next village, Lame Wang. In my last life, it was this beast who'd paid 50 yuan to buy Yuan as a child bride. In less than a month, he'd tormented 6-year-old Yuan to death. Lame Wang was raising his crutch and slamming it against the door. Open up. Zhao Xiumei, you barren, sickly thing, don't hide inside playing dead. Auntie Lu already took the money, black ink on white paper, with a fingerprint too. Today you hand her over whether you like it or not. If you don't, I'll smash this shack and take that girl home to warm my bed. Wang Xiulan rubbed her knee and chimed in. That's right, Zhao Xiumei, don't be so ungrateful. This match was settled long ago. You holding up in there refusing to come out. Isn't that just making us lose face? Your man dies, and you want to break the engagement? By our rules, breaking a betrothal means paying back tenfold. You got 500 yuan? If not, then hand the girl over nice and quiet. The villagers murmured to one another off to the side. Lame Wang and his 2 brothers stepped up to kick the door. Old witch, you're courting death. I suddenly charged out and planted a kick in Lame Wang's back. Ayo! Lame Wang pitched forward onto the doorstep, landing face first in the mud. Yangzi's back. Wang Xiulan instantly shrank away. Lu Jinfeng rolled her narrow eyes. You little animal, you dare hit people. Say one more word and see what happens. Her words caught in her throat at once. I glared coldly at Lame Wang. Lame Wang, you half-in-the-grave old thing. You still dare set your sights on my sister? Lame Wang's 2 brothers moved to come at me, and I slammed the axe down into the ground, sparks flying. Anyone not afraid to die? Come on. I, Zhang Xiangyang, don't even fear death right now. Worst case, I take you down with me today. The 2 brothers were cowed. They glanced at each other and didn't dare move. They were only there to make up the numbers. Who would actually risk his life over a child bride? Lame Wang spat a mouthful of blood and craned his neck to shout. Zhang Xiangyang, don't play the tough guy. Your grandmother took my 50 yuan of betrothal money, and there's a matchmaker to prove it. Give me the girl, or pay me 500 in penalty. Otherwise, I'll report you to the commune. This was exactly what Lu Jinfeng had schemed. Unable to get the 600 in death benefits, she'd forced me to hand over 500 in compensation. I looked at Lu Jinfeng. You took the money? Seeing Lame Wang bring up the commune, Lu Jinfeng found her nerve. That's right. I took it. I'm her grandmother. Why couldn't I take it? If she won't marry, then pay up. Good, very good. I sneered. Everyone hear that clearly? For 50 yuan, this old woman wants to sell her own 6-year-old granddaughter to a 40-year-old bachelor. Take this to the county and let's see whether the police arrest me or arrest you. The old woman selling a child. Lu Jinfeng's expression changed, but she held firm. That's called taking a child bride, not selling a person. Don't try to scare me. I'm not trying to scare you. I tucked the axe back at my waist and suddenly shouted to the onlooking villagers. Everyone, quiet. Everyone's here today, and the village chief is here too. Village Chief Wang Dajuan pushed through the crowd, frowning. He'd just come back from a meeting in the neighboring village, and before he could even get home, he'd heard trouble had broken out here. His face was grim. Xiangyang, what's going on? Just split the household and already causing a ruckus? Uncle Chief, you're here just in time. My voice went even louder. I went into the mountains today. The crowd was baffled about why I'd bring that up. Over at the Wild Boar Creek by the Red Pine Woods, I bagged 2 boars. One's a sow over 300 pounds, the other a piglet of about 100. The whole place erupted. What? 2 wild boars? For 100 pounds? Yangzi, quit bragging, just you alone? Even Wang Dajuan was stunned, thinking, this kid still dares to lie? But he looked at the hunting gun in my hand, still warm, then at the blood and torn holes on my clothes, and his heart sank as he realized the boy wasn't lying. I really had gone into the mountains and taken that meat. I turned to look at the shocked villagers. For 100 pounds of wild boar meat. In this 12th lunar month, when people couldn't even eat their fill, who wouldn't be green with envy? My voice rose a few notches more. Listen up, everyone. The boars are too big for me to haul back alone. This morning when I left, Uncle Lee, Andy's son, and Grandpa O pressed buns and pickles on me. I remember that kindness. Anyone willing to go into the mountains with me to carry the boars, as long as you put in the effort, once they're hauled back, every household gets 5 pounds of meat. Uncle Lee, Andy's son, and Grandpa O's families get 10. Yangzi, you serious? I'm in. 5 pounds of meat, we could make dumplings for the new year. Brother Xiangyang, count me in. I can carry 200 pounds. In this grain-short age, 5 pounds of meat could drive a person wild. I fixed my eyes on Lame Wang and Lu Jinfeng again. Now let's talk about this business of buying my sister for 50 yuan. I pointed at Lame Wang and bellowed to the villagers. Lame Wang comes to our village to make trouble, bullying my family because we've got no one, holding everybody up from going into the mountains to haul the meat. If wolves drag the boars off, none of you will even get a taste of the broth. You tell me, how should this be handled? Stuttering Lee suddenly pulled out a shovel and cursed, stammering. That son of a bitch Lame Wang dares hold up our meat, beat him to death. The dozen-odd men who'd only come to watch the show turned instantly, viciously surrounding Lame Wang and his 2 men. Lame Wang cried out in terror. Don't hit me, don't. It's all a misunderstanding. Lu Jinfeng tricked me. I don't want the 50 yuan, and the match is off. I'll leave right now. He scrambled up and fled in a sorry state with his brothers. Lu Jinfeng and Wang Xiulan stood there alone, the crowd pointing and jeering. I walked up to Lu Jinfeng and said in a low voice, Old witch, take a good look. This village isn't for you Zhangs to rule. You want to see me dead? That day's a long way off. By the way, how my father died, why my grandfather turned out the way he did, you'd best sleep with one eye open. I'll get to the bottom of it, slowly. Lu Jinfeng's face went deathly pale, unable to say a word, and Wang Xiulan helped her flee back to the old house. Wang Dajuan had been watching the whole time, admiration in his eyes. This kid had nerve, and his way of winning people over was more ruthless than an old hand's. He cleared his throat and waved. Since Xiangyang's given the word, everybody hurry home and grab your gear, rope, carrying poles, sleds, bring them all. Men young and old. Follow Xiangyang into the mountains to haul the meat. Cheers rang through the village. I knocked on the door. Mom, open up quick, it's fine now. I'm taking people into the mountains to haul the meat. Tonight we'll eat real meat. The wooden door opened, my mother's eyes brimming with tears, and Yuan threw herself into my arms. Yangzi, all that shouting outside just now, was it Lame Wang come to take the girl? You're not hurt. My mother had always been sickly, and hearing someone slamming the door earlier, she'd nearly wanted to end her own life, afraid of being a burden to us siblings. Mom, it's over. I chased off both Lu Jinfeng and Lame Wang. I comforted her. Get the stove roaring and boil plenty of hot water. I'm going into the mountains with the chief and the others to haul the meat. Tonight our family will eat big chunks of it. My mother's eyes went wide, hardly daring to believe it. You really caught a wild boar. Caught it, and 2 at that. Don't worry. Bolt the door and wait for me to come back. I didn't dare linger. Having settled my mother, I plunged into the wind and snow. The village had already erupted. For 100 pounds of wild boar meat sitting there. A household that could cut 2 pounds of fatty meat for the new year would show off. Never mind the lure of 5 pounds of pure meat. The moment I called for people to haul it, a crowd of strong young men gathered. Over 20 of them packed the door of the brigade office, dog fur hats, carrying poles, thick hemp rope, all at the ready, and some even dragging their families' beat-up sleds. Stuttering Lee ran the fastest, panting with a thick elm pole over his shoulder. Widow's son didn't come, but her 15-year-old, Huzi, insisted on coming along to pitch in. Village Chief Wang Dajuan stood on an earthen platform, his face taut. This business today, Xiangyang's got the skill and the decency both. Once we're in the mountains, everyone listens to his orders. Anyone who acts up, don't blame me for turning on you. The crowd all pledged, wherever Xiangyang points, we strike. Let's get going. If we're late and wolves make off with the meat, it'll break my heart. I led the way, the crowd heading straight for the red pine woods. As we walked, I let my mind wander to check the system shop. I'd upgraded it after killing the big sow, but hadn't looked closely. With a thought, a half-transparent panel appeared before me, neatly categorized. Attributes, skills, physical goods. Under attributes, a beginner physique strengthening potion could cleanse the marrow and reforge the sinews, boosting strength and cold resistance. Priced at 200 hunting points. A beginner eyesight potion improved night vision and motion tracking. Priced at 150. I cursed inwardly at the prices. I'd fought half to death killing a boar herd and a wolf and only saved up 60 points. Not even enough for a potion. I scrolled down to skills. Beginner skinning and deboning. Priced at 50 points. One cut cleanly separating flesh from bone. Hide integrity 100%. Beginner herb identification. Priced at 80 points. Could precisely identify beginner-grade medicinal herbs and their age, opening up the treasure trove of these mountains. Reading through it, my eyes lit up. Skinning and deboning was a fine thing. What brother who at the black market valued most in a pelt was completeness. But that big sow's neck had been blasted apart today, so its hide was already worthless. If I ran into valuable game like sable or fox down the line, having this skill in hand would bring the money pouring in. But I didn't rush to buy it. Right now, what mattered most was turning this meat into cash. The skill could wait. The last category was physical goods. A special animal trap, 10 points each. A high-grade scent lure, 30 points a portion, with a deadly appeal to large predators. I had a clear picture now. As long as I had enough points, forget striding freely through these vast mountains. Even training my body beyond ordinary limits wasn't out of reach. Brother Xiangyang, how much farther? Huzi, behind me, sniffled from the cold. I pulled my thoughts back, glanced at the terrain the intermediate radar had scanned, and pointed at an earthen ridge ahead. Over that snow mound up front, down to the creek, and we're there. Everybody, one more push. Hearing we were close, the crowd perked up at once. Before long, we'd crossed the ridge. Just as we started down, the smell of blood and rank stench came pouring into our noses on the cold wind. Damn, that smell is strong. Wang Dajuan frowned and strode a few steps to the front. I walked over, threw off the pine branches on top, and kicked away the loose snow. When that big sow, like a little mountain of meat, was revealed, all sound died at the creek's edge. Everyone stared, dumbfounded. That thing's practically a demon. The 100-pound half-grown piglet beside it looked like a puppy in comparison. Wang Dajuan crouched to examine the boar's wounds carefully. Its jaw and throat had been blasted apart by iron shot at close range, flesh and blood a mangled mess, white bone showing through. Looking farther back, there was an axe wound below the ear deep enough to show bone, having severed the spine outright. He raised his head and glanced at the big bluish boulder, knocked askew and still blood-stained. This boar had clearly charged straight at someone's face. How much nerve did this kid have? How steady a hand? Even the veterans he'd known in the army, men who'd been to the battlefield, would have gone weak in the knees facing something like this. He'd thought my axe swinging over the household split was just an honest man pushed too far. Now he saw the kid was a hard case through and through. A man like this, as long as he didn't die, would rise up sooner or later. What are you all standing around gaping for? Wang Dajuan's roar snapped everyone awake. Get the rope, tie all four legs tight. Toss the piglet on a sled, and this big one gets carried on poles. The crowd came to their senses and rushed forward at once. Over 20 men worked for a good while before they got the big sow onto a stretcher and lashed down. Stuttering Li and 3 other strong men walked in front, the 4 of them chanting a work rhythm as they hauled that mountain of meat up by sheer force. Heave. I walked alongside, watching. From this day on, this little mountain village's heart had been torn wide open by 400 pounds of wild boar meat. The way down was far harder than the way up. Hundreds of pounds pressing on their shoulders, the men slipping with every step in the snow. By the time we'd hauled the 2 boars to the old tree at the village entrance, the sky was nearly fully dark. But no one complained of hardship. No one cried exhaustion. This was meat, real wild boar meat. The village had already gotten word. Before the party even entered, men, women, and children all came running out, packing the open ground in front of the old house tight. He really caught it. Heaven above, 2 whole circles bigger than the fat pig we raised for a year. That kid Xiangyang must have gotten pointers from an immortal. His luck's too good. The men who'd griped about the cold and stayed out of the mountains were now sick with regret. Just going up to haul the meat one trip, and you got 5 pounds free on top. How did such a good thing not fall to me? Make way. Stop crowding. Wang Dajuan took on his village director bearing and directed the crowd to unload the boars onto the open ground outside my house. Stuttering Li and a few quick-handed men had already gone home to borrow the big iron basin for slaughtering, the iron hooks for hanging meat, and 2 sharp deboning knives. My mother and Yuan stood at the door, tears falling again, but this time from joy. I walked up to Wang Dajuan. Uncle Chief, this business of slaughtering and dividing the meat, I'll need you to preside. Everyone put in the effort, and I, Zhang Xiangyang, will never shortchange them. How many pounds each gets, you decide. The rest I'll keep for my family's winter. Wang Dajuan gave me a long look and took a puff of his pipe. All right, you're a stand-up kid, so uncle won't stand on ceremony with you. He turned and hollered, Butcherly, what are you standing there for? Get the blood drained and the hide off. Everybody go home and bring basins for the meat. Butcherly, who'd slaughtered pigs in the village before, brought his 2 apprentices, stripped off their padded coats, and got to work bare-chested. The boar meat hadn't frozen through, and the sharp knife ran along the belly, hot steaming entrails spilling into the big wooden basin at once. Belly opened, head chopped off, bones stripped, and meat cut. The boar meat was carved off chunk by chunk and tossed onto a door plank, the people around swallowing hard at the sight. Stuttering Li, you put in the most today, led the carrying. 10 pounds of good meat, take it. Wang Dajuan worked the scale himself. Yeah, thank you, Chief. Thank you, Yangzi. Stuttering Li grinned ear to ear, taking the heavy meat, nearly dropping to his knees. Huzi, you're no coward. Kid, you did your mother proud. Take it. Have your mother stew it with pickled cabbage. Huzi clutched the meat and bowed to me, then turned and ran home. The meat was divided out chunk by chunk, and no one who'd gone into the mountains was left out. Those who got their meat headed home with 1,000 thanks. The looks they gave me full of both delight and awe. This was real ability. In these years when people couldn't fill their bellies, whoever could put meat on the table was like their own father. Over at the Zhang house, Lu Jinfeng pressed against the window, staring at the firelight from my house. Oh my dear mother, 2 boars that big, that's how much meat. Wang Xiaolan stamped her feet in a panic beside her. How'd that little animal suddenly get so capable? That's 400 pounds of meat. Sold to the commune's purchasing station, that's dozens of yuan. And he gave it all away. What a spendthrift good for nothing. Zhang Zhanghe was lying on the bed playing sick. Hearing this, he forgot his cries of pain, crawled up, and pressed against the window, swallowing hard. Grandma, we can't let them off this easy, he said anxiously. The boars came from our village's mountains. What right does Zhang Xiangyang have to hog them alone? Even if the household's split, that's collective property. Let's go demand half of it back. Lu Jinfeng gritted her teeth and slapped the windowsill. Demand what? Couldn't you see clearly this afternoon? Even Lame Wang got scared home by that little brat. Now the whole village has eaten his meat, and their hearts have turned to him. Even Wang Dajuan weighed the meat for him himself. We make trouble now. Isn't that courting death? Zhang Zhanghe pounded the edge of the bed, shouting red-faced. Then what do we do? Just watch that little bastard live it up? Grandma, my forest patrol slot rides on these few days before the new year. If he sells that meat, it's enough to buy me 5 slots. He paced back and forth, cursing in frustration. Is there any law left in this world? That little brat Zhang Xiangyang hit people and bought off the whole village's hearts. Even Stuttering Li dared to glare at me. Wang Xiaolan rubbed her knee, her face full of venom. Mom, we can't stand for this. We lost too much face today. If Lame Wang goes around talking, how will Zhanghe ever hold his head up in front of people again? Lu Jinfeng slammed the bed table hard. Shut up. Her face was dark. That little animal seems to have gone mad, biting anyone he sees. Today, in front of the whole village, he wants to investigate how the second son died at the mine. Saying this, she suddenly panicked. Zhang Zhanghe stopped pacing. Grandma, didn't second uncle die in a gas explosion? The mine paid 600 yuan. What's there to investigate? Lu Jinfeng stared hard at him and said in a low voice. Zhanghe, some things you don't ask about. Just remember, we absolutely cannot let him keep digging. If he really pokes it up to the higher-ups, it's not just your uncle. Our whole family is finished. The moment the words left her mouth, both Zhang Zhanghe's and Wang Xiaolan's faces changed, chills running down their spines. Wang Xiaolan's voice trembled. Mom, the second son, I told you not to ask. Lu Jinfeng cut her off sharply and lowered her voice. Right now we make things hard for Zhang Xiangyang. Doesn't he have meat? Didn't he bag wild boar? We'll start with the meat. She beckoned them closer. Zhang He, first thing tomorrow morning, you go to the town clinic. Hearing the plan, Zhang Jiang's eyes lit up, but with a trace of fear. Grandma, will this work? What if it kills someone? That's a serious crime. Lu Jinfeng snorted coldly. Kill someone? It'll just give them the runs. Isn't Zhang Xianyang handing out meat to the village? As long as someone eats his meat and gets sick, let's see how he goes on living in this village. Once the police come, won't all 400 pounds of that meat be gone? I'll cry a bit in front of the village party secretary, say that at the end of the day he's my own grandson, and half the confiscated meat should go to our family. The night deepened. The villagers dispersed one by one with their shares of meat. The ground in front of my house was a mess, dark red bloodstains and bits of bone in the snow. I didn't let anyone help clean up. After seeing off Butcher Lee and the others, I turned and bolted the courtyard gate. The 20-odd people who'd helped today had each gotten 5 to 10 pounds, and with Butcher Lee's fee, over 150 pounds had gone out. There were still 250 pounds of clean meat left, most of a side of the pig's ribs, and 2 boar heads, all moved into the outer room. The outer room had no heating, so in this bitter cold, it was a natural icebox. The meat would freeze solid overnight. No worry of spoiling. Yangzi, go wash your hands quick. Don't let them get frostbitten. My mother brought over a basin of hot water and set it on the edge of the bed, then froze at the sight of that pile of meat on the ground. In all her years, she'd never seen so much meat and had no idea where to even start. Yuan had long since grown too sleepy, clinging to my leg. Tonight, I'd specially fried my sister the tenderest cut of tenderloin, fried golden and oozing oil, and the little girl ate with her mouth all greasy. Mom, you take Yuan to bed first. I'll handle this. Once my mother and sister were settled, I kept only one dim kerosene lamp lit, leaving just me and that pile of meat in the room. My face went grim. Today's stir had been too big, and those Zhang family animals would never let it rest. I had no backing, and I understood better than anyone the principle of not flashing your wealth. Hauling the meat home in front of the whole village today was to build a reputation and borrow their strength. But these 200-odd pounds of meat absolutely could not stay in the house overnight. If someone got jealous and reported me for poaching, people would come to investigate at once and caught red-handed with the goods. Even Wang Dajun couldn't protect me. I dragged out the old sacks I'd prepared in advance, raised the axe to cut the boar meat into strips and stuff them in, set the heads and offal aside separately, and tied them tight with hemp rope. 2 big sacks filled with good meat, to take to the black market tomorrow and trade with Brother Hu for cash. The leftover scraps and bones I packed in a wooden crate and secretly buried beneath the rotten cabbages in the backyard root cellar. The cellar usually went unused, covered with snow on top, and no one would find it anytime soon. Everything set, I glanced out the window. The wind and snow were falling harder. I put on my black padded coat, wrapped a rag over my face, leaving only my eyes, shouldered the 2 sacks, and tucked the axe at my waist. Before leaving, I reset the wire and boards at the gate. Anyone who dared climb the wall would lose a layer of skin for sure. I slipped quietly out of the yard and vanished into the snowy night. I picked the deserted gully paths outside the village and made my way toward the county. In the dead of night, in the no man's land behind the train station, there were half as many people at the black market as a few days ago, the vendors huddled shivering by their fires. Brother Hu crouched in a corner, smoking a sullen pipe. Word had been tight lately, and he hadn't planned to set up, but his wife insisted on buying some good fabric, so he'd had to grit his teeth and come try his luck. He'd just laid out his stall when a dark figure silently stood before him. He looked up to see a man wrapped up head to toe, but he recognized those eyes at a glance. Damn, little brother, why aren't you asleep in the dead of night? You nearly scared me to death. Without a word, I dropped the 2 sacks in front of the stall, landing with a heavy thud. Hard goods. See for yourself. Brother Hu quickly crouched and untied the mouth of a sack, freezing at the first glimpse. Inside was all firm, thick wild boar meat, 3 or 4 fingers of fat, plainly a deep mountain old boar. Clean knife cuts, well bled, genuine hot-selling black market goods. He tied the sack shut, glanced around, and seeing no one watching, leaned in and lowered his voice. Brother, what's your line? Into the mountains in snow like this? This has to be 200 pounds. 210 pounds. All clean meat. My tone was hard. Brother Hu, I need money urgently. You taking this batch or not? Brother Hu did the math in his head. 200-odd pounds of boar meat. Normally he'd have snatched it up, but word was tight lately, and unloading it all at once could get him noticed. Big trouble. But the profit was too tempting. Cut into small pieces and sold to well-off households, he could make several dimes a pound. He licked his lips. Brother, honest truth, I can't turn this over just now. Name me a fair price. I'd long seen through his poor mouthing. Slowly I undid my coat, revealing the axe handle at my waist. Brother who? You made a good bid on that wolf hide of mine, didn't you? We're old acquaintances, so I'll give you 20% off this batch of boar meat. You want it or not? If not, I'll go to Old Hay in the South City. Word is he's short on game. Brother whose expression changed. If he let Old Hay take this batch, how would he go on in the black market? No, 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 little brother, your temper's too hot. He quickly pressed my hand down, forcing himself not to flare up. I'll take it, all of it. Give me a moment to figure it. He crouched and scratched in the snow with a twig for a good while. At current market price, good boar meat's 1 yuan 20 a pound, 210 pounds, is 252 yuan. I'll round it up for you, 300 yuan. Plus 50 pounds of national grain coupons and 20 feet of cloth coupons. This is me emptying my coffers. How's that? 300 yuan. For country folk, a strong laborer working a whole year, after food and drink, couldn't save 100. I laughed inwardly. This price could be pushed down further. I nodded. All right, brother who, you're generous. But I've got one condition. Name it. I want a batch of red brick and cement, and I want you to get me a bicycle coupon. Take it out of the 300. If you can manage it, the meat's yours. If not, I'll take it away. Brother who was taken aback, thinking, this kid wants to build a house. And buy a bicycle too? Building a red brick house at a time like this was pure fantasy. Brick and cement aren't hard. I've got a contact at the building materials station. Moving a bit is no problem. He wiped his sweat. But a bicycle coupon, those are scarce right now. Outside of model workers and cadres at the factory, where would an ordinary person get their hands on one? I didn't believe his nonsense at all, my hand already on the sack's handle. Wait. Brother who grew anxious. Fine, you win. I'll find a way for the bicycle coupon. I'll beg my man up top if I have to. 5 days. Give me 5 days, and I'll pull together the brick, tiles, and coupons. But the 300, I won't take it, call it a deposit. I put away the grain and cloth coupons. 5 days from now, I'll come collect. If it's short, or you pass off inferior goods for good. I patted the axe at my waist. I didn't finish, but the meaning was clear enough. Brother who thumped his chest. I know the rules. Old who lives on his reputation. I dragged the empty sled back to the village. It was already past 2 in the afternoon. Just as I entered the village, I felt something was off. Usually at this hour a few idle old folks would be chatting under the big tree, but today not one was there. Instead, a noisy crowd packed the doorway of village chief Wang Dajuan's house. My heart sank, and my steps quickened at once. Hey, Xiangyang's back. The crowd parted a path on its own. I squeezed in and looked. Widow's son was sitting on the ground wailing, her son Huzi lying beside her. Huzi's face was deathly pale, and he clutched his belly, rolling on the ground, white foam bubbling from the corner of his mouth. And it wasn't just Huzi. Stutteringly was slumped against the wall, clutching his belly too, sweat pouring down his face from the pain, unable to even speak. Wang Dajuan stamped his feet in a panic. Where's the medic? Why isn't he here yet? Uncle, what happened? I stepped forward. Before Wang Dajuan could speak, 2 more people came charging in from outside the crowd, none other than Zhang Jianghe and Wang Xiulan. Zhang Jianghe raised his hand and pointed at me, his voice pitched high. What happened? You've still got the nerve to ask. Zhang Xiangyang, your heart's too black. That wild boar meat you handed out to everyone yesterday, it was dead pig meat bitten by a mountain viper, wasn't it? Everyone ate your meat, and they're all poisoned. That's right. Wang Xiulan piled on, fanning the flames. I said it all along. A kid who hasn't even grown all his hair. How could he take down 2 wild boars alone? He must have picked up a poisoned dead boar in the mountains, hauled it back, and played the good guy. Now look, someone's going to die. Hearing this, the villagers who didn't know the truth erupted at once. Yangzi, is this true? Was the meat really poisoned? Oh, my mother, my family got 5 pounds yesterday too. Good thing we hadn't gotten around to eating it. Zhang Xiangyang, if you really poison people with tainted meat, heaven will punish you. Yesterday, when the meat was handed out, every one of them practically wanted to put me on an altar. But now, hearing there was poison in the meat, with their own families' lives at stake, their faces changed faster than flipping a page. The way many of them looked at me now carried suspicion and menace. I ignored them and forced my way through the crowd. Striding quickly to Widow Sunday, Huzi was rolling in the snow in pain, his fingernails scraped bloody, vomiting yellow-green sour water, his eyes nearly rolling back. Stuttering Lee against the wall was worse, so weak his eyes were rolling white, without even the strength to cry out. Zhang Xiangyang, you still dare come closer? Seeing me approach, Zhang Jianghe threw his body across to block me. You harm people like this, and everyone's watching. Call the police right now, drag him to the commune, and shoot him. Wang Xiulan chimed in too. Village chief. So you favor him as usual, but today it's a matter of life and death. His yard's surely got hundreds more pounds of poison meat hidden. It all has to be searched out and burned. We can't let him harm anyone else. I crouched, pried open Huzi's mouth, leaned in, and sniffed. A sharp, sour stench shot straight to my head. My brow furrowed. This was no smell of poisoned boar meat. I knew that if a boar had eaten poisonous grass or mushrooms, the meat would have blackened and reeked long ago, and the blood would run black when drained. But those two boars yesterday, Butcherly cut them himself, blood red and meat fresh, not a thing wrong. Huzi and stuttering Li's symptoms, vomiting to exhaustion, diarrhea near dehydration, cold sweat pouring. This was clearly a large dose of purgative. Yangzi, widow's son, had cried herself hoarse, gripping my sleeve tight. Auntie never wronged you. I even pressed 2 buns on you yesterday. How could you do this? Auntie son, let go first. I took her hand in return. The meat isn't poisoned. Bullshit. Zhang Jianghe pointed at the 2 people on the ground gasping their last and roared. If it's not poisoned, why are they in this state? Zhang Xiangyang, what are you still putting on an act for? I stood and looked Zhang Jianghe in the eye. Zhang Jianghe, let me ask you. Yesterday, over 20 people from the whole village went into the mountains with me, and every household got meat. Never mind, couldn't finish it. Plenty of families chopped some up last night to stew with pickled cabbage for a treat. I gestured all around. Everyone, is that right or not? A few men glanced at one another and murmured. My family cut some to stew with potatoes last night. Whole family ate it, nothing wrong. Same with mine. We even heated up the leftovers today. I stared at Zhang Jianghe. You hear that? Plenty of people ate the meat. So why did it just happen to be Uncle Li and Huzi who fell ill? Does wild boar meat pick and choose who to poison? Zhang Jianghe was stumped, but still wouldn't concede. Who knows? Maybe the poison wasn't mixed in evenly, and they got the unlucky bit, or they ate more. I couldn't be bothered with him anymore and walked up to Wang Dajuan. Uncle, why hasn't the barefoot doctor, old man Zhang, arrived yet? Wang Dajuan's forehead was beaded with sweat too. He actually believed me, but with people collapsed at my gate, the pressure on him as village chief was immense. I sent Suzi to the town to fetch him. He'll be here soon. He lowered his voice. Yangzi, tell me straight, is there really nothing wrong with this meat? If there is, turn yourself in early, and Uncle can still put in a word for you. Uncle, don't worry. My voice was firm. If there's really something wrong with my meat, I'll chop off my own head for everyone to kick around like a chamber pot. But if someone's playing dirty behind the scenes. I looked around, my gaze lingering on Zhang Jianghe and Wang Xiulan, and said through gritted teeth, today I'll make them pay the price no matter what. Just then, the rattle of a bicycle sounded outside. Old man Zhang from the town clinic was hurriedly brought over by Suzi, a medicine box in hand. Old man Zhang cursed the moment he dismounted. Make way, crowding around like this over a patient. He walked up to Huzi and stutteringly turned back their eyelids, felt their bellies, then crouched and lifted some of the vomit off the ground with a tongue depressor, sniffing it carefully at his nose. The whole village held its breath, waiting for the doctor's verdict. Zhang Jianghe unconsciously took half a step back. Wang Xiulan hurried over to ask, Grandpa Zhang, what is it? Is the boar meat poisoned? Old man Zhang shot to his feet and glared hard at Wang Xiulan. Poison my leg. This is not a boar meat problem at all. Everyone froze. Wang Dajuan quickly pressed. Not the boar meat. Then what is it? This is croton. Old man Zhang threw his medicine box to the ground and pointed at Huzi and stutteringly. And finally ground croton powder at that. These two each ate at least 2 big spoonfuls. Croton's a purgative, used for livestock. A person eating this much, it's a wonder their guts didn't come out. The words had barely landed when the whole village was dumbstruck. Croton powder? A thing like that was only found at pharmacies and clinics, impossible to gather in the mountains. So this wasn't a boar meat problem at all. Someone had deliberately dosed it. Poisoning. Wang Dajuan caught on, his face iron gray. Someone poisoned people in our village. The villagers who'd just been cursing me broke out in cold sweat. If someone really had done it deliberately, today it was stuttering Li and Huzi. Tomorrow it might be their own family. Zhang Jianghe backed away several steps, and Wang Xiulan panicked too, forcing herself to shout. It must have been Zhang Xianyang who poisoned it when he handed out the meat. He's taking revenge on us. The excuse was too clumsy. I sneered. I handed out nearly 200 pounds of meat. If I wanted to poison someone, why would I dose the very people who helped me yesterday? Annie's son and Uncle Li? Wang Xiulan, is your brain waterlogged? The villagers came to their senses too. Right. Yesterday, Widow's son and Stuttering Li were the ones best to Yangzi, and he even gave them an extra 5 pounds. Yangzi would have to be mad to harm his own benefactors. So who actually dosed it? The old Lu woman's scheme was vicious. Stuttering Li and Widow's son were the ones who'd supported me most yesterday, and the ones who got the most meat. Knocking these two down would not only pin the poison meat crime on me, but also warn the other villagers, making everyone feel that following me meant no good days. I recited silently in my mind. System, open intermediate radar scan. Target, croton powder residue, and recent footprint tracking. Ding. Intermediate radar activated. Environmental scan in progress. Consuming 10 hunting points. Initiating environmental traceback mode. The world before me instantly turned into an X-ray view. I had only 50 hunting points left, but these 10 were well spent. On the radar interface, where before there were only living light points, now a faint dull yellow trail of powder appeared. The trail was very weak, either croton powder spilled on the snow or scuffed off a shoe sole. The path began beside the pickled cabbage jar outside Huzi's house, wound crookedly through 2 earthen walls, ran straight to below the stove window of Stuttering Li's house, and finally stretched along the village dirt road right into the gate of the old Zhang house at the east end. I saw clearly that at the trail's end, in a broken snow hollow outside the wall of Zhang Jiang's yard, sat an object glowing dull yellow, the paper packet of croton powder. I opened my eyes and asked Grandpa Zhang. This croton powder's a strong drug, ordinary folks can't buy it. When the town clinic sells it, do they keep a record? Grandpa Zhang, pouring warm salt water into Huzi, didn't even look up. Obviously, it's a potent drug. Buying more than an ounce means registering and giving a fingerprint. Otherwise, who's responsible when something happens? I nodded and pressed up to Zhang Jianghe, our noses nearly touching. Zhang Jianghe, didn't you borrow pockmarked Wang's bicycle from the west in this morning and ride to town? Zhang Jianghe's eyes darted around, and he stammered a denial. You're talking nonsense. I was lying at home all morning nursing my injury. I never went out. Is that so? I grabbed him by the collar of his padded coat, veins bulging on the back of my hand, and hoisted him up like a chick. Let go. Zhang Xiangyang, you thousand cuts wretch. You dare hit people right in front of the village chief. Wang Xiulan lunged at me like a madwoman, clawing at my face. I shot out my foot and kicked her right in the knee she'd hurt in her fall yesterday. Wang Xiulan let out a wretched scream and dropped to her knees in the snow. Holding Zhang Jianghe with one hand, I turned to Wang Dajuan. Uncle, Wang Dajuan said gravely, poisoning people, this can't be settled on words alone. The drug was just administered. Whoever did it must have the smell of croton on their shoe soles, and they wouldn't have burned the wrapping paper at home, so they'd have tossed it on the road. His eyes lit up as he immediately caught my meaning. Quick, get some people to search Zhang Jiang's house. Strip off the shoes he wore today and let Grandpa Zhang smell them. The words had barely finished when 3 or 4 sturdy young men stepped forward at once. Everyone had eaten my meat today, and hearing that someone had poisoned it, their sense of justice surged. Several of them rushed up, pinned Zhang Jianghe to the ground, and stripped off his padded leather shoes. Don't take them off. It wasn't me. It really wasn't me. Zhang Jianghe struggled and screamed. The shoes were pulled off and held under old man Zhang's nose. He wrinkled his nose and sniffed, and his face changed at once. There it is. The seams of these soles are full of croton powder. An uproar swept the crowd. The evidence was ironclad. Wang Dajuan pointed at Zhang Jianghe in fury. You animal. For the sake of your pride, you didn't even care about the villagers' lives. Huzi's only 15. Stuttering Li's been honest his whole life. How could you do something so vicious? Zhang Jianghe knew he couldn't hide it. Checked the town records, and his name was there in black and white. Village chief. Uncle, I was wrong. I really didn't mean to kill them. He knelt in the snow, kowtowing desperately. It was my grandmother. No, the old Lu woman. It was her idea. She said Zhang Xiangyang was buying off the village and needed to be taught a lesson. She had me buy croton powder and mix it into Widow's son's pickled cabbage jar and onto the well rope by Stuttering Li's door. She said the drug wouldn't kill anyone, just give them the runs, so everyone would think Zhang Xiangyang's meat was poisoned. When he finished, the villagers felt their hair stand on end. Was this something a human would do? To frame someone else, poisoning innocent people? My boy, Zhang Jianghe, you'll pay for my son's life. Widow's son suddenly threw herself over, straddling Zhang Jianghe and slapping him left and right, over a dozen slaps, blood filling his mouth. Wang Xiaolan tried to break it up, but was pinned to the ground by several sturdy women, unable to move. I watched this dog-eat-dog farce with cold eyes. A few words like this weren't enough to convict the Zhang family. What I wanted was to make the Zhang family bleed hard, ideally cripple them. Uncle Chief, I spoke up. A life for a life, and poisoning is a serious crime too. Since he's confessed, let's not delay. Suzy, go to the commune and get the police. This business today, someone has to eat peanuts. Hearing police and eat peanuts, Zhang Jianghe collapsed on the spot in terror. Just then a heart-rending wail came from outside the crowd. You can't call the police. You can't take my eldest grandson. The old Lu woman had come rushing out from who knew where, her hair a mess, kneeling before Wang Dajuan and clutching his leg tight. Village chief, you can't report this. Jianghe's about to start work at the forest farm. If he's got a record, his whole life is ruined, and the Zhang family line will be cut off. Wang Dajuan's face was full of disgust, and he kicked her off, cursing. Now you're scared? When you cooked up this line-ending scheme behind the scenes, why didn't you think about other people's lives? I watched these relatives who'd once trampled my family and lorded it over us, without a shred of pity in my heart. Not calling the police is fine too. All around fell silent at once. The old Lu woman grabbed at it like a lifeline, looking up at me. Yangzi, as long as you don't call the police, grandmother agrees to any condition. We're one family. Break the bones, and the sinews still connect. Don't give me that. You're my ancestor. I couldn't presume to climb so high. I said it word by word. First, Huzi and Uncle Li suffered greatly. They need to go to the town hospital for treatment, don't they? And the follow-up care costs money too, doesn't it? 500 each family, in cash. If it's short by a cent, I'll personally deliver Zhang Jianghe to the police. What? 1,000 yuan? 1,000 yuan in these years could buy a good courtyard house in town. Even if the Zhang family sold their iron and their pots and emptied their coffin money, they'd probably only scrape together several hundred. This was squeezing her blood dry. I didn't want to waste more breath. Too much? Fine. Then hurry and call for them. Don't. I'll pay all right. Hold on, I'm not finished. I crouched, staring into the old Lu woman's narrow eyes. The second matter. When my father Zhang Jingguo died, that 1,000 yuan of death benefits, you return it to my mother now. This instant, immediately. The moment I said it, the old Lu woman trembled all over. How could he know? When Zhang Jingguo died, Zhang Jianfang went to claim him, and the money that Black Mine paid was far more than 600. How on earth did he know there was money left over? Money owed to outsiders, she'd long since treated as her own private savings. This was Zhang Jianghe's lifeline for buying his job. Seeing her expression, I knew I'd guessed right. I'd never believed my father's death benefit was only 600. I'd only meant to test her, and hadn't expected to actually force it out. The old Lu woman's mind was in chaos now, too guilty to look at me. Xiangyang, that money's already. Wang Xiaolan tried to cut in, and I stopped her with a shout. Don't waste my breath. I said coldly. Half an hour. Lay 2,000 yuan out here neat and tidy. Short by a cent, and Zhang Jianghe goes to prison. If my uncle shields him, he won't get off easy either. Your choice. The old Lu woman slumped down into the snow, unable even to cry. 2,000 yuan. That was her coffin money, and she'd have to force Zhang Jianfang out to borrow at loan shark rates to make it up. This little animal was dead set on hollowing out the Zhang family. Yangzi, oh Yangzi. She suddenly changed her tune and started playing pitiful, shuffling over to clutch my leg. You can't be so heartless. If your father were alive and saw you treat your own grandmother like this, he wouldn't be able to close his eyes underground. The moment she mentioned my father, my eyes went cold. I jerked back, dodging her hand, the hatred in my eyes making her shudder all over. You still have the face to bring up my father? I said through gritted teeth. When my father died, his body was mangled like that. Which of you went to see him? My uncle rushed to the mine overnight and brought back nothing but a ragged straw mat rolled around him. What? Does the mine belong to your family? Is my father's life worth only 600 yuan? My words thundered out, and the villagers around felt their noses sting. Back then Zhang Jingguo died so miserably, without even a decent coffin, just nailed into a box of broken boards and buried in the grass. The old Lu woman dodged my gaze and cursed stubbornly. That was the mine owner's black heart. What could we widows and orphans do? What are you yelling at me for? The mine owner's black heart? I sneered, and seeing the panic in her eyes, grew more certain. I'll go to the Black Mountain coal mine and investigate this myself. If I find out the death benefit was more than 600, or that someone pocketed the money paid for my father's life, then 2,000 won't settle it. I'll make your whole family go to the grave with my father." The cold wind swept past, and everyone's heart went cold. Wang Dajun glanced at the sky, not wanting to drag it out longer, and cleared his throat to break the stalemate. "Old Lu woman, Xianyang's conditions aren't the least bit excessive. You poison people. Widow's son has only Huzi, and stuttering Li is the pillar of his family. Not making your family pay with a life is already showing you face. Hurry home and get the money. Ertsuzi, go with her. If she dares run or welch, take her straight to the police station." The old Lu woman knew there was no way out and slumped to the ground. She seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant, and Wang Xiaolan helped her toward home. Zhang Jianghe was left where he was, no one paying him any mind. About 40-odd minutes later, Zhang Jianfang came running over, gasping for breath. He'd been doing odd jobs in town, called back by someone Lu Jinfeng had sent, and had run so hard he'd lost one shoe. Arriving at the scene, he asked nothing, just kicked Zhang Jianghe on the ground twice. "You spendthrift good for nothing. Can't accomplish anything, only ruins things." After kicking him, Zhang Jianfeng walked up to Wang Dajun and said humbly, "Village chief, we've gathered the money, 2,000, not a cent short. Could you show some mercy and let Jianghe off this once?" Wang Dajun didn't take the money, just tipped his chin toward me. "The wrong parties are Xianyang in them. Give the money straight to them." Zhang Jianfeng walked over to me, not a trace of hatred or grievance on his face. I clenched my fists. In the village, everyone thought this uncle was uncomplaining and hardworking, up early and out late. But if not for my rebirth, I'd never have seen through the sinister scheming hidden behind that face. Zhang Jianfeng was more capable and better at pretending than Zhang Jianghe and Lu Jinfeng. "Uncle apologizes to you on Jianghe's behalf. Count the money." Zhang Jianfeng handed over the oil paper packet. I took it. Inside were stacks of tens and plenty of smaller notes. In this money was Zhang Jiangwo's 1,000 yuan of death benefits, plus the Zhang family's savings scrimped over the years, and possibly money borrowed from the village's better-off households too. I counted out 500 and handed it to Widow's son and stuttering Li's wife. Auntie Li, take this money and hurry Uncle and Huzi to the town for an 4 drip. Build your bodies back up properly. This trouble started because of me. I've wronged you. If you have any difficulties down the road, come to me anytime." Widow's son clutched the 500, her hands trembling. She couldn't earn this much in a lifetime of farm work. She wept as she tucked the money into her coat. "Yangzi, this isn't your fault. It's those black-hearted animals' evil doing." The remaining 1,000 I tucked into my inner pocket against my body. My father's death price money. I'd finally taken it back with my own hands. I stared at Zhang Jianfeng. "All right, the money's collected. This ends here. Take this waste and get lost, and don't let me see him in the village again." Zhang Jianfeng gritted his teeth and hauled Zhang Jianghe up off the ground. As he left, he shot me a hard look. "Xianyang, your skills have grown. It's a long road, we'll see." With that, Zhang Jianfeng dragged Zhang Jianghe away. The farce over, the villagers dispersed. After this, no one dared look down on me again. Even the few women who loved to gossip most now had to smile carefully when they saw me. "Yangzi, come in and sit." Wang Dajun patted my shoulder. Following him inside, a wave of warm air met me. Wang Qian'er was holding a basin of hot water, her eyes still red, clearly frantic with worry earlier. "Brother Xianyang, are you cold? Wash your hands quick. There's warm water on the stove." She hurried to hand me a towel, her eyes full of concern. Warmth spread through me, and I took the towel to wipe my hands. "Qian'er, it's fine, don't worry." Wang Dajun sat at the head of the bed and sighed. "Yangzi, you did well today, tough and in the right. The Zhang family's taken a real blow this time." But his expression darkened. Zhang Jianfeng hides a knife behind his smile. "You've bankrupted him, and he'll surely look for a way to get back at you. Especially with you investigating the Black Mountain coal mine. If you really dig something up, he might fight to the death. You need to be careful." I pulled up a stool and sat. "Uncle, I understand. Strike a snake and fail to kill it, and you'll suffer for it. I want to make them hurt. As for the mine, I'll be careful. I won't act rashly before I've got a clear picture." "Good." Wang Dajun nodded, then suddenly changed tack. "I hear you're going to the county today too? The 200 pounds of meat you brought back last night have vanished. Tell Uncle straight. Have you found a way into the black market?" I didn't hide it from him. "Yes, all traded for cash. I've also ordered red brick and cement." The pipe in Wang Dajun's hand jerked, his face full of surprise. "You really mean to build a tile house? Once the weather warms, we start. Every day my mother and Yuan live another day in this rundown earthen house is another day of suffering. I want them living in the best." Wang Dajun studied me a while, then suddenly laughed. Good kid, you've got guts. Leave the building to uncle. I'll pick the village's strong laborers for you, and I guarantee the house comes out beautiful. He glanced at Wang Qian'er eavesdropping nearby and deliberately put on a stern face. You've got money in hand now, so cut down on hauling a gun into the deep mountains. That's no long-term road. Once the house is built, you should think about starting a family and finding proper work. I glanced at Wang Qian'er. The girl blushed and turned to run into the inner room. I stood and bowed earnestly to Wang Dajun. Uncle, once I've dug up the Zhang family's secrets and built the grandest fine house in these parts, I'll come to your house with gongs and drums, in full glory, to ask for her hand. I won't let Qian'er suffer any hardship. Wang Dajun was taken aback at first, then laughed and cursed. Get lost. Not a stroke of it settled yet. Did I agree to marry my daughter to you? Hurry home. Your mother's worrying about you. When I left the village chief's house, the night was already deep. I headed for my rundown home. The 1,000 yuan against my chest reminded me constantly of my father's blood debt. Now I had 2,000 yuan in hand, enough to build 3 tile-roofed rooms. Once brother whose brick and cement arrived, I could break ground come spring. Life was steadying. Back home, my mother and Yuan weren't asleep yet. Seeing me safely back, my mother finally let out a breath. I handed her the 1,000 yuan of death benefits. Mom, Dad's death benefit, not a cent short. My mother burst into tears at once. She didn't ask how I'd gotten it. This once dull son had now become the family's pillar. Once I'd settled mother and daughter to sleep, I sat by the stove pit feeding firewood, my mind entering the system shop. 40 hunting points, and the environmental scan had cost 10. My skills were intermediate radar detection and intermediate trap setting. Only 40 points, not enough for the body-strengthening potion. That coal mine was a mix of gangsters and mine bosses. Going in alone and getting spotted was the end, maybe buried straight in an abandoned shaft. System, is there anything cheap and concealable for self-defense? The system panel flickered, and a discounted item refreshed at the very bottom of the physical goods category. Military multi-purpose combat knife, with a blood groove, matte black finish, priced at 25 points, cuts iron like mud, a close combat weapon. My eyes lit up. The homemade gun was too big and conspicuous to carry. This knife could hide in my boot for defense. Redeem. My hand weighed down, and the black knife appeared. The blade was razor sharp, a prickle of pain the moment my finger touched it. I strapped the knife to my calf and began working out my plan. For days remained until the pickup I'd arranged with brother who. Going into the mountains to hunt was too inefficient. These next few days, while the Zhang family was crippled and couldn't spare attention for me, was the time to make the trip to the Black Mountain coal mine 50 li away. I couldn't wait any longer. My father's death was full of doubts, and my uncle's reaction weighed on my chest all the more. Early the next morning, I told my mother I was going to the county to keep an eye on the building materials, packed a few flatbread cakes, and headed out into the wind and snow. The Black Mountain coal mine was hidden in a deep gully where 2 big mountains met at an angle, never seeing the sun all year, coal slag and garbage lining the roadside. On a snowy day, even the snow on the ground was streaked black and white. I didn't take the main road, where the mine bosses had set up a checkpoint specifically to guard against the authorities auditing their books. Using the intermediate radar to scan the terrain, I crept in over the steep cliff face on the back mountain. Past 2 in the afternoon, I lay behind a big boulder, using the system radar to lock onto the mine area below. The mine was a chaotic sprawl, rundown work sheds strung together, and in the distance a vertical shaft leading underground. A winch hauled raw coal up without pause. The workers were nothing but rags, coated in coal dust, pushing coal carts like walking corpses. Anyone too slow got a few vicious lashes from the overseers. It was practically hell. This is where Dad worked for 5 years. My heart ached bitterly. I held my breath and turned on the radar to look for clues. But the radar could only show living people or fresh traces, and my father had been dead nearly 2 months. There was nothing to find. To learn the truth, I could only pry it from the mouth of a living person. I fixed on a target, a lame old miner clearing coal scraps at the shaft mouth, often kicked down by the overseers, but always crawling back up to keep working. A man like this, having been at the mine a long time, knew the most, and with enough incentive, would open up most easily. Night fell. The miners changed shifts and went to the canteen for thin gruel, while the overseers gathered in a big room with a heated stove, drinking and playing cards, their laughter coarse. The lame old man held an iron bowl, crouched at the mouth of an abandoned mine tunnel, slowly licking the last few grains of rice from the bottom. I quietly slid down the cliff, avoiding everyone's eyes, and approached the old man from behind. One hand covered his mouth, and the knife in my other hand pressed against his side. Don't make a sound. Cry out, and I'll draw blood. Answer what I ask. Not if you understand. The old man trembled all over and nodded again and again. I let go and drew back the knife. Grandpa, I'm not here to harm you. I pulled 200 yuan notes from my coat and tucked them into his tattered clothes. I just want to ask you about one person. 2 months ago, a man named Zhang Jingguo died in a mining accident here. Did you know him? At the name Zhang Jingguo, the old man went stiff, his eyes widening, and he looked at me, stammering. What are you to Jingguo? His voice shook, his eyes reddening. I'm his son, Zhang Xiangyang. Heaven above. Hearing this, the old man dropped straight to his knees, tears mixing with cold dust as they ran down. Yangzi, you're really Yangzi? When your father was alive, he'd always talk about you. Said once he saved up money he'd go back to see your mother and your sister. He even saved food to give me. My heart lurched. I'd finally found the right person. I quickly pulled the old man up and dragged him deep into the abandoned tunnel. Grandpa, you have to help me piece together the truth. My father was clearly working above ground. So how did he die in a cave-in below? What actually happened? The old man glanced around, his expression tense, and grabbed my arm. Yangzi, get out of here fast. This place really does devour people whole, bones and all. His voice trembled. Your father didn't die in a gas explosion. He was murdered. My pupils shrank, my heart pounding. Who did it? The old man looked at me and clenched his teeth. That night your father was on watch above the shaft. In the middle of the night, the mine owner's relative dug into a raw seam below with something inside it. The owner didn't want word getting out, so he sent a few hard-hearted overseers down. Your father happened to be bringing water down and ran into what they were doing. He trembled as he spoke. I saw it with my own eyes. Your father came crawling up out of the shaft covered in blood, and before he'd run a few steps, that black surnamed foreman of the owners knocked him out cold with a shovel. They threw your father and those few poor wretches back down the shaft, then set off explosives and faked it as a gas explosion cave-in. Blood rushed to my head, and it felt like my skull would split. Beaten unconscious alive, thrown down the shaft and blown up. Such vicious cruelty was utterly inhuman. I ground my teeth, forcing down the rage in my heart. Grandpa, what happened after? When my uncle Zhang Jianfang came to claim the body, didn't he notice anything? My father clearly had his head smashed in. At the name Zhang Jianfang, the old man gave a cold laugh. Your uncle? How could he not have noticed? Half your father's head was caved in, nothing like being blown up. But that black foreman pulled out a black leather bag and threw it to your uncle. I was playing dead, lying by the shaft mouth, and I heard it clear as day. The black foreman said, "This is an accident at the mine, 5,000 yuan of hush money, and if you dare say one word more, we'll kill your whole family." Your uncle, the moment he saw the money, his eyes went red. He didn't even look at the body carefully, took the money and agreed on the spot, and personally rolled your father up in a ragged mat and carried him away. 5,000 yuan. Not 600, not 1,000, not even 1,600. A full 5,000 in blood money. Zhang Jianfang had swallowed 3,400 of that blood money, and after returning to the village had colluded with the old Lu woman and the rest, refusing to let even the 600 on the books go, forcing our family of 3 to the edge of ruin. Zhang Jianfang, Lu Jinfeng. I suddenly swung the knife and stabbed it into the rock wall. I forced myself calm. If I was going to take revenge, I'd have to wipe out the Black Mountain mine and the Zhang family together. Grandpa, what exactly did they dig up down there? Something that would make the owner kill to silence people? I pressed. I don't rightly know what it was. The old man eyed my knife, terrified of getting himself killed in the heat of the moment. That night, the black foreman took a few outside vagrants down, said they were going to survey the coal seam in the abandoned pit. Zhang Wo, honest man that he was, saw there was no movement below and carried a thermos down to bring water. My stomach was upset, so I was relieving myself behind the shaft mouth, and I saw with my own eyes Zhang Wo scramble up from below, his flashlight shattered, his face deathly pale, muttering over and over, "What a sin, it's a pit of the dead." I frowned. What in the world did they dig up down there? I didn't get a clear look before I heard that vagrant below shouting, said they dug out yellow slurry water with green-furred iron lumps buried in it, and some kind of big hobnailed boot sole. This Black Mountain was where the Japanese devils mined coal in the early years, and who knows what evil thing was hidden in those iron lumps. Zhang Wo let out a shout, and the black foreman grabbed a flat-headed iron shovel and crept up quietly from behind the shaft mouth. Reaching this point, the old lame man couldn't stop his tears and simply covered his face with his hands. "Yangzi, I'll never forget the sound of that day as long as I live. Zhang Wo didn't even have time to cry out before half his head caved in, blood and white brains splattering all over the black foreman's face. And after that, my voice was calm, like a corpse speaking. Only I knew my mouth was full of the taste of rust, my calves still twitching without stop. I wasn't afraid. I was full of hate. I wanted nothing more than to turn every inch of the Black Mountain mine over and tear my enemy's flesh off strip by strip. Yellow slurry water, green-furred iron lumps, worn boot soles. In my past life, I'd seen plenty of shady sorts and heard many secret tales of this northeastern land. The mountain behind the Black Mountain mine had been a secret Japanese fortress back then. Those green-furred iron lumps were no ordinary scrap iron. They were most likely poison gas, shells the Japanese hadn't had time to destroy when they retreated in defeat. The yellow slurry water was the leaked toxin. Zhang Jingguo had worked honestly his whole life, and this time carrying hot water down the shaft, he'd happened to run into the owner digging up the gas shells. Afraid word would leak, the owner had struck to kill outright. Grandpa, those people who got the yellow slurry on them, what happened to them after? Horrible, too horrible. Those few vagrants who went down, once the yellow water touched them, white smoke rose off their bodies and blisters swelled up big as a child's fist. Down in the pit they howled, not even like people, their throats rotting through first, blood spraying from their mouths. The black foreman saw it going bad and struck without mercy. Your father ran too slow and got dropped by a shovel. The ones splashed with the poison but not yet dead were all kicked into the deep pit with your father, and then they set off the blasting cap. The moment he'd said it, the old lame man grabbed my wrist, his nails digging into the flesh. Yangzi, heed a word from Grandpa. Let this rot in your belly. The black foreman has a dozen-odd vagrants under him with lives on their hands, and they've got homemade guns and dynamite. Your uncle took 5,000 in hush money and has long been one of their gang. You're just one person, you can't fight them. Get out of here fast. I fell silent. Zhang Jianfeng, oh Zhang Jianfeng. You traded your own brother's life for 5,000 yuan, then turned around to squeeze the last 600 in death benefits from a widow and orphans. Was this still a man? Lower than an animal? I grasped the old lame man's hand. Grandpa, my father lived frugally and looked after you all along. I hold that kindness in my heart. Hide these cakes well and eat them slowly. As I spoke, I pressed all the dry rations I'd brought on him. My father's blood can't be spilled for nothing, but the mine business is too complicated. I can't touch them yet. You endure it for now. Bow your head when you have to, and whatever you do, don't give yourself away. Once I've dealt with those bloodsuckers back in the village, I'll come take you to a good life. Suddenly, footsteps crunched outside. From the sound, at least 3 or 4 people. Where'd that old lame dog go and die? Brother Hay told him to empty the chamber pot. Did the old thing fall in the toilet? A duck-voiced man cursed. The old lame man went deathly pale and quickly shoved me. Bad, it's Hay's men. Hide inside. Quick, don't make a sound. I pressed against the tunnel wall and slid into the deepest shadow, reciting silently. System, activate intermediate radar, minimum range alert mode. With only 40 hunting points left, I could only open a 5-meter alert ring, which wouldn't cost points. The moment anyone came within 5 meters, the alarm would sound. I felt down my calf and gripped the military combat knife I'd just redeemed. If I was really discovered, these 3 or 4 vagrants, I could fight to the death and finish them all within 10 seconds. I absolutely couldn't let them fire a gun. Several flashlight beams swept wildly into the tunnel. There he is. You old dog, playing dead in here. A man walked over and kicked the old lame man in the shoulder. The old lame man fell, clutching the cakes against his chest for dear life, crying out and playing the pathetic wretch. Masters, my stomach's acting up. I was just crouching here. Cut the crap. Brother Hay's in a foul mood. Hurry over and wait on him. A lanky one beside him passed around a cigarette, complaining. Brother Go, what's wrong with Brother Hay now? Didn't they just haul off that batch of special supply coal a couple days ago, and the boss even handed out bonuses? Brother Go lit the cigarette and cursed. It's that Zhang Jianfeng from Zhang family village. Damn it. 2 months ago, he took 5,000 in hush money. That guy's been acting up lately. Actually sent word to Brother Hay through someone. Said trouble hit his family, and he wants to borrow 2,000 more. Hidden in the dark, my face changed abruptly. Zhang Jianfeng was after money again. I quickly grasped why. Yesterday, I'd made Lu Jianfeng and Zhang Jianfeng cough up 2,000 in compensation. Zhang Jianfeng's family had long treated that 5,000 as their own, and now that it had suddenly been demanded back, how could they take it lying down? Short on money to spend, and now treating the Black Mountain mine like a cash machine. The lanky one laughed too. That old guy's tired of living? He dares extort Brother Hay? Why didn't Brother Hay bring the brothers and level his house? Level nothing. The owner gave the word. The city's been cracking down on organized crime lately, and with that yellow water still buried under our mine, we can't stir up trouble at all. That old fox Zhang Jianfang is sharp. He also said if we don't give him money, he'll go to the county and report our mine for the cave-in deaths. Brother Ghost stamped out his cigarette irritably. Brother Hay's fuming right now. Said tomorrow he'll personally take 2 men to Zhang family village and settle this. Settle it? Brother Hay's not going to silence him, is he? Shut up. Stop asking. Come on, drag this lame one away. Cursing and grumbling, the men dragged the old lame man off into the distance. I straightened up from the shadows and slid the knife back into my leg wrap. Zhang Jianfang, you think grabbing dirt on the Black Mountain mine means you can feed off it your whole life? You've no idea what kind of desperados these men are. You're sending yourself to your death. I'd been mulling how to bring down the Black Mountain mine and Zhang Jianfang together, and now Zhang Jianfang had jumped out on his own. Tomorrow the Black Foreman was going to Zhang family village? Good, very good. I didn't linger. My purpose was accomplished. Under cover of night, I climbed the cliff and hurried back to the village through the night. At the east end of the village, the main room of the old Zhang house was in chaos. The bed table was overturned, shards of porcelain all over the floor. Zhang Jianfang crouched in a corner, sullenly smoking his pipe, muttering, 2,000 yuan. A full 2,000 yuan. The old Lu woman lay collapsed on the bed, slapping her thigh and wailing. All the money we scrimped and saved these years, and the 800 in high-interest loans we borrowed from the Li family and the Sun family, all paid out. Your second brother's 600 in death benefits went in too. There's no way to go on living. Wang Xiulan huddled in the corner of the bed, not daring to breathe. This whole thing had been the scheme she and her mother-in-law had cooked up for her son, and now the chicken had flown and the rice was lost. Trying to trap me, she'd handed me leverage instead, and all the family's money had gone in. Half of Zhang Jiang's face was still swollen from Zhang Jianfang's beating yesterday. He was still muttering, unconvinced. Dad, Zhang Xiangyang's just extorting us. Just take a few men and grab the money back at night, and it's done. In a few days I've got to go to the forest farm to see Director Li. What about my permanent worker slot? Grab it. Grab it with what? Zhang Jianfang went into a rage, snatched up his pipe bowl, and smacked it against Zhang Jianghe, scalding him into a yelp. Didn't you see he can kill wild boars? Village chief Wang Dajuan would practically enshrine him as his own son now. The whole village singing his praises, and you dare go grab from him? You believe it or not, the moment you step into his yard, someone splits you with an axe. Zhang Jianfang's chest ached so he could hardly breathe. Handing over 2,000 yuan yesterday had felt like bleeding to death, but he hadn't dared not pay. What he feared most wasn't his son going to jail, but my words, I'll go to the Black Mountain mine and investigate myself. That line struck straight at Zhang Jianfang's fatal weakness. No one knew better than he how his brother had died. That 5,000 in hush money had long been buried in a broken iron pot at the bottom of the backyard well. If I really went digging, whatever I turned up, once it alarmed the mine's black boss, they'd surely think he'd taken the money and still wouldn't settle down, and then his whole family would be buried in the shaft. Enough, stop your wailing. I'll figure out Jianghe's job. Worst case, I take that batch of rotten grain work at the town grain station. A few more months of hard work, and we'll get through it. Zhang Jianfang stood up, his face dark, his eyes vicious. Zhang Xianyang's wings have hardened now. He can hunt boars, and he's pulled the village chief and all the village poor over to his side. If we clash head-on, it's an egg against a rock. Lu Jinfeng shrieked, unwilling to accept it. Then what do? We just swallow this. Zhang Jianfang sneered. Swallow it. There's no such thing as taking a loss in my book. The wool comes off the sheep's back. Zhang Xianyang wants to investigate the second son's death? He'll find nothing. Since the money's been paid out, I'll go demand another share from the real culprit. Lu Jinfeng's face went deathly pale, understanding at once. Eldest, you want to demand money from the Black Mountain mine? Those people kill without blinking. Mom, only the bold eat their fill, the timid starve. Their business at the mine, once it's exposed, the owner can't escape and the mine shuts down. However fierce that Black Foreman is, can he be tougher than the government's guns? I've got dirt on them, so what's 2,000 yuan? They'll hand over 5,000 nice and obedient. I've already sent word. At noon I'll meet the Black Foreman at the Supply Cooperative's eatery. Zhang Jianfang put on his padded coat and buttoned his hat. Everybody stay home and don't go provoking that mad dog Zhang Xiangyang. Once I've got the money back, we still have to buy Jianghe's job and we'll live well again. As for Zhang Shangyang, once we've recovered, I'll get someone to work him over and break his legs." With that, Zhang Jianfang pushed open the door and walked out into the wind and snow. Just as he left, I slipped back into the village. The sky had just brightened when I came in the door. My mother was boiling gruel on the bed and, seeing my face white with frost, hurried to wipe it with a hot towel. "Yangzi, where'd you go again? Not sleeping all night. Can your body take it?" "Mom, it's fine. I went to the county to look at the brick and tile materials and rushed back through the night." I glanced at Yuan still asleep on the bed, new padded shoes on her feet, a bit of color back in her face, and my heart finally found some comfort. After breakfast, I didn't sleep long before getting up. I badly needed hunting points now. 2 days remained until the handover with Brother Hu, and once the building materials arrived and work started, I'd have no time for the mountains. Last night's business at the mine had given me a sense of crisis. To take on gun-toting mine bosses, my current ability wasn't enough. I had to use the system to redeem a physique-strengthening potion, even the 200-point beginner physique potion. I decided to pull off something big. I checked the knife on my calf, slung Wang Dajuan's homemade gun on my back, and stuck the big axe at my waist. This time I headed straight into the depths of the old forest. Old hunters always said, once you're in the deep woods, life and death are up to fate. There, centuries-old red pines blotted out the sky, and in winter there were starving lone wolves and old beasts driven in. The most dangerous were the bears woken hungry from hibernation. I walked nearly 4 hours before reaching the edge of Black Gully. The snow here was soft, a single step sinking to the thigh. All around was so silent, not even birdsong could be heard. System, activate intermediate radar, maximum range scan. 10 hunting points deducted, 20 remaining. Intermediate radar activated, scan range 2,000 meters. The scene before me shifted at once. Within a kilometer or two, there were only a few faint green and yellow light points, probably hares and dim-witted roe deer. I couldn't be bothered with them and turned my attention farther out. Suddenly, at the 9 o'clock direction, in a mountain hollow about 1,500 meters off, a dazzling orange-red mass of light appeared. The mass was enormous, and the system interface popped up a warning. High-value prey detected. Danger level high. Overall assessment, adult northeastern leopard, or a mutant single-tusked old lone boar over 500 pounds. Whichever it was, taking it down would surely double my hunting points. I licked my dry, cracked lips, gripped the homemade gun, and crept downwind toward it. Still 500 meters off, a stench of rot mixed with rank meat already drifted through the air. This was no leopard. Leopards like to stay clean. Only one beast loved to roll in mud and carcasses and rub pine resin and grit onto its body, the big lone boar. As the saying went, a boar gone solitary becomes a demon. An old boar cast out of the herd grew enormous, foul-tempered and cunning, wearing down its tusks against trees year-round. Those tusks could snap a man's thigh bone like slicing tofu. I hid behind a big tree, watching the radar. The orange-red light point was stopped in a sunken snow pit, seeming to tear at something, its massive body packing the snow down flat. I couldn't fight it head-on. Last time, dealing with the sow, I'd nearly been killed. This lone boar was even bigger, at least 500 or 600 pounds. Ordinary iron shot would do nothing against its body. Looking at my mere 20 remaining hunting points, I gritted my teeth. You can't catch a wolf without a child as bait. All in. System, redeem 2 special animal traps. 20 hunting points deducted, 0 remaining. Special animal traps issued. 2 refined steel traps appeared out of thin air in my hands. Jaws interlocking, springs thick as thumbs. Caught in one, even a shin bone would be crushed clean through. I immediately activated the intermediate trap setting function. I didn't set the traps directly in front of the boar. This kind of old beast was extremely shrewd and would circle around at the smell of iron. I began carefully studying the surroundings. The snow pit was like an upside-down gourd, with only one narrow exit, surrounded by steep walls and thorny brush. I quietly circled to the sole exit, dug through the deep snow, set the 2 special traps in an interlocking splayed formation, carefully camouflaged them with dirt and snow, and scattered crumbs of salty mustard root over them to mask the iron stench. The trap set, I immediately climbed the red pine beside it and aimed the homemade gun at the path below that the boar had to cross. I took out a stone and hurled it hard at the black shape in the snow pit. Thunk! The stone landed. The snow suddenly shook, and a tank-like black boar came charging out. Its neck bristled with stiff mane, 2 curved tusks at its mouth still hung with scraps of flesh. its eyes vicious as it madly searched for the one who'd provoked it. It lowered its head, caught the human scent, roared, and its forehooves flew, tearing through the wind and snow straight for the exit. Thick trees along the way snapped as it slammed into them. Nothing could stop it. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. The big lone boar charged into the gourd's mouth, its massive body stomping straight into the trap. Illo! A wretched scream. The special trap instantly clamped its right foreleg, the sawtoothed jaws sinking straight into bone. Just as it tried to struggle, its left hind leg was clamped fast by the other trap. The agony sent the boar into a frenzy of thrashing, blood spraying and staining the snow red. Dirt and snow churned into a mess. But the beast's life was stubborn, and the agony only stoked its ferocity. It struggled desperately, opening its huge mouth to bite at the traps. Now, I leaned half out of the tree, aiming at the boar thrashing wildly below. The two of us were no more than 5 meters apart, the hollow at the back of the boar's neck fully exposed. Die, damn you! My thumb cocked the hammer, and I squeezed the trigger. Bang! Both barrels fired at once, muzzle flash shooting straight into the back of the boar's neck. A muffled splat, blood spraying everywhere. The iron shot blasted its spine apart, mangling even the nerves. That mountain of fat suddenly stiffened, twitched a few times, and the light in its eyes scattered fast. The 500-pound mound of meat crashed into the snow, kicking up a spray of red and white, and then went still. Ding! Congratulations, host. Slaying a severely dangerous adult heavily mutated lone boar above your level triggered a perfect hunt rating. Reward, 150 hunting points. Achievement triggered, Mountain Forest Overlord, Beginner. Additional reward, 50 hunting points. Current total hunting points, 200. I didn't rush down the mountain. There was a saying in the hills, even a dead pig you guard against 3 twitches. This nearly demon old beast could have a last surge of life at death and truly gut a man. I lay in the tree waiting 10 minutes, until I saw the boar's belly go completely still and its pupils turn fully gray, then slid down the trunk. The moment my feet touched ground, my legs began to shake. That last shot had been too close, and the recoil had numbed half my arm, still not recovered. I walked up to the dead boar and kicked at that protruding tusk. No movement. This time it was truly dead. I dropped down into the snow. 200 points. A full 200 hunting points. System, redeemed the beginner physique strengthening potion for me. 200 hunting points deducted, current balance, 0. Item issued. A chill spread across my palm, and a thumb-sized glass vial appeared in my hand, half full of dark red liquid, the color like pig's blood left out too long. I pulled the stopper. Whatever the hell you are, as long as it keeps me alive. I tipped my head back and drank it all in one gulp. The instant the potion hit my stomach, I regretted it. This was no liquid, it was red-hot charcoal. A fire exploded from my gut and went tearing wildly through my whole body. I didn't even have time to curse before I sprang up from the snow, clutching my belly, and charged into the brush. Arg. Pain. Unbearable pain. 10 million ants seemed to have burrowed into the seams of my bones, biting and gnawing. Every tendon felt like it was being yanked out, roasted black over fire, then forcibly stuffed back in. I rolled madly in the snow, fingers clawing hard at the frozen earth, my nails all split, blood pouring from all 10 fingers. To keep from crying out and drawing a wolf pack, I grabbed a tree branch and jammed it in my mouth to bite down. But I bit too hard, snapping the branch on the spot, the splinters filling my mouth with blood. The sweat that beaded up froze at once into ice in the wind more than 20 below, my clothes clammy, soaked through, coated in filth. That was the impurities being purged from my body. This torment, like being skinned and having my sinews drawn, dragged on for a full half hour. When the pain passed, I lay sprawled out in a pit of muck mixed with mud and snow melt, and tried to move my fingers. Crack. A joint popped, and I flipped over and got up. Standing up, it felt like the whole world had changed. My clothes had gone tight, my shoulders straining against the bulging slabs of muscle. I gave my fist a squeeze, and there was actually a dull thud. I looked at the birch tree beside me, drew my right arm back, twisted at the waist, and slammed a punch into it. Bang! The bark burst, wood chips flying, the whole tree shaking violently, all the snow on its crown falling down. I drew my hand back, not a mark on my fist. This is what real capital feels like. With this kind of strength, even barehanded against 2 or 3 Black Mountain Mine thugs, I could drop them with a few punches. But the trickiest thing right now was this 500-plus pound dead boar. I had the strength, but the snow in the old forest was knee-deep, and without a sled, Even hauling back 200 pounds of meat would be tough. What's more, this big boar stank too much. Bringing it all back to the village would surely stir up envy again. And with the heat just having died down these 2 days, I couldn't show off again. Have to cut off this piece. I drew the knife and slid the point into the wound behind the boar's neck. SHHK. This big boar had coarse hide and thick flesh, and even the system's military blade could only cut through slowly. My hands were all brute force now, and cutting along the joints, I took off the 4 big hocks, then split the belly open and scooped out the still steaming heart and liver. Together these came to 150 pounds, all the choicest meat. Then I used the big axe to chop off the 2 half-foot tusks at the boar's mouth, which would fetch a good price at the black market. The remaining 300-odd pounds of offal, head, and bone-in meat I simply couldn't carry. I found a crevice in the rocks nearby, tamped down the snow with my feet, tossed all the leftover meat in, broke off a dozen-odd pine branches to cover it, and finally buried it tight with snow. This weather was like a natural icebox. Once I got a sled, coming back to haul it wouldn't be too late. I loaded 150 pounds of meat into a coarse cloth sack, tied it tight with rope, and slung it over my shoulder. I stood and gauged the weight. Before, a load like this would have had me gasping for breath, but with my body strong now, this bit of burden was nothing. I wrapped the homemade gun in cloth, hung it across my chest, got my bearings, and strode out of the forest. 50 li away, the eatery of the town's state-run supply cooperative was full of steam. It was past mealtime, and the place was cold and deserted. A waitress leaned against the counter knitting, but her eyes stayed fixed on the several people at the table by the window. On the table sat garlic mashed pork, fried peanuts, and half a bottle of Red Star Erguo too. Zhang Jianfang sat on the bench, ill at ease. He threw his weight around in the village, but before the man across from him, he kept his head down. The man across was in his 40s, with a big black mole on his face sprouting a few hairs. He was the black foreman of the Black Mountain mine, nicknamed Blackie. 2 vicious-looking types stood behind Blackie. One of them Brother Go, who'd been cursing the old lame man in the mine tunnel last night. Blackie picked up the bottle with a smile that wasn't a smile and filled Zhang Jianfang's cup. Old Zhang, haven't seen you in ages. Why come looking for me all of a sudden today? Zhang Jianfang had prepared a belly full of words, but facing Blackie's gaze he still lost his nerve. Yet thinking of the 2,000 yuan I'd swindled out of him yesterday, and the money the family needed to buy the job, his greed overcame his fear. He raised the cup and downed it in one, working up his nerve. Boss, hey, I've run into a hard problem. No way around it. So I've come to beg your help. Blackie picked up a peanut and chewed slowly. Zhang Jianfang gritted his teeth and went on. 2 months ago, when my second brother had his accident at the mine, I've kept my mouth shut all along. But that troublesome nephew of mine, who knows where he heard something, has been raising hell at home these past days, saying his father died suspiciously and insisting on going to the commune to lodge a complaint, even writing an anonymous letter to the county. Blackie's peanut chewing stopped. He stared at Zhang Jianfang and asked coldly, "Complaint? What does he want to report?" Zhang Jianfang said in a low voice. "He says the mine dug up something it shouldn't have and talks about yellow slurry water, wants to bring the government's people to turn over the pit." Hearing this, Brother Go's face darkened at once, and his hand crept toward the small of his back. Blackie's smile didn't change. He raised a hand, his tone light. Brother Zhang, don't take rumor for fact. You can't keep a lid on this anymore." Zhang Jianfang went with it and poured out his woes. "Can't keep the lid on. That little wolf cub is like a mad dog now. Boss, hey, he's just never seen money. Give him money and I'll go smooth him over, and I guarantee he won't dare say a word. But my family's poor, so I wanted to, from you, boss, hey." He held up 2 fingers. "Borrow 2,000 more." Blackie's mouth twitched. Zhang Jianwo's family hadn't seen a cent of that 5,000 in hush money, and now here he was asking for money. Clearly Zhang Jianfang wanted to shake out a sum for himself. In the old days, Blackie would have slapped him across the face long ago, but not now. The mine's gas shells were still being dealt with, the city was cracking down hard, and there absolutely could be no trouble. Blackie put away the smile, his tone warmer still. "Brother Zhang, Zhangwo was a solid man at the mine too. What's 2,000 yuan?" Zhang Jianfang's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked, "Boss, hey, you agree?" Blackie leaned in close and lowered his voice. "Not just 2,000. I'll give you 4,000. The extra 2, call it my treat for tea. 4,000. Zhang Jianfang's mind could barely keep up. Blackie shifted his tone. "But this money's no small sum, and I didn't bring enough today. Tomorrow night at midnight, bring your nephew and wait for me at the Earth Temple by that old forest behind the village. I'll have someone bring the money over, and I'll have the brothers scare that kid a little, so he behaves from now on. How's that? Zhang Jianfang's head was full of nothing but getting 4,000 yuan tomorrow night. He hesitated over whether to bring me along, already calculating in his heart that if it came to it, he'd take the money, then find someone to break my legs and lock me up. Fine, fine. Boss, hey, you're a stand-up man. I'll thank you on Zhang Wo's behalf. Zhang Jianfang bowed again, and Blackie waved him out. Go on, walk carefully. Zhang Jianfang left, thanking him gratefully all the while. The moment the door shut, Blackie's smile vanished at once, and he kicked over the bench. Brother, hey, are you really giving that old thing 4,000 yuan? Damn it. Zhang Jianfang dares threaten me, truly tired of living. Tomorrow night? Blackie looked coldly at Brother Go. This old guy's already leaked the secret under the mine. Keeping him is a hazard. No need to wait for tomorrow. Tonight, in the small hours, Guzi, take a few men, bring gasoline, go to Zhang family village. Brother Go's eyes lit up, and he asked, Brother Hey, clean and quick? Slip in first, tie up Zhang Jianfang, his wife, and that kid called Jianghe, search out the 5,000 yuan. Then wire the door shut, set fire to everything, and say the heated bed caught fire in winter. In snow like this, once the fire's done there's nothing left, no one can investigate a thing. Blackie took a sip of wine. Zhang Jiangwo's son, did you find out where he lives? Brother Go nodded. Found out. They've split the household. That kid lives with his mother and the little girl in the rundown house at the village entrance, some way from Zhang Jianfang's place. Blackie slammed his cup on the table. A family should go on the road together. We split into two groups. If that kid gets wind of anything, he'll be trouble too. Settle it all tonight. Leave no one alive, understand? Understood, Brother Hey. Tonight, I'll make sure the Zhang line ends. Brother Go smiled grimly and stroked the hilt of his knife. It was dark by the time I reached the village. Carrying 150 pounds of meat the whole way, my steps were like riding wind and fire wheels. The potion's after effects had fully kicked in, my strength greatly increased, but my stomach was hungry as a water pump, digesting everything I ate to rebuild my body. Reaching the door of the old house, I deftly stepped around the nail-studded board. Mom, I'm back. I pushed the door open. My mother was feeding firewood into the stove, her color much better than a few days ago. Yangzi's back. Get inside. Your face is blue with cold. She hurried to stand and reached to take the sack off my shoulder. Io. The moment she touched the sack, she was jerked into a stagger and nearly fell. Mom, don't. The sack's too heavy, let me. I lifted the sack one-handed and set it easily in the corner. My mother was a little dazed. Yangzi, what materials did you go to town for this time? I untied the sack's mouth. Not materials, meat. Ran into a boar that was already dead in the mountains, chopped it into a few pieces, and hauled it back. Tomorrow night, I'll take it to the county black market, all to Brother Hu. I didn't dare tell the truth. If my mother knew I'd killed a 500-pound boar single-handed, it'd probably scare her out of her wits. Big brother. Yuan crawled over wrapped in her little quilt. Having eaten meat, the little girl finally had some flesh on her face, no longer pitifully thin like before. Yuan, be good. I stroked my sister's head. Growl. My stomach rumbled at once. My mother's heart ached, and she lifted the pot lid. You've been out all day? You must be starving. There's warm sorghum rice and a big bowl of pickled cabbage and pork stew left. I couldn't be bothered to wash my hands, grabbed the big bowl, filled it with sorghum rice, and shoveled it down, meat and vegetables together. A whole pot of rice was gone clean in under 5 minutes. Then I dug out yesterday's cooked boar head meat and bit into it by the fistful. My mother watched dumbfounded, wanting to grab my arm but afraid, and could only say, Yangzi, eat slower, don't burst your stomach. How'd your appetite suddenly turn into a black bear's? I swallowed the last mouthful of meat and let out a burp. With food in my belly, that awful gnawing hunger finally vanished, and I felt my whole body's muscles grow firmer. Mom, I walked a lot today, wore myself out. I made up an excuse offhand. I glanced out the window, and a sudden, inexplicable restlessness rose in my heart. My uncle Zhang Jianfang had gone to see the black foreman today. I'd heard it all clearly in the abandoned mine tunnel last night. A fool like Zhang Jianfang thought grabbing dirt meant he could demand money, with no idea what kind of ruthless people he'd tangled with. If I were the black foreman, to eliminate future trouble, I'd never send money, only death. My heart clenched sharply. Tonight, heavy snow blocking the roads was the perfect time to kill and silence people. Just 2 days ago, I'd said in front of the whole village that I'd investigate my father's death. Zhang Jianfang, that spineless thing, if he ran into Blackie, would surely sell me out. If they really moved, I absolutely wouldn't be spared. My face darkened at once. I stood, walked to the water vat, ladled a scoop of cold water, and splashed it on my face to stay clear-headed. Mom, tonight you take you in, and sleep in the inner room. Bolt the door from inside. No matter what noise you hear outside, unless I call you, don't come out, hear me? My mother was startled by my grave expression. Is something wrong? Is the Zhang family coming to make trouble again? It's nothing, just my eyelids twitching, being cautious. I brooked no argument, pushed mother and daughter into the inner room, and watched my mother bolt the door. I returned to the outer room and didn't light the lamp, the room pitch black. I pulled the knife from my waist and set the big wood chopping axe by my feet. I didn't touch the homemade gun. If someone came in the dead of night, firing would make too much noise and easily alarm the villagers, causing trouble instead. I planned to deal with it quietly. I called out in my mind, "System, activate the 5-meter alert radar." Though my hunting points were at 0, the free 5-meter alert still worked. I sat cross-legged in the shadow behind the door, quietly waiting for the enemy to come. Past 11 at night, the snow fell harder and harder, and the several mangy dogs at the village entrance that loved to bark most had gone silent. In the snow under the old locust tree at the village mouth, several dead dogs lay sprawled every which way, white foam at their mouths, half-eaten meat buns scattered beside them, laced with enough 3-step drop rat poison. For men in padded coats, scarves wrapped around their heads leaving only their eyes, slipped in along the village edge. These were the mine thugs led by Brother Go, carrying no guns, each with a half-foot deboning knife in hand, and 2 of them hauling gasoline cans. A thin man pointed ahead. "Brother Go, that brick and tile courtyard up front is Zhang Jianfang's place." Brother Go narrowed his eyes and sized it up. "Same rules as always, split up. Erling, you take Laosan to that rundown earth house at the village entrance and finish off Zhang Jianfang's sister-in-law and nephew's family. Slit the man's throat outright, tie the woman to a post, and douse her in gasoline. Be quick about it." "Got it, Brother Go." Erling took the gasoline and headed toward the village entrance with Laosan. Brother Go cocked his head at the fat one. "Come on," to Brother Zhang's, "wake him up." At Zhang Jianfang's house, the old Lu woman and Wang Xiulan were sleeping like the dead. Zhang Jianghe had a medicated plaster stuck to his face and hurt to even roll over. Zhang Jianfang couldn't sleep soundly at all, his mind churning over getting 5,000 yuan tomorrow, so excited his body ran hot. Money in hand, and I'll go to town to find people. Suddenly, a faint clatter. Zhang Jianfang's eyes snapped open. He was alert, a light sleeper, and made out someone fiddling with the bolt on the outer room door. "Jianghe?" He thought his son had gotten up to relieve himself and called out. No answer. Zhang Jianfang's heart tightened. He grabbed the short club by the bed, threw on his coat, and got out of bed. Just as he reached the inner room door, the outer wooden door was suddenly kicked open, cold wind pouring in. 2 dark figures rushed into the inner room. "Who's there?" Zhang Jianfang cried out, raising the club to strike. The other moved faster, and Brother Go kicked him in the belly. Zhang Jianfang's old bones couldn't take the kick, and he crashed onto the edge of the bed at once, the club dropping to the floor. "Ah!" Wang Xiulan and Zhang Jianghe woke with a start. The moment Wang Xiulan opened her eyes and saw 2 masked men, she was so scared she wet her pants and was about to scream. The fat one leapt onto the bed and slapped her across the face, knocking her out cold. The old Lu woman huddled in the corner like a startled quail, begging over and over. "Spare me, good men. Take anything in the house, just don't hurt anyone." Zhang Jianghe shrank into the covers. Zhang Jianfang, clutching his belly and retching, looked up in the moonlight and made out the knife in Brother Go's hand, recognizing it as the kind the Black Mountain mine thugs commonly used. He understood at once. "Your Boss Hay's people? Didn't Boss Hay say he'd give the money tomorrow night? Is there some mistake?" Brother Go walked up to Zhang Jianfang, grabbed him by the hair, and patted his face with the flat of the blade. "Old Zhang, gone mad wanting money? Think our brother Hay's easy to cross? You dare use that business to threaten the mine? You don't have enough lives to spare." Zhang Jianfang felt like he'd been struck by lightning, scared out of his soul. "I won't dare anymore. I don't want the money. Spare my family." Ignoring the pain in his scalp, he kowtowed desperately. "My brother's death. I'll rot it in my belly. I'll never say a word." Brother Go sneered. "Too late. A dead man's mouth is the tightest." He said to the fat one, "Tie them all up good. Stuff rags in their mouths, quick." Only then did Zhang Jianfang understand. They hadn't come tonight to rob, but to wipe out the family. "Jianghe, run." He rammed Brother Go's leg, trying to give his son a chance to flee. But Zhang Jianghe knelt on the bed, pants not even on, weeping and begging. "Big brother, don't kill me. It was all my dad and grandmother's doing, nothing to do with me." The fat one kicked Zhang Jianghao over, tore off a bedsheet and trussed him up like a rice dumpling, then grabbed a stinking sock and stuffed it in his mouth. The old Lu woman fainted dead away from fright. In under 2 minutes, all four of the Zhang household were bound tight and dumped in the middle of the room. Brother Go ransacked the room. The fat one cursed. "Damn it, where'd they hide the 2,000 yuan? Been looking forever, no sign of it." With the rag stuffed in his mouth, Zhang Jianfeng desperately banged his head on the floor, trying to signal where the money was hidden. Brother Go lost patience. "Forget it if we can't find it. Brother He wants it pulled up by the roots." He backed to the door, opened the plastic can's cap, and splashed gasoline from the wooden door and window frame all the way to the bed edge and the roof beams. Zhang Jianfeng watched in despair, regret at its utter peak. Brother Go tossed the empty can, pulled out matches, expressionlessly struck one, and dropped it on the gasoline-soaked threshold. Whoosh! The flames spread along the gasoline, engulfing the whole room in an instant. The wood crackled and popped, and wretched moans came from within. By the old house at the village entrance, Erling and Lao San were creeping slowly along the base of the wall. This courtyard wall was badly rotted, not a single whole brick to it, just a few broken wooden sticks fencing a circle. Lao San curled his lip and walked over, raising his foot to climb over the waist-high gap. But his foot came down in a snow hollow, and his whole body suddenly froze. On the broken board underfoot, four rusty nails punched straight through his rubber shoe, one of them driving right up into the sole of his foot. Lao San screamed in agony, and Erling went white with fright, hurrying to cover his mouth and cursing under his breath. "You trying to bring the whole damn village out here?" Erling looked down and sucked in a cold breath. Lao San's foot was nailed fast to the board, and no matter how they pulled, it wouldn't come out. Inside, the alarm in my mind suddenly blared. The system warned that within 5 meters, 2 targets carrying deadly weapons were approaching. My eyes snapped open, cold light in their depths. These Black Mountain mine vagrants sure came fast. I silently drew the knife the system had given me. I couldn't go out the front door, since the wooden axle would creak the moment it moved. So I slid along the wall to the broken window behind the stove room, gave the seam a light slice with the knife point, and slipped straight through the gap into the snow of the backyard. The snow, past my ankles, muffled all sound. Outside the wall, Erling was sweating buckets in his panic, gritting his teeth as he grabbed Lao San's leg. "Bear with it, I'll pull it out right now. Brother Go's side is still waiting on us to set the fire. If we hold things up, Brother He will skin us both." Lao San's eyes rolled back from the pain, cursing wildly. But the next second, Erling suddenly felt a chill at the back of his neck. Before he could turn, a big hand had already clamped onto his head and slammed it down hard. Bang! Erling's whole face smashed into the base of the earth wall, his nose bridge crushed on the spot, 2 front teeth knocked flying, his mouth full of blood, and he pitched into the snow, motionless. Lao San, already near mad with pain, was struck dumb by the scene before him. By the time he made out the dark figure in front of him, a knife was already pressed to his eyelid. I spoke coldly. "Don't shout. Make a sound, and I'll drive the blade into your eyeball, then scramble your brains." Lao San had never met a man this ruthless. Too scared to breathe, he nodded over and over. "Who sent you? How many came? Where are they now?" I pushed the knife point forward, and a line of blood was cut across Lao San's eyelid at once. "Hey, Brother He, the black foreman sent us." "For came." Brother Go and the fat one went to the old Zhang house, said they'd tie up the whole family, douse them in gasoline and burn them, and had the 2 of us come here to kill you too. Hearing this, my heart pounded hard. These people struck too viciously, killing and arson, to wipe out the Zhang family root and branch. Zhang Jianfeng, that fool, thought he could control the mine, and now he'd invited the god of death straight into his home. Emergency malicious incident counter mission triggered, night interception of the killers. Mission requirement: stop the Black Mountain mine thugs from wiping out the family, and bring the Black Mountain mine's crimes to initial exposure. Mission reward: 100 hunting points, and unlock a beginner storage space of 1 cubic meter. A storage space. That was exactly what I needed most now. From now on, big game my bag could go straight in, and no one would find a thing. "Good man, I've told you everything. Spare me a way out. My foot's ruined. I can't run." Lao San pleaded. I reversed the knife and knocked Lao San out with the hilt. Working briskly, I used the 2 men's belts to bind their hands and feet behind them in dead knots, tore off cloth to gag them, dragged them behind the woodpile, and covered them with snow. Done. I leaned under the window and called. Mom, it's fine. Two stray dogs were fighting outside. I chased them off. I'm going to check on the village. Bolt the door, and if I don't call at the door by daybreak, don't open it for anyone. Inside, my mother's voice trembled. Yangzi, be careful. I got my bearings and broke into a sprint toward Zhang Jianfang's place at the east end. My strengthened legs had explosive power to spare, the deep snow no obstacle at all, and I was flying across it now. 50-odd meters, and I tore over in a few breaths. Before I even reached the door, the smell of gasoline hit my nose. Through the courtyard wall, I saw a faint red glow inside. Half-meter flames suddenly shot up at the doorway of the Zhang family's main room. Gasoline burned the moment it met fire, the flames spreading along the paper windows and wooden beams, engulfing the outer room in a blink. In the courtyard, Brother Go tossed aside the empty gasoline can, clapped the ash from his hands, and watched the roaring blaze, grinning viciously. Come on, to the village entrance to link up with Erling and them. With this wind, the house collapses in 10 minutes, and those four inside won't leave so much as a shard of bone. The fat one rubbed his hands, his face full of regret. It's just that 5,000 yuan Zhang Jianfang mentioned. We never found it. Wasted trip. Keep your life to spend it. Brother Hay said do it clean. Brother Go turned to leave, just stepping out the courtyard gate. Out of the wind and snow, I suddenly blocked their path. Who? Brother Go had come up on the knife's edge, his reactions razor quick, and his hand went straight to the knife hilt at the small of his back. The fat one hadn't caught up yet, goggling forward with his mung-bean eyes. Damn, someone in this village out roaming in the dead of night? I walked out of the dark step by step, my gaze cold as if looking at a dead man. Didn't you send people to the village entrance to find me? I got tired of how slow they were, so I came myself. Brother Go froze, then caught on. You're Zhang Jianwo's son? Erling and them botched it? Damn, two wastes. Brother Go wasted no more words and pulled out his half-foot deboning knife, the blade glinting cold in the firelight. Fat one, together, kill him and throw him in the fire to burn with the rest. The fat one let out a roar, drew his pig-slaughtering knife, and, trusting his weight, charged straight at me. But before his knife reached my chest, I twisted my body aside, fast as a gust of wind. The fat one only saw a blur, and the wrist holding the knife was clamped tight in my grip. The next second, I drove from the waist and threw him clean over my shoulder, hurling the 200-plus-pound fat man flying, slamming him hard onto the ice-covered dirt road. Crack! The fat one landed on his back, spat out a huge mouthful of blood, and passed out from the pain on the spot. Dropped in one move. Brother Go's steps jerked to a halt. Was this even human? A 200-plus-pound fat man, hurled away one-handed. His heart sank. Zhang Jianfang hadn't said a word about it, that this kid was a trained fighter. He didn't turn to run, because he knew he couldn't outrun me. Gritting his teeth, he reversed his grip on the knife and stabbed hard at my belly. This was a desperate move. But against my reactions now, it was still too slow. I raised my leg, striking after him but landing first, and kicked hard into the side of Brother Go's knee. Oh! Brother Go's right knee snapped inward, and he lost his balance, dropping to his knees in the snow. The knife flew from his hand. I stepped on his knife hand, grinding down hard, and stared at him coldly. Boss Hay sent you? Set that fire pretty slick. Brother Go, sweat pouring from the pain, held on through gritted teeth. Kid, you've brought down a huge disaster on yourself. You've got the guts, then finish me. Brother Hay's got dozens of brothers under him. Run to the ends of the earth, and you'll still die. Is that so? Then I'll wait for him. I couldn't be bothered with more talk and chopped a hand strike down on the back of Brother Go's neck. His vision went black, and he slumped straight down. The main room of the Zhang house had already burned into a hell on earth. The gasoline splash through the old earth house had set the blaze exploding at once, giving no one a chance to react. The tongues of fire on the door frames slithered through the paper windows into the room, and the moment the old newspaper and dry straw mats caught, they burst into flame in an instant. Inside, Zhang Jianfang writhed madly on the floor like a maggot. The black smoke filled the ceiling first, then pressed down bit by bit. NNGH. Tears streamed down Zhang Jianfang's face as he desperately banged his head on the floor, trying to spit out the rag in his mouth, but it did no good at all. He twisted his head toward the bed. The old Lu woman had long since woken, soiling herself in the bedding, her whole body convulsing, her shriveled mouth opening and closing, sucking in nothing but choking black smoke. Wang Xiulan, who'd just been knocked out, was now choked awake by the smoke. Finding herself bound, seeing the flames filling the room, she was instantly terrified out of her mind. She rolled around wildly, tumbled off the bed edge to the floor, and smashed her forehead on the rim of the fire basin, blood smearing her whole face. Help! Help! Murder! With her mouth not fully gagged, she managed to force out the wretched screams. The most pitiful was Zhang Jianghe. This boy was usually pampered, and when a spark landed on his padded coat, the cotton caught fire and went up with a hiss. Dad! Dad, save me! It's so hot, Dad! He rolled desperately on the floor, trying to smother the flames on his body. But bound so tightly, he couldn't get any leverage, and the flames were about to reach his hair. Watching this scene, Zhang Jianfang felt his heart cut to pieces. That was his seed, the Zhang family's only heir. But there was nothing he could do. He stared hard at that fiercely burning wooden door. He knew there had to be someone standing guard outside, the Black Mountain Mines people. He regretted it. Why had he been greedy enough to extort the Black Foreman? Why had he traded his own brother's life for that 5,000 yuan? In the firelight, he seemed to see Zhang Jingguo. Zhang Jingguo, still that same honest, simple look, standing in the fire, half his head caved in, his face covered in blood, looking at him. Retribution. This is retribution. The blaze burned fiercer and fiercer. Zhang Jianfang closed his eyes in despair, and the black smoke slowly swallowed his consciousness. Having dealt with the two fierce thugs, I turned to look at the courtyard. The fire was completely out of control now, the room full of black smoke. I stood outside the courtyard gate, watching the roaring blaze, expressionless. Save them. These people had sold my father's life for a mere 5,000 yuan, and after coming back had tried to drive our family of three to a dead end. If not for my second life and the system, I, my mother, and my little sister would long since have died without whole corpses. For them to burn to death, it was simply heaven opening its eyes. But if these several people burned to death in the middle of the night, the whole village would only think the heated bed had caught fire in winter. The Black Mountain Mines people would remain at large, and the truth of the 5,000 in blood money would vanish with the fire. I couldn't let them die this quietly. I had to haul them out, expose the Zhang family's disgraceful deeds before the whole village, and make the Black Mountain Mines crimes public. Only if this blew up big, and the city police were brought in, could the black mine be shut down and the true culprit who'd killed my father receive the punishment he deserved. I grabbed a handful of snow and smeared it on my face, then kicked the wooden door open. A wave of heat and thick smoke surged out, so choking I couldn't open my eyes. I bent low to the ground and charged into the room. The bedding on the Kong was already ablaze, and on the floor in the middle of the room, Zhang Jianfang, the old Lu woman, Wang Xiulan, and Zhang Jianghe were all bound. The old Lu woman had passed out, and Wang Xiulan's hair was catching from the sparks. Zhang Jianghe, so scared he'd soiled himself, rolled on the floor in despair. Zhang Jianfang, slightly conscious, saw someone charge in and first thought it was the mines people come back to finish the job, his body jerking violently. When the firelight lit up my face, Zhang Jianfang froze. How was he still alive? Hadn't he been done in already? I grabbed Zhang Jianfang by the collar with one hand and hoisted Zhang Jianghe by the neck with the other, dragging them straight out of the fire. Thud! Thud! I threw the two of them onto the snow outside the courtyard like tossing ragged sacks. Then I charged back in, one in each hand, dragged out the old Lu woman and Wang Xiulan, and dumped them together. The last one had just been hauled out of the courtyard. Boom! A great crash came from inside the room. The roof of the Zhang house collapsed, the black main beam snapping, the firelight illuminating the whole village. A wave of heat rushed at me, and I stood in the snow, looking down at the four dead dogs. The village was startled awake by the firelight. Wang Dajuan's dog was the first to sense the fire, and everyone's doors opened. Get buckets and shovels. In wind like this, a fire's disastrous. Men young and old came rushing with basins and buckets. By the time they arrived, the scene before them left them stunned. The house was already a great heap of fire, beyond saving. But on the open ground dozens of meters off, all four of Zhang Jianfang's family lay in the snow bound with thick hemp rope, gasping for breath. Two strange big men, faces covered in blood, lay off to one side. Pig slaughtering knives and gasoline cans scattered on the ground. I stood in the middle, holding the blood-grooved knife. Wang Dajuan arrived at the scene without even his buttons done up, and seeing this, asked anxiously, "What happened here? Yangzi, who are these two men? How did Jianfang and them get tied up?" The villagers crowded in too, staring at one another. This clearly wasn't an ordinary fire, it was people killing for money. I stuck the knife at my waist and spoke loudly. "Uncle Chief, everyone, tonight our Zhang family village nearly saw 5 deaths. I got up in the night and heard the dogs barking wrong. Came out and saw 4 masked strangers enter the village. I followed behind and found 2 of them carrying gasoline cans into my uncle's house. They'd already tied up my uncle's family and splashed the gasoline. I fought them for all I was worth, took them down, and dragged my uncle's family out of the sea of fire. I pointed at the 2 who'd passed out on the ground. The other 2 went to my house, tripped by a snare I'd set in advance, and are now trussed up outside my courtyard wall. The whole village was in an uproar. Heaven, who on earth did they cross? Coming into the village in the dead of night to set fires and kill, so vicious. Widow's son was so scared she chanted to the Buddha, and stutteringly went pale. Wang Dajuan's face was iron gray. He'd been a soldier and understood the gravity. Yangzi, did you get out of these people what they were doing? I turned and walked to Zhang Jianfang. Zhang Jianfang was nearly choked breathless by the smoke, and there were actually tears of gratitude in his eyes. He moaned desperately, signaling me to take the rag out of his mouth. I crouched down and pulled the filthy rag out. Zhang Jianfang gasped for air, tears and snot pouring together, and rasped. Yangzi, uncle thanks you. Uncle's not a man. I cut him off coldly. Skip the thanks. I didn't save you because I forgive you. There are things you must say clearly in front of the whole village. Zhang Jianfang's body went stiff, a terror worse than the fire welling up in his heart. I stood and pointed at Brother Go on the ground, shouting loudly to the villagers. These men are thugs of the Black Boss at the Black Mountain coal mine, 50 li away. The Black Mountain coal mine. Wang Dajuan frowned. Everyone knew that place. My gaze was like a blade. Uncle, at noon today, didn't you go to town to meet this Black Boss? Zhang Jianfang went deathly pale, wanting to deny it but unable to get a single word out. The villagers grew agitated. Stutteringly asked loudly, Jianfang, what did you go meet those people for? What did you do to make them come burn down your family in the dead of night? I turned to face the whole village. 2 months ago, my father had an accident at the Black Mountain mine, and the mine said it was a gas explosion. My uncle hauled the body back overnight and said the owner was black-hearted and only paid 600 yuan in compensation. And this 600 yuan, the Zhang family tried to seize by force just days ago, meaning to buy Zhang Jianghao a job, even stooping to poison me with croton in the village. The villagers nodded. They remembered yesterday's poisoning clearly and had long ground their teeth in hatred at the Zhang family's ways. I gave Zhang Jianfang a kick. But when I interrogated these 2 men, they said the Black Boss gave you a full 5,000 yuan in hush money 2 months ago. 5,000 yuan. The whole village fell silent at once. In an age when a fat pig fetched only 100 yuan, 5,000 was a fortune. 5,000. Wang Dajuan was utterly dumbfounded. Lu Jinfeng had just come to, and hearing 5,000 yuan, her eyes rolled back and she fainted again on the spot. I walked toward Zhang Jianfang step by step, my voice cold as the winter wind. You pocketed the 5,000 yuan my father traded his life for, and still wanted to drive my mother and me to death, to sell my 6-year-old sister to an old bachelor for 50 yuan. Your greed knew no bounds. Yesterday, I forced you to pay 2,000 in compensation, and it pained you no end. So at noon today you ran off to town again, wanting to use my father's death to threaten the Black Boss and extort more money. You thought those black-hearted murderers would give you money? They sent people tonight to slaughter your whole family, to silence you, to pull it up by the roots. My words were like a heavy hammer, striking every villager's heart. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Zhang Jianfang, shock, disgust, fury, and contempt all written on their faces. Widow's son cursed furiously. Zhang Jianfang, you put on such a decent front, but your heart is blacker than a wolf's. You dared swallow even your own brother's blood money. No wonder they came to set the fire. This is all his own doing. He nearly got the whole village buried with him. The villagers clamored, their spit nearly drowning Zhang Jianfang. Zhang Jianfang slumped down in the snow, his face ashen. It was all over. The 5,000 yuan gone. His home burned to nothing. His name in the village and throughout the region was utterly ruined, more revolting than a rat. Yangzi, I was wrong. I was possessed by a demon. Zhang Jianfang broke down and wept. In this era, reputation was life. This move of mine tormented him worse than killing him. I turned to Wang Dajuan. Uncle Chief, the whole story's laid out here. Tonight there's been an arson and murder case, and it ties into a killing at the Black Mountain mine too. Wang Dajuan roared. Suzy, go to the town police station and report it. Tell them our village caught the killers the Black Mountain mine sent to burn down a family. This couldn't be covered up anymore, and there was no need to. A man like Zhang Jianfang deserved his fate. Several young men immediately ran off toward town. Ding! Mission complete. Night interception of the killers. Reward, 100 hunting points issued. Storage space activated. Host may view and access items at any time. I finally let out a breath. I looked up at the snow filling the sky, my heart cold. With this step taken, the Zhang family's name was thoroughly ruined, their family fortune destroyed. Zhang Jianfang could forget ever walking out of this little village again. But it wasn't over. My hand felt the knife hilt, my eyes icy. Tonight, all the thugs the Black Boss sent had gone down, and once the word got back, the Black Boss would surely panic and strike hard. More frightening still was the yellow slurry water and gas shells hidden down the shaft, which could take the lives of dozens in the village at any moment. I said in a low voice in my heart, "Blackie, wash your neck clean and wait. This debt will settle sooner or later." The night wind howled, the embers still burning, and dawn was near over Zhang family village. Beep beep. 2 motorcycle sidecars and 1 battered sedan drove into the village entrance. Director Lee jumped out with 4 policemen, his face iron gray. "What's going on? Everyone move." "Who reported it?" saying there was killing and arson in the night. Ert Suzy hurriedly pointed at the several dark human shapes on the ground. The 4 mine thugs on the ground had long since frozen stiff. Brother Go's leg was broken, the fat one unconscious and spitting blood, the other 2 bound outside the wall like dead men. Zhang Jianfang's family was slumped off to one side too. Wang Dajuan went over to offer a cigarette and told the whole story start to finish. When he mentioned the 5,000 yuan and the Black Mountain mine, Director Lee's expression changed. "Cuff these bastards first and toss them in the truck bed." Director Lee waved his hand, and the police moved at once. At this point I stepped forward, my tone calm but firm. "Director Lee, these people came to silence us. My uncle met the black foreman yesterday, and by night they'd come with gasoline. If I hadn't run into them, my whole family would have burned to death today." Director Lee sized me up, secretly startled. In the dead of night, taking on 4 knife-wielding killers barehanded, this kid was no ordinary person. He turned and kicked Zhang Jianfang in the leg. "Zhang Jianfang, is what your nephew said true? Did you really take 5,000 in hush money from the mine?" Zhang Jianfang was scared out of his soul. Speak and he'd die. Stay silent and he'd die too. But the mine's people would even commit arson, and if he kept covering for them, sooner or later he'd die without knowing how. I took it. Government, I was forced into it." Zhang Jianfang suddenly threw himself flat on the ground, wailing. "They dug up green iron blocks with yellow water in them down the shaft and killed my brother Zhang Wo with a shovel and stuffed him in the shaft. They forced me at knife point to take that 5,000 yuan. Yesterday, I went to town to urge them to turn themselves in, and they tried to kill me to shut me up. Bullshit." Brother Go, who'd been playing dead all along, suddenly opened his eyes, spat out a mouthful of blood, and cursed. "Zhang Jianfang, you old dog. You're just greedy. Yesterday you went to our brother He asking for another 2,000 and threatened to report us if he didn't give it. That's why our brother He sent us to deal with you." Hearing this, the whole village sucked in a cold breath. How could a heart be this black? I watched coldly. My uncle was still stubbornly arguing even now. But it was useless. With things said to this point, and the police present, the matter was out, and all the Black Mountain Mine's rotten accounts had blown open. "Enough. Stop your wailing. Take them all back for investigation." Director Lee's heart was uneasy. Green iron blocks with yellow water dug up down the shaft? Anyone who'd been a soldier knew that might be gas shells left by the Japanese devils back then. This wasn't something a police station of his could keep a lid on. Several police stuffed Zhang Jianfang's family of 4, along with the 4 mine thugs, into the police vehicle. Lu Jinfeng woke as she was being dragged aboard. The old woman looked at her home burned to ruins, then at her eldest son and grandson in handcuffs, and wailed. "What a sin. Zhang Xiangyang, you jinx. You've destroyed our Zhang family." I sneered. "Grandmother, once you're inside, remember to confess honestly where that 5,000 yuan is hidden. Aim for lenient treatment." Hearing this, Lu Jinfeng was so enraged her mouth went crooked and her eyes skewed, and she had a stroke right there, drool running down the corner of her mouth. After the police vehicle left, the villagers gathered in 3s and 5s to talk it over, feeling today's events would give them enough to discuss for months. I didn't rush home. Instead, I walked into the ruins. I knew the police were in a hurry to arrest people and hadn't searched for the stolen money yet, and this was exactly the gap I'd deliberately left. That 5,000 yuan absolutely could not be taken by the authorities. It was what my father had traded his life for, and a blood debt the Zhang family owed my mother and me. System, open the intermediate radar. Activate deep terrain and item scan mode. Ding. Intermediate radar activated. 10 hunting points deducted, current balance, 90 hunting points. The ruins before me instantly turned into gray-white lines. I followed the burned collapsed earth wall to the backyard, where there was a well that had gone dry years ago. My gaze pierced through the snow and the mud at the well's bottom. Half a meter below the bottom, a green mass glowed, the marker for a high-value dead object. Hidden deep enough to protect their own interests, the old Lu woman and Zhang Jianfang had dug without leaving the slightest margin. I climbed slowly down the dry well. The space at the bottom was small, and with no one around now, I dropped the act. Digging my hands into the frozen earth, like a human excavator, I scraped away the hard soil layer bit by bit. In under 2 minutes, I felt something hard. It was a broken iron pot lid with an oil paper-wrapped square packet underneath. I tore off a corner of the oil paper. Inside were brand new stacks of 50 tens, a full 5,000 yuan. I stared at the money, and into my mind came my father's callus-covered hands, and how he'd saved his sorghum rice for the old lame man, while he himself went hungry, his body twitching. Dad, watch. This is only the beginning. A thought stirred in my heart. Store the item in the storage space. The oil paper packet in my hand vanished at once. Ding. Item stored in storage space. Current space usage, 1%. By the time the police came to their senses and searched the house, they wouldn't find a single cent, not even a shadow of it. Zhang Jianfang would bear the crime of embezzling the death benefits, unable to shake it off. I climbed out of the well and slipped home along the path at the village edge. When I got home, my mother was holding Yuan, and hearing the door, seeing it was me, her tears fell at once. Yangzi, that fire outside, the police sirens, what on earth happened? I took off my black, ash-covered padded coat, stroked Yuan's little face, and said lightly, Mom, it's fine. Uncle and them did too many evil things, and the mines people set fire to them in the night. I reported it to the police, and they've all been arrested. The matter of Uncle swallowing Dad's 5,000 yuan can't be hidden anymore either. My mother froze. I made it sound easy, but she understood in her heart how dangerous it had been. Arrested good. Arrested good. My mother covered her face and wept. Jiangwo, heaven has opened its eyes. I didn't console her. Letting my mother cry out her grievances was the good thing. I went to the outer room and rinsed my face with cold water. Today was the 4th day, the one arranged with brother who of the black market for the handover. Originally I'd go tomorrow, but I decided to change the time. The Black Mountain Mine business had already been reported to the town police station, and with Blackie's nature, he surely had informants inside the police. Once Blackie got the word, he'd move at once. My time was running short. I had to hurry and settle the house materials and the bicycle, check on the situation in the county, and deal with the boar meat in the storage space. Dawn was near. I said a few words to my mother, shouldered an empty sack, tucked the system knife at my waist, and set out from the village through the wind and snow. After walking a few li, there was no one around. Following yesterday's memory and the radar scan, I quickly found where I'd hidden the boar meat. I dug away the snow and branches, and the 300+ pounds of boar offal, bone, and flesh had kept well. System, store all this meat. The meat in the rock crevice vanished at once. With a thought, I could see the boar meat neatly stacked in the virtual space. The space was frozen in time, and no matter how the weather changed outside, the meat inside stayed as it was, not even any blood. If this thing were used to move contraband, no one could ever catch it. Reaching the black market behind the county train station, it was just past 9 in the morning, and there were many people. Brother who sat in his shed, a coal briquette stove in front of him, smoking a sullen pipe, dark circles under his eyes. Word had been tight in the county these 2 days. An inspection team was coming from the city, and brother whose little operation was near collapse. Suddenly, a sack thudded down by brother whose feet. He was so startled his cigarette nearly dropped into his crotch, and he looked up. Io, why be you come today? Didn't you say 5 days from now? Brother who hurriedly pulled me into the shed. Is the goods I asked for already? Brother who looked a little troubled, rubbing his hands. Brother, the red brick and cement are all lined up. Right there at the building materials station in the west of the city, you can hire a tractor to haul them anytime. But bicycle coupons are being checked strictly lately, and my line up top doesn't dare buck the wind, so I didn't get the coupon. But I got you a 70% new big golden deer 28-inch bar bike, in stock. No coupon, but riding it in the county, no one checks. I frowned. An in-stock bike was easier, actually. Where's the bike? Brother who pointed to a canvas-covered spot behind the shed. Lifting it revealed a 28-inch bar bike parked there, some rust on the body, but the frame was sturdy, looking durable. In the sack is 150 pounds of genuine big lone boar meat, the kind of goods you couldn't run into once in a year of squatting at the black market. Skeptical, brother who untied the sack's mouth. One glance and his eyes went wide. The meat was deep dark red, coarse-grained, the cut smooth as if sliced by machine. Old lone boar meat. Heaven. Brother who recognized it at a glance. The old lone boar was an overlord in the mountains, one even bears didn't dare provoke lightly. This kid had actually killed a spirit-like boar of that sort? Brother, this stuff's too rare. Old Hayes side has been collecting this kind of wild game everywhere lately. Says it's to send to some big leader in the city with a strange illness to build his body up. Halfway through, brother who hurriedly shut his mouth and slapped himself. This mouth of mine. Brother, don't worry, I'll take all this meat. Take this big golden deer and the building materials station slip, and I'll throw in another 200 on top. I took the 2 stacks of tins and the handwritten slip brother who passed over and tucked them into my pocket. Warning. A hostile creature has appeared within the radar alert range, 50 meters. Danger level, medium. The target is observing the host covertly. My whole body tensed, but I didn't turn around. The black market was crowded with prying eyes, and turning abruptly would surely raise alarm. System, lock the target, activate line of sight marker. A red crosshair appeared in my vision at once, cutting across the crowd opposite brother who shed, locking onto a spot behind a straw bundle where a man was selling candied haws. The man wore a flat cap and an old army overcoat, one hand always in his pocket, staring at my back. Old Hayes man, or brother who wanting to double-cross. I glanced at brother who was excitedly tying up the meat sack, and quickly ruled him out. This coward wouldn't dare make a move now if you lent him 10 times the guts. Could it be that Blackie of the Black Mountain Mine had tracked me here? Impossible. The thing had just happened last night, and even reporting it to the town police station had to go through procedure. However capable Blackie was, he couldn't have tracked me to the black market this fast. That left only one possibility. This man was an informant roaming the black market who just happened to recognize me, or someone with a bounty out for me. Brother who, thanks. When I've got good goods again, I'll come to you. I mounted the 28-inch bar bike, 1 foot on the ground, and deliberately raised my voice. Brother who grinned ear to ear. Right you are, brother, take care. I rode off, charging out of the black market, deliberately weaving through the county's twisting dirt alleys and the back lanes of residential compounds. On the system radar, a red light point stayed hanging behind me, the distance now far, now near. 20 meters, 30 meters. The other was a veteran, light on his feet, using various clutter along the way for cover. Without the system radar, an ordinary person would never have sensed him. I rode the bicycle into a dead-end alley. Red brick walls on both sides, a big iron gate locked at the end, an abandoned lumber mill behind it. I squeezed the brakes and stopped, 1 foot down, pulled the knife from my pant leg, and gripped it in a reverse hold. 5 seconds later, footsteps crunched in the snow at the alley mouth. The man slipped in, saw it was a dead end, and I was stopped with my back to him. His hand suddenly whipped a homemade gun out of his pocket. A crude iron gun, tremendous power within 10 paces, firing all iron shot and broken glass shards. Kid, someone's paying 500 for one of your legs. Blame your. Before he could finish, without turning, I gave the order. System, spend 10 hunting points. Take out a special trap, bury it directly in the snow 10 meters behind the origin point. Ding. Materialization successful. Crack. Just as the man raised the gun, a sharp agony shot through his foot. Ah, my foot. The special trap clamped his ankle, the sawtooth piercing his leather boot and biting straight into bone. The sound of bone snapping was especially clear in the empty alley. The man screamed, and the gun flew from his hand. I parked the bicycle, walked over, planted a foot on the man's chest, and laid the blade against the great artery of his neck. Who sent you? The man convulsed with pain, not daring to move. It's old Hay. Brother Hay told me to watch you. I frowned. Old Hay of the South City? The one fighting brother who for turf at the black market? I'd never dealt with him at all, so what was he paying 500 for one of my legs for? I put force into my hand, the blade splitting the man's skin, a line of blood welling up. Tell the truth. You've got one last chance. The man was so scared he begged over and over. I'll talk. I really didn't lie, Grandpa. Old Hayes climbed his way into a connection in the city and heard you had top-grade boar meat and wolf hide, all sold to Brother Who. And Brother Who used your goods to grab a lot of Old Hayes' big customers. Old Hayes so furious he's nearly mad and means to cripple you first, then cut off Brother Who's supply, and then drive Brother Who out of that turf by the train station. So it was a turf-grabbing scheme at the black market. The king of hell's easy to face. It's the little devils who are the nuisance. I hadn't even gone looking for trouble with them, and they'd come delivering themselves to death instead. Crawl back and tell old Hay. Call it a gift from me on our first meeting. I slammed the knife hilt into the back of the man's skull, knocking him out cold. That special trap couldn't be opened without a dedicated tool, and the man's leg was thoroughly ruined. My face grim, I rode out of the county. At the same time, at the Black Mountain coal mine, Blackie paced back and forth in the room, restless and irritable. What time is it? Where the hell did Guzzy and the fat one die? Several thugs beside him glanced at one another, and one confidant worked up the nerve to say, Brother Hay, a trip to Zhang family village to deal with those few bumpkins, for hours at most, and it's already almost noon. Blackie's eyelid twitched uncontrollably. He'd sent Guzzy to handle it the previous night, thinking it a sure thing. Zhang Jianfang, that spineless thing, would spill everything with just a scare. Could something have gone wrong? The phone suddenly rang. Blackie snatched up the receiver. Hello, Blackie. Has your brain gone waterlogged? You actually sent people to Zhang family village last night to set fires and kill? Hearing this, Blackie shot bolt upright. Director Liu, how did you know? How did I know? Lee DePayo at the town police station called the county bureau straight off this morning. Said he'd caught 4 killers carrying gasoline and knives. They ratted you out right on the spot. Even told about the Japanese devil gas shells hidden under your mine. You think the Public Security Bureau's a pack of fools? Blackie, I'm warning you, if the gas shell business gets exposed, not even the big leader in the city can protect you. And then we all eat bullets together. Guzzy was caught. And gave him up? Impossible. Guzzy had been with him for years. How could he have confessed everything this fast? Director Liu, this is definitely a misunderstanding. What's the use of saying that now? The County Bureau's Special Task Force sets out this afternoon. Hurry and clean out those deadly things at the bottom of the shaft. If you don't clean them out, you can jump down the shaft yourself. The phone was hung up. Blackie stood stunned a few seconds, then smashed the phone. Screw Zhang Jianfang. Screw Zhang family village. Once the task force arrived, he couldn't explain himself with 10,000 mouths. This was a capital crime. Blackie whirled and roared at the thugs in the room. Pass the word. Everyone assemble immediately. Bring those 2 big trucks around from the back mountain. Brother Hay, what are we doing? You still asking at a time like this? Dig all those things out and load them onto the trucks. Haul them all deep into the mountains and bury them. And everyone who knows the inside story, not one left, clean them all out. Blackie walked to the corner, lifted a floor brick, and dragged out a long wooden crate. He opened it. Inside were 2 oilcloth-wrapped semi-automatic rifles and several boxes of ammunition. He picked up one rifle and racked around with a clack. And that Zhang Xiangyang. Guzzy died at Zhang family village, and this business is definitely tied to him. If he doesn't die, I can't swallow this rage. Blackie turned to look at the skin and bones man in the corner. The man had a rat's face and kept toying with a bayonet in his hand. Old Gouet, didn't you want to score some big money and run? 2,000 yuan. Go right now to that road to Zhang family village and intercept Zhang Xiangyang. However you do it, he has to die today. Old Gouet opened his eyes and licked his lips, murder filling his gaze. He was a wanted fugitive with several lives on his hands, who'd fled to the Black Mountain mine and relied all along on Blackie's protection. 1,000's not enough. 2,000, plus a motorcycle that can go long distances. Fine. Clean and quick. Blackie snorted. Right now, as long as the trouble could be solved, he'd part with any amount. Old Gouet stuck the knife in his boot, took the homemade pistol off the table and shoved it in the back of his waistband, and pushed open the door into the wind and snow. I rode along, keeping an eye on the system panel. 90 hunting points. My skills and items were intermediate radar scouting, intermediate trap setting, beginner storage space, and the military multipurpose knife. 90 points, not a lot, not a little. The town police station had probably reported the case to the county by now. As long as Blackie had connections in the bureau, he'd surely know by noon at the latest. Given Blackie's nature, his first move wouldn't be to flee, but to silence witnesses and destroy evidence. Thinking this, I rode faster. Ahead was the only road to Zhang family village. The road was narrow, steep slopes on both sides, full of dead grass and stunted pines. Even in ordinary times, robbers often waylaid people here, and on a snowy day like this, there wasn't a ghost in sight. The bicycle had just reached the bottom of the slope. Warning: intermediate radar has detected a high-risk hostile target. Distance to host: 200 meters, concealed at high ground directly ahead. Target is carrying a high lethality firearm, extremely dangerous. I immediately clamped the brakes hard, the rear wheel skidding sideways. I kept one foot down without dismounting, didn't raise my head, and recited silently. System, activate deep scan, lock the target. The snow slope before me turned into a see-through map of gray-white lines. I saw, behind the big blue-gray boulder halfway up the slope to my left front, a mass of red light lying flat on the ground, with a long, thin, rod-shaped outline drawn out beside it, a gun. Not a homemade gun. That shape was slender and straight, most likely a proper factory-made rifle or semi-automatic weapon. My temples throbbed. Old Hayes, man. No, those thugs of Old Hayes would be lucky to lay hands on a homemade scattergun. They could never get a gun like this. Then it was the Black Mines people. I quietly felt toward my calf. The killer had scouted the spot at noon today, waiting for me to appear. Experienced, he'd lain there half the day, his breathing steady, his aim on the red point never wavering. This road was bare, and I was a living target. Charging up head-on, even with my body strengthened, one round to the forehead would finish me. I suddenly coughed twice, acting like the chain had dropped, cursed my way off the bike, and crouched by the rear while fiddling with the chain, using the wide bicycle rear rack to block my upper body. System, does the shop have anything that can create a disturbance or a distraction at this distance? Quick. Smoke shell, military surplus. Produces heavy smoke. Lasts 2 minutes. Price 30 hunting points. Sound lure, beginner model. Can be thrown 50 meters. Mimics a beast's roars and screams. Price 20 hunting points. Buy the smoke shell. And the sound lure. 50 hunting points deducted, 30 left. My hand reached into my coat pocket. Behind the big blue-gray boulder, Old Guay pressed his right eye to the rifle and sneered. He'd worked this trade over a decade. The lives on his hands too many to count. Blackie paying 2,000 to have him deal with a country kid, he felt, was using an ox cleaver to kill a chicken. This kid was alert, stopping the moment he reached the slope bottom. Chain dropped. Just blame your bad luck. Old Guay laid his finger on the trigger, steadied his breathing, the muzzle locked on the figure by the bicycle's rear wheel. Under 200 meters, at this distance he could shoot through the kid's chest with his eyes closed. Sending you on your way. Old Guay was about to squeeze the trigger. Down at the slope bottom, I suddenly flung my arm, and a palm-sized object flew up skimming the snow. Old Guay froze, his heart tightening. A grenade? How could this poor kid possibly have a grenade? Before he could react, the whitish-gray smoke burst open in an instant. The northwest wind in the gully blew, and the smoke smeared straight into Old Guay's face. Coughing endlessly, tears streaming, his sight was completely stolen. His heart pounded wildly. This kid was definitely no ordinary person. Who carried something like this on them? Old Guay decisively abandoned his sniping position, threw his body back, rolled twice down the slope behind the boulder, and yanked off his flat cap to cover his mouth and nose. He slung the semi-automatic rifle onto his back, drew the homemade pistol, thumbed back the hammer, and could only rely on his hearing to make out movement. In the thick smoke, he could see nothing. I hadn't moved from my spot at all. I'd just drunk the physique-strengthening potion, my strength great, my bones hard, but I still couldn't take a bullet. If I charged up the slope now, any casual shot from Old Guay would spill my guts all over the ground. Crouched by the bicycle's rear wheel, I took out the sound lure, twisted it to the panicked footsteps setting, fixed on the dead grove to the right, and with a flex of my strengthened arm hurled the sound lure out. It smacked into a snow pit. No sound at first. Then suddenly crunch, crunch, the sound of footsteps in snow, like someone running up the mountain hunched over. Old Guay crouched halfway up the slope, already fretful from the smoke, and hearing footsteps in the grove to his right, hardened his heart. Want to circle behind me? Dream on. He raised the gun and fired twice toward the sound. Bang! The shots rang out, and Old Guay's position was exposed. In the 2-second gap while Old Guay fired, I hugged the steep slope on the left and crept up on hands and feet. The benefit of the strengthened body showed now. The frozen dirt slope was slick as anything, but I forced fingerholds into it for purchase. Pine needles cut open my face. After firing, Old Guay waited a few seconds. No more sound from the grove to the right. No sound of a body dropping. His heart went cold. Bad, I've been tricked. Just as he tried to turn and look left, it was too late. I'd already crept to within 5 meters, above and to the side of Old Guay. Seeing him just start to turn his head, I kicked off hard on the slope and, borrowing the downward force, hurled my whole body at him. 100+ pounds slammed into him, and Old Guay's shoulders sank at once, the homemade gun flying from his hand into a snow hollow meters away. The two of us rolled down the slope, snowmelt and mud filling our mouths. Old Guay was dizzy and dazed, but hadn't lost his reactions. The moment we rolled onto flat ground, enduring the pain, his right hand went to his boot shaft, and the knife was in his grip. He flipped and stabbed, the point driving straight for my belly. If this stab landed solid, my guts would be laid open. I saw only a flash of cold light, my scalp exploding at once. I couldn't dodge at all, could only drop my body low and thrust my left arm forward to block. The blade grazed along my ribs. The coarse cloth-padded coat was torn open in a big gash, the cotton inside spilling out. Flesh split too, blood running down my waist. The pain turned my eyes red. But this, instead, forced all my ferocity out. I drew the system-redeemed knife, gripped it in a reverse hold, and slammed it hard at the wrist of the hand holding Old Guay's blade. The steel hilt struck the wrist bone, and Old Guay let out a wretched scream. His right hand twisted into a strange shape, the knife dropping to the ground. I gave him no chance to catch his breath. I drove my knee into Old Guay's chest, pinning him down hard, pressing until his face went purple and he couldn't even breathe. Then I flipped the knife, the point going straight to his eyelid. Don't move. My hand's a little shaky. If you don't behave, I really might drive the blade into your brains. Sweat poured from Old Guay's face, mixing with snowmelt as it ran down. Looking at my vicious face, he was finally afraid. This was nothing like a young man, plainly more ruthless than a desperado. Brother, we can talk this out. I concede, I fully concede. Blackie gave me 2,000 yuan to take your life. The money's right here in my coat. Take it and spare me a way out. 2,000 yuan? I sneered coldly and pressed the knife down more, the point piercing Old Guay's skin at once. My life is worth only this little money. Old Guay didn't dare move, howling in pain. It was all Blackie's idea. I just take money and do the job. He can't even look after himself now. He's got no time for me at all. Can't look after himself? My heart tightened. Last night's fire hadn't caught. Brother Go and them had been caught, and the police had been alerted. Blackie must already know something had gone wrong. Spell out the situation clearly. Where's Blackie? What's he doing? I pressed. His wrists stabbing with pain, Old Guay didn't dare hide anything, and hurriedly confessed it all. The County Bureau's task force is inspecting the mine this afternoon. Blackie took the phone call. His face went white with fright. He's called all the mine's people over. They're loading things onto 2 trucks. Loading what? That stuff with the yellow water. And some corpses. He wants to haul them all deep into the mountains and bury them. Destroy the bodies and wipe out the evidence. When the task force comes, they'll find nothing down the shaft. At most call it illegal mining. Can't pin a serious crime on him at all. Hearing this, my heart sank. Destroy the bodies. Wipe out the evidence. The protective umbrella behind the Black Mountain mine was already moving. If the gas shells and the corpses were relocated, and the cave-in evidence covered up, my father's death would become an ordinary mining accident. Blackie wouldn't have to die, and the 5,000 zhong Jianfang swallowed could be muddled over. I absolutely couldn't let them succeed. This was evidence my father had traded his life for, and no one was going to bury it. Which way are they hauling the things? North, to Old Bear Gully. There's only one mountain road, and Deerflight Cliff is the most treacherous. They'll definitely go that way. Grandpa, I've told you everything. My hand's ruined. I can't do anything anymore. I didn't answer. Let Old Guay go? A type with murder cases on his back, who'd sooner or later fire another cold shot for Blackie. Softness toward the enemy is harming yourself. I flipped my wrist, the knife hilt striking Old Guay's temple. His eyes rolled back, and he passed out. Working briskly, I pulled out his belt and bound his hands behind him, then used his shoelaces to bind his ankles fast. In this 20 below wilderness, even if Old Guay woke, he couldn't break free, and even if he didn't die, he'd be half crippled by the cold, waiting for the police to clean up the mess. Ding. Successfully subdued an extremely dangerous hostile target, a wanted murderer at large, and defused a lethal crisis. Judged consistent with the laws of the hunt. Reward, 150 hunting points. Current hunting point balance, 180. I had no time for these points. I yanked open Old Guay's padded coat and fished an oil paper packet from his inner pocket. Opening the wallet, there was only 2,000 yuan. Tucking the money into my coat, I walked to where Old Guay had fallen and picked up the semi-automatic rifle. I worked the bolt, the magazine full. I searched 2 spare magazines off Old Guay too. To deal with me, he even brought out gear like this. I sneered, gathering the rifle and the homemade pistol in my hands. System, open the storage space, store them. The 2 guns and the magazines vanished at once. Clutching the wound on my ribs, the blood nearly stopped. The scab stuck to the padded coat, so it stabbed with pain at the slightest movement. But I couldn't spare that any attention. I walked to the slope bottom and righted the bicycle. Go home. No. By the time the police lumbered to the Black Mountain mine, it'd be far too late. Blackie was surely already on the road, and I had to stop them at once. As long as I blocked those two trucks loaded with gas shells on the road, where passers-by could all see, the matter couldn't be covered up at all, and the Black Mountain mine and the protective umbrella behind them would all be finished. Deerflight Cliff was the only road from the Black Mountain mine to Old Bear Gully. The surface was narrow, mountain wall on one side, deep gully on the other. Strike there, and the trucks couldn't turn around at all. I glanced at the system panel. 180 hunting points. System, open the shop, search for something that can puncture a big truck's tires. A few seconds later, an item popped up on the panel. Refined steel triangular tire puncture spikes, set of 10. Special structure, hollow for air release, can pierce heavy truck tires and instantly bleed off tire pressure. Price 50 hunting points. Redeem. 50 points deducted, 130 left. Tire spikes issued to storage space. I mounted the 28-inch bar bike and raced with all my might toward Deerflight Cliff. 2 or 3 hours later, I finally reached Deerflight Cliff. It was a big bend, the mountain road broken up, ice and snow covering it, the ruts deep. I hid the bicycle in a distant thicket, used the intermediate radar to scan, confirmed no one was around, and took the 10 refined steel tire spikes from the storage space. The spikes weren't big, sharp-tipped, with air release holes. However you threw them, one and always faced up. I gauged the truck's wheel track and activated the intermediate trap setting skill. The optimal layout surfaced in my mind at once. I buried the tire spikes in the concealed ruts at the bend, then covered them with a layer of hard snow and ice grit. Without lying on the ground and looking closely, you'd never spot anything wrong. However careful the driver was, the blind spot on the turn couldn't possibly avoid these traps. Everything set, I climbed the steep slope dozens of meters high on the right side of the road. There was a jutting boulder here that gave a clear view of the road below. Looking down from above, the people below could hardly notice me. Cold wind poured into my collar, the wound on my ribs aching numb now. A thought stirred, and I took out the semi-automatic rifle. This gun really was good goods, but I'd only ever handled homemade guns before, never touched a military weapon, and had no confidence at all. Facing desperados, the chance to fire might come only once, and if I missed, my life ended here. System, is there a skill that teaches shooting? Firearms proficiency, beginner. Master shooting, maintenance, and malfunction clearing for common light weapons. Improve shooting accuracy and dynamic aiming. Price 100 hunting points. Redeem. 100 points deducted, 30 left. Skill loading. Loading complete. A flood of memory and knowledge about firearms poured into my mind in an instant. I raised the semi-automatic rifle again, worked the bolt with practiced motion, checked the chamber, adjusted the rear sight, and braced the stock against my right shoulder. Right eye through the sights, I stared hard at the bin below, everything ready, just waiting for those beasts to walk into the net. Night falls early in the mountains, and by just past 4 in the afternoon the sky had darkened. I lay on the rock, white frost forming on my brows, my breath turning to white mist in an instant. I thought of my mother and sister. I'd been away all day, and I didn't know if the bit of rice left at home was enough, or whether they'd be cold tonight. Thinking of how Zhang Jianfang had killed my father for 5,000 yuan. Thinking of how the black boss had lightly ordered our family burned to death. The rage in my heart couldn't be pressed down, and even the cold all around felt melted away by it. Dad, today your son is right here, collecting the interest the black boss owes. I don't know how long I waited before the sound of a diesel engine suddenly came from the mountain foot in the distance. 2 headlight beams inching up the winding mountain road. Here they come. I immediately held my breath. On the radar interface, 2 big orange-red masses of light appeared below, meaning the trucks were full of armed and ill-intentioned men. The vehicles drew closer and closer. At the very front was an old-style big truck. The bed was covered with canvas, tied down tight with rope. 2 people sat in the cab, another truck following behind. The road iced over, the driver went slow, turning the wheel with great care. The lead truck had nearly reached the Eagle's Beak cliff bend. The driver habitually cut the wheel left, and the right front tire rolled over the rut. SSSSSSSS. A piercing hiss of escaping air suddenly rang out. The tire spikes easily pierced the tire, and with the truck's weight bearing down, the air in the tire bled out in under 2 seconds. Damn, what happened? The driver cried out in the cab, and the wheel went out of control at once. The truck skidded on the ice, the front end slamming into the mountain wall on the right. The front smashed against the rock. The radiator burst, white steam gushing out at once. The truck lay sideways across the winding road, completely blocking the way behind. The driver of the truck behind stomped the brakes in fright, tires sliding a dozen-odd meters across the snow, stopping just barely behind the front truck. The whole convoy was forced to halt. The lead truck's door was kicked open, and a man in black sable jumped down cursing. Mother of asterisk asterisk cur. Do you even know how to drive? Breaking down at a time like this, believe me, or not I'll shoot you. The headlights lit it up, and through the sights I saw the target clearly. The man had a black mole on his face, none other than the black foreman of the Black Mountain Mine, nicknamed Blackie. Blackie was still cursing below. You blind? Broken spikes out here in these godforsaken hills. Hurry and get the jack to change the tire. Those task force bastards might be right behind us. Hold up my business, and I'll send you down the shaft the moment we get back. The driver hurriedly dragged the jack out of the cab and lay in the snow to look at the tire. The truck behind had stopped too, and 7 or 8 thugs with homemade scatterguns and cleavers jumped down. The bald one walking at the front hollered, "Brother, hey, what's going on? Why aren't we moving? What are you asking for? Get over here and help." Blackie cursed. Through the sights, I saw Blackie's anxious, contorted face. I gritted my teeth, my fingers settling on the trigger. This bastard owed my father a life, and owed a 5,000 blood debt too. Putting a round through his head would let him off too easy. Let him taste what it means for heaven not to answer and earth not to respond. I pressed the muzzle down, the crosshair on Blackie's right thigh bone. Bang! A gunshot, and the snow on the cliff came sliding down. My shoulder jolted, and I flinched back. The semi-automatic rifle wasn't a homemade gun. The moment the round bored in, Blackie's right leg was shot clean through, the bone shattered. Blood sprayed all over the ground. Blackie had just been cursing up a storm, and before he finished he looked down and saw his own leg. 2 seconds later, the piercing pain came surging up. "Oh!" He screamed and dropped to his knees, clutching his right leg and rolling in the snow. My leg. My leg's broken. Someone's shooting." The crowd below was struck dumb. Bullying minors was one thing, but running into this kind of ruthless character who couldn't be seen and opened up with cold shots, everyone panicked. The bald one reacted fastest, raising his gun and jabbing it wildly all around. "Who? Get the hell out here." I sneered, worked the bolt, raised the gun, and aimed straight at him. These people had guns, and if I didn't cripple them first, it'd be more trouble when they charged up later. Bang! The second shot fired. A cloud of blood mist burst from the bald one's chest, the scattergun flying from his hands as he pitched straight into a snow pit. Ding! Successfully wounded 2 extremely dangerous armed targets. Judgment, punishing evil and upholding good, consistent with the laws of the hunt. Reward, 80 hunting points. Current balance, 110. 2 shots, 2 men crippled on the spot. Below fell into utter chaos. Ambush. The cops are here. Someone shouted, and the pack of desperados who'd just been calling each other brothers scattered at once to save their lives. To hell with brotherly loyalty, life came first. Someone threw down a cleaver and scrambled under the truck. The driver, seeing the situation turn bad, abandoned even the jack and dove headfirst into the roadside ditch with his arms over his head. Blackie lay in the blood, sweat pouring, his eyes red with rage. He shrieked at his men. "Run where? Get back here. Grab your weapons and return fire. It's probably just one person. What the hell are you scared of?" But no one listened. The bald one screamed on the ground. Everyone else huddled behind cover, shaking. Only then did Blackie understand something was wrong. If it were the police handling the case, they'd long since have shouted through a bullhorn for surrender. But these people, right off the bat they struck to kill, shooting bone to pieces at once. This was plainly the way of the underworld. Blackie forced down the pain and shouted at the cliffs all around. "Which brothers are you? Give me a name. I'm Blackie of the Black Mountain Mine. If I've offended you anywhere, just say so. You want money or goods? I'll agree to it all. But the things on this truck are a hot potato. Taking them is a dead-end road too. I can't stop you. Boss, hey, I want both your money and your life." Blackie froze. Why did that voice sound familiar? His mind raced back over who he'd offended lately. Old Hay of the South City? Doesn't seem like it. Old Hay's men had no such crack shot. Suddenly a thought surfaced. That old guy Zhang Jianfang had come asking for money not long ago, said his nephew had gone mad, killed a big boar, and wanted to investigate his father's death. On top of that, the men he'd sent to Zhang family village to set the fire had been wiped out. Blackie's eyes went wide all at once. "You're Zhang Xiangyang? Zhang Jiangwo's son." He couldn't believe it, that a half-grown kid out of the countryside could waylay their pack of desperados on the road. Good memory. I lay behind the rock, the muzzle trained on Blackie. 2 months ago, right here in these godforsaken hills, you smashed my father's head open with a shovel, threw him into the shaft along with that yellow water, and gave my uncle 5,000 yuan in blood money. Last night, you sent people to our village again, wanting one fire to burn all us Zhang family people to nothing. Blackie, you've got quite the nerve. A chill ran through Blackie. Being fixed on by a ruthless character who feared nothing and knew everything was worse than taking the bullet. Brother. No, nephew. Blackie hurriedly switched terms, forcing a fawning smile through the pain. A misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Your father's death, it really wasn't me. It was digging up the Japanese devil's gas shells. They leaked, and I had to find a way to cover it up. Your uncle took money and did no decent thing. That's on him being no good. Nephew, listen to me. This truck's full of those things. I'm just getting ready to haul them into the deep mountains and bury them. Once this business passes, I'll give you another 10,000. No, 20,000. Take the money and go. Do whatever you want the rest of your life. How's that? Blackie was stalling. As he talked, his hand crept slowly toward the back of his waist. The moment I showed my head, he'd throw his life away to take me with him. Through the sights, I saw Blackie's every small movement. 20,000. That much money, truly frightening. Bang. Suddenly, the third shot rang out. This one struck the right hand. Blackie was reaching to the small of his back. Ayo! Blackie clutched his wounded hand, banging his head on the ground in agony in the snow. Don't try tricks. You think I'm some money-grubbing fool like Zhang Jianfang? Blackie, I ask you, besides my father, how many others have died at your mine these years? Those miners who knew the gas shell secret, where are they all now? Blackie panted heavily, his leg broken, his hand ruined too. His whole pack of men didn't dare make a sound. At this point, his so-called big brother toughness was long gone. Only the thought of surviving left. Nobody, truly nobody. The few thugs who got the yellow water on them died on the spot, and I buried them together in the shaft. The rest, the old and weak and sick, are locked in the dog shed on the back mountain. I didn't dare kill too many. A big commotion couldn't be hidden at all. Nephew, I've already paid back your father's life. Spare me a way out. I'm ruined for the rest of my life. I'm willing to be your ox and horse. Blackie, who'd just been swaggering about killing his own men, was now like a bullied little widow. The vagrants hiding under the truck heard this, and their hearts went half cold. They followed Blackie doing evil for the money and the swagger. And now that the boss was nearly finished, what were they still fighting for? The driver hiding in the ditch rolled his eyes, raised both hands, and stood up. Good man. Grandpa, don't shoot. I was forced into it. The driver knelt in the snow and pointed at Blackie, cursing. He's talking nonsense. Grandpa, don't believe him. There aren't any gas shells on the truck at all. Hearing this, Blackie's face contorted with rage. Shut up. Wang Ergu, you want to die? You've nearly gotten us all killed. Why the hell should I shut up? Wang Ergu threw caution to the wind and hollered up the mountain. Grandpa, the gas shells were secretly buried deep in the abandoned mine tunnel in the small hours last night and sealed off with cement. The task force won't find them today. My heart tightened, sensing things weren't so simple. Then what exactly is loaded on the truck? Coal, but not ordinary coal. A while back there was a cave-in at the mine that blew open a big pit. The gas shells were hidden at the bottom, connected to the Japanese devil's old arms depot. There's dozens of crates of penicillin that never got damp, and crate after crate of silver dollars and gold bars. The few thugs under the truck poked their heads out, their eyes goggling round. At first they'd only thought they'd come out today to destroy stolen goods, never expecting the truck was actually hauling gold bars and penicillin. Penicillin was outrageously expensive on the black market, one dose worth a whole ox, a life-saving thing. As for gold bars and silver dollars, that was even more a chance to get rich. Blackie had actually been using the pretext of moving gas shells to secretly make off with this huge fortune and flee. He'd even deceived his own brothers clean. Wang Ergu. F***K your ancestors. Blackie went mad with rage, ignoring even the pain in his leg, desperately trying to lunge and throttle the driver. Curse whoever you want, it's useless. Wang Erga backed off 2 steps with a cold laugh and pointed at the front truck bed. Grandpa, the things are all in the hidden compartment under the lead truck. Blackie deceived every one of us. He said once we'd buried the dirty stuff, he'd hand out some hardship pay to the brothers. But he was actually planning to trick us all into the gully and kill us to silence us. The vagrants understood all at once. Blackie wanted to swallow the treasure alone and wipe out the brothers along with it. A burly man with a cleaver crawled straight out, cursing furiously. Blackie, you're not human. We risked our lives with you, and you used the brothers as fodder. Blackie's original thugs all crowded in, murder in their eyes. Blackie was panicked and in pain, never imagining that after scheming so long, even buying off Zhang Jianfeng, he'd been thrown into chaos in the end by a country kid. He'd deluded himself into thinking he'd take this money down south to live it up, and now it was all ruined. Up the mountain, I watched them turn on one another, cold laughter filling my heart. My father worked hard and lost his life over a few yuan. These people, for money, schemed against each other, and in the end, even wanted to kill their own. This wasn't fate. This was retribution. System, scan the first truck. Activate intermediate radar item scan. 10 hunting points deducted, current balance 100. My sight pierced through the truck's canvas, and sure enough, hidden under the floorboards was an iron box, full of priceless things. My eyes went cold, knowing Wang Erge hadn't lied. If this fortune were handed to the authorities, it would be nothing more than turned over to the state treasury. But what if it fell into my own hands? Building a house cost money, and if I later wanted to bring down the protective umbrella in the town, or even the city, I'd need harder cards to play. Heaven had delivered fat meat to my lips, and not eating it would be foolish. But I couldn't rob it openly. Though these vagrants below had turned coat, if I went down myself to carry off gold bars, these money-mad types would surely fight me to the death. I had to do it by stealth. Woo-wah woo-wah. Just then, police sirens suddenly came from behind on the mountain road, growing closer and closer. The police were here. The county task force had surely traced them to the mine, found the people gone, and followed the tire tracks. Hearing the sirens, the people below went pale. The cops are here. Run. Several threw down their weapons and bolted into the forest like headless flies. Wang Erge wanted to run too, but the moment he moved his leg, a gunshot rang out from the mountain. Bang! The bullet struck the rock in front of his foot, splinters flying, cutting a bloody gash straight across his face. Whoever runs, the next shot blows his dog head off. Wang Erge's legs gave out, and he sat down hard in the snow. The few who'd fled into the forest were also scared witless by the shot, lying in snow hollows not daring to move. The sirens grew closer and closer, the red and blue lights now visible a few bends away. I was out of time. I stood, slung the semi-automatic rifle behind me, gripped branches and vines, and slid down the steep cliff onto the mountain road in a few moves. I walked straight to the first truck. Grandpa, good man. Wang Erge knelt beside me, kowtowing endlessly. I put the knife to his neck. How does the hidden compartment open? There's a pull ring under the seat cover in the cab. Pull it, and the floorboard opens. I climbed into the cab, lifted the seat cover, and sure enough saw an iron ring. I gave it a hard pull, and the rear half of the truck bed's floorboard slid open to both sides at once, revealing the hidden compartment below. I jumped onto the bed, for long wooden crates were arranged neatly in the compartment. The crates were old, corners bound in sheet iron, faint Japanese markings on them. Beside them were 5 bundles too. The sirens had already reached the previous bend. 1 minute at most, and the police vehicles would come charging up. System, open the storage space, store it all. Ding. Beginner storage space activated, capacity 1 cubic meter. Beginning item collection. I laid my palm on a crate, a thought stirring. Whoosh. 4 wooden crates and 5 oilcloth bundles vanished into thin air in an instant. Items stored successfully. Current space usage, 85%. Collected clean, the compartment empty. I pulled the floorboard back and jumped down from the bed. Blackie, nearly fainting from the pain, stared hard at me. Where did you put the things? I patted his face and sneered coldly. Boss, hey, what things? Isn't your truck just loaded with a bunch of coal slag, brought along for cover? Blackie was about to speak when I chopped a hand strike into the back of his neck. His eyes rolled back, and he passed out cold. I stood, straightened my clothes, and looked up at the police lights flaring at the corner. I turned and slipped into the pines beside the road, vanishing into the wind and snow in a few flitting moves. Seconds later, 2 police vehicles stopped behind the broken-down truck. The doors opened, and a dozen-odd armed police charged down. Leading them was County Bureau Chief Director Liu, who'd come in person to arrest Blackie. Don't move. Nobody move. Police. The officers quickly sealed off the scene. The vagrants lying in the snow hollows threw up their hands in surrender and fright. Director Liu walked to the front and saw Blackie lying in a pool of blood at a glance. Thigh bone broken, little finger snapped off, and beside him lay a bald one-shot in the chest. What happened here? Director Liu's face was iron gray. He'd taken Li DePao's call, knew Blackie meant to run, and chased overnight, only to find this whole scene of an infighting bloodbath. Wang Erge knelt on the ground, wailing. "Officer, someone waylaid us just now. Fired cold shots from the mountain and crippled Brother Hay." "Who did it?" Director Liu drew his sidearm and swept the dark forest all around warily. "I don't know. Too dark. Couldn't see clearly. Some ruthless character." Wang Erge didn't dare mention my name. He feared the moment the words left his mouth, he'd die violently in the street the next day. Director Liu waved his hand. "Search the truck. Cuff them all and take them back. And find out exactly what's on the truck. Search carefully. Where are the gas shells?" Several officers climbed onto the truck and pulled back the canvas. Except for most of a truckload of low-grade coal slag, there was nothing. They dug around a long while, even prying open the hidden compartment under the cab by force. It was empty too. "Report, Director, no contraband found on the truck." Director Liu's brows knit. Blackie had made this big a commotion, fled through the snow, and only hauled a truckload of coal slag? Could he really have been double-crossed on the road? He looked at the half-dead Blackie and let out a breath in his heart. However it happened, this bomb was finally defused. As long as the gas shells hadn't exploded on the main road, this case could still be kept under wraps. Take everyone away, interrogate them overnight. The police convoy roared in, hauled off Blackie's gang, and soon left again. Black Gully fell back into deathly silence. I hadn't gone far, hidden in the thicket up high, and only when Blackie and his cohorts were taken away did I let out a breath. But the knife wound on my ribs began to throb in waves of pain. Still, I felt satisfied. "Dad, I've taken half my revenge now." Blackie of the Black Mountain Mine would either rot to death in prison or be dragged off and shot. Zhang Jianfeng, that inside-out traitor, was arrested too. That pack of the Zhang family could forget ever turning things around in this life. I felt my own chest. With this capital, who in the whole region and the county could ever step on me again? I dragged the 28-inch bar bike out of the snow pile and rode against the wind and snow toward Zhang family village. I'd been out a full day and night. My mother and Yuan must be worried sick. Only when I saw from afar the shadow of the old elm at the village entrance did I let out a breath. The village was lifeless. Last night's big fire at Zhang Jianfeng's, plus the police arresting people overnight, had scared the whole village. In the small hours of a bitter cold night, not even a dog barked. More than half the village dogs had been poisoned to death by the mine's people, and the rest, tails tucked, hid in the woodpiles not daring to make a sound. I deliberately circled to the earth ditch behind the village, pushing the bike quietly into the yard. At the door, I smeared a rough handful across my face, rubbed the frost off my brows, grabbed a fistful of snow and rubbed the blood off my hands, and only then knocked. I waited a good while before footsteps came behind the door. "Yangzi." "Mom, it's me, open up." The bolt slid back, and I immediately pushed the bike into the yard, propped the door shut, and set the wooden bar in place. My mother saw me pushing the big bicycle and froze. "Yangzi, where'd this bike come from?" I leaned the bike against the base of the window. "Bought it in the county, Mom. Let's talk inside." Warmth hit me inside the room. Little sister Yuan slept soundly, her little face rosy. My mother lit the kerosene lamp, turned to speak, and at one glance at me nearly dropped the matchbox in her hand. "Yangzi, what happened to you?" My padded coat had a big gash torn in it, black-red hardened blood frozen all around it. I cursed my own carelessness inwardly, having completely forgotten about the clothes. I quickly tugged at the hem and smiled as if nothing were wrong. "Mom, don't panic." The road was too dark. I fell into a ditch with the bike. There was a broken pine branch in it that tore my clothes and scraped some skin. "Scraped some skin? How'd you bleed this much?" My mother hurriedly rummaged the cabinet for cloth strips and wood ash. "Take off your clothes and let me see. You child, why can't you ever put my heart at ease? If something really happened to you, how would Yuan and I go on living?" Watching my mother weep as she wiped the wound with a hot towel, my heart ached. Dad had just died, and the family rested entirely on me, a half-grown kid, going to the Black Mountain Mine, running the county black market, fighting desperados to the death, all of it work with my life on the line. Not a word of it did I dare tell my mother, afraid she couldn't bear it. I took off the padded coat and undershirt, exposing the wound on my ribs, more than an inch long. Luckily, old Guay's stab had come in a rush and I'd dodged fast, so the wound wasn't deep and the blood had stopped. My mother wiped her tears and carefully cleaned the dried blood at the wound's edge with the hot towel. "This is no branch scrape. This looks exactly like a knife cut." The towel's touch stung fiercely, but I didn't make a sound, and turned it around to console her. "It really is nothing, just a flesh wound." "Mom, I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat at home?" Hearing me say I was hungry, My mother hurriedly wiped her tears. There is. During the day, village chief Wang's daughter Chiener brought over some corn buns, and there's half a bowl of pickled cabbage in the pot. I'll heat it right up. I leaned against the warm wall and recited silently in my heart. System, activate the 10-meter alert scan. Wake me if anything living approaches the yard. Command received. 10-meter alert mode activated. No hunting points consumed. Current balance 100. 100 points. Far too few. Once the house materials were delivered, there'd be people at home every day, and I couldn't go into the mountains. Once things settled, I had to go into the old forest again and stockpile more points. To deal with the mines people later, this system was my card to play. Before long, my mother came in with steaming corn buns and pickled cabbage. I grabbed a bun and ate it in big bites, swallowing one in 2 or 3. Watching me wolf it down, my mother felt an indescribable mix of things and asked probingly, Yangzi, about uncle's family being taken away last night. The whole village is talking. Village Chief Wang came by our place this afternoon, asked whether you'd come back. He also said the town police station handed the case up to the county. This thing's blown up big. I swallowed, wiped my mouth, and sneered coldly. Blowing up big is good, Mom. That family of theirs is no good, swallowing my father's blood money and wanting to burn us to death besides. If the police hadn't arrested them, heaven wouldn't have let them off either. My mother sighed. I'm worried the Black Mountain Mines people will take revenge on us. If they really dare come, I'm not afraid either. That black boss had a car crash on the road today. The police caught him red-handed, his legs broken. That pack can't even save themselves. No time to bother with us. Really? Really? I heard people say it passing through town. I lied without changing my expression. Mom, don't worry. Tomorrow the brick and tile materials brother who ordered will arrive, and we'll build a new tile-roofed house beside the rundown one, with a big heated con below, so you and Yuan never have to freeze and suffer again. My mother's tears fell again, finally seeing a bit of hope. Full, I packed the wound with wood ash and bound it tight with cloth strips. I leaned against the head of the Kong, listening to the wind and snow outside, my eyelids heavy, and before long fell asleep. Late into the night, my eyes suddenly opened. I'd slept less than 2 hours before waking. With my body strengthened, I recovered fast, the wound down to a numb itch, fine as long as I didn't move strenuously. I quietly sat up and walked to the stove in the outer room, which was separated by a door, so I wouldn't disturb anyone. I rubbed my hands, excited in my heart. Earlier at Deerflight Cliff, the situation urgent, the police vehicles coming. I'd only been able to stuff everything from the hidden compartment into the system space without a close look. Now it was safe, and I wanted to take good stock of just how much of the people's blood and sweat these beasts had meant to make off with. System, open the beginner storage space. I closed my eyes, my mind sinking in, and the meter-square virtual space surfaced. Inside were 4 old wooden crates and 5 oilcloth bundles, taking up most of the space. Take out 1 crate. I cupped both hands. My hands sank with weight, a long wooden crate suddenly appearing. I reckoned it 30 or 40 caddies, corners bound in sheet iron, the latch pried broken, the lid loosely closed. Faded Japanese markings were still visible on the crate's side. I set the crate on the stove, and the moment I lifted the lid, my breath caught. A layer of blackened dry straw lined the crate, and neatly arranged in the middle of the straw were dozens of oil paper packets. I grabbed a packet at random, very heavy. I flicked it open with my thumb, tore the oil paper, and a streak of yellow flashed out. I'd only ever seen this kind of thing in a big boss's safe before, a standard 10-tail gold bar. I tore all the oil paper off, a full 10 bars. My hands trembled a little. This crate held at least 50 bars, and how much would that be worth? The state controlled gold extremely strictly. The bank's buyback price tens of yuan a gram. But on the black market, a crate of gold like this could buy several courtyard houses in the capital. And this was only 1 crate. I hurriedly closed the lid. Even with my second life, faced with this kind of windfall, my heart still raced. I took out another bundle, put the crate back into the space, and produced an oilcloth bundle. I untied the hemp rope wound around it several times and pulled open the waterproof oilcloth. Inside were roll after roll of silver dollars wrapped in craft paper, the yuan shirkai, and sun yatsen coins. These things could occasionally be seen in the countryside, some old folks keeping them as heirlooms, 1 coin worth a few yuan on the black market. I retied the oilcloth bundle and put it back. The first 2 were hard goods, but the last was what I cared about most. I took out a smaller crate and opened it. Inside were glass medicine vials packed against shock, in wood shavings and cotton. I took out one and held it to my eyes. The vial was small, the label long since rotted away, the powder inside still dry, the sealing rubber stopper wrapped in a layer of wax on the outside. When the Japanese devils retreated back then, they'd buried this batch of military supplies under the Black Mountain mine, the moisture-proofing done extremely well. Penicillin. Into the late 80s, penicillin was still a scarce good in rural clinics, an injection requiring a skin test, frighteningly expensive. My mother's consumption was actually a severe lung infection dragged into a chronic condition. If she could get several courses of penicillin injections, this illness could surely be thoroughly cured. Good medicine, but I was troubled in my heart. I couldn't just give my mother this medicine directly. First, this medicine had been left by the Japanese devils back then, and even if it hadn't expired, no one could vouch for its potency or safety. If my mother had an allergic reaction from an injection, in these snowbound days, it could truly cost her life. Second, how would I account for where the medicine came from? Was I going to tell people I'd robbed the black boss's goods on the road? I suddenly recalled that day at the county black market, when to cover my tracks I'd casually bought a few cheap cough remedy Chinese medicines from an herb stall, along with some empty cough syrup glass bottles. Western medicine couldn't be used directly, but what if I mixed the powder into a Chinese medicine decoction and drank it as a folk remedy? Though oral penicillin wasn't absorbed as fast as an injection, this batch of military medicine was in large doses, and as long as I controlled the amount, mixing a little at a time into the Chinese medicine, it would surely have an anti-inflammatory, germ-killing effect. I took an empty bottle from the space and washed it clean. Carefully, I pried off the wax seal of one penicillin vial, pulled out the stopper, and a sour smell hit my nose. I poured about a tenth of the powder into the bottle, added warm water, and shook it even, the powder dissolving quickly. The rest of the medicine and the gold and silver dollars I put all back into the system storage. Holding a jade invites blame. I absolutely wouldn't touch these gold bars now. If I really took them to the black market for money, I'd probably be marked the next day and not even know how I died. In any case, I had over 2,000 yuan cash on hand, enough for building the house and daily expenses. That gold was my capital for later leaving this poor mountain hollow and venturing into the outside world. The stove cleared up, I brought the mixed medicine bottle into the inner room and hid it at the very back of the Konghead cabinet, covered with old clothes. Tomorrow morning, when brewing the Chinese medicine, I'd just mix the liquid in. Having done all this, I lay back in the covers, listening to the wind outside. I thought, Blackie should have been taken away by the police overnight by now. That 5,000 yuan, plus the gas shell case, meant the Black Mountain mine was surely in no small trouble this time. But those few things Blackie had shouted at Deerflight Cliff kept turning in my mind. The gas shells were already sealed in cement in the abandoned tunnel, and if the police couldn't find hard evidence, would Blackie's backers bite back? Just as I was thinking, a commotion came from outside. I pushed the door open, and under the big locust tree in the middle of the village, a crowd had already gathered, quite lively. That goes without saying. I hear Zhang Jianfang confessed everything of his in there, even the secrets in his crotch. The police got it all out of him. It was second Aunt Lee, the village's notorious blabbermouth. He really swallowed 5,000 yuan. Heaven, how much pork would that buy? Buy what pork? Now look, no meat eaten, the whole family thrown in the clink. My relative in town says the Black Mountain mine business has blown up big. The province even sent people down. If they pin Jianfang with the crime of harboring murder this time, even if he doesn't die, he'll squat inside the rest of his life. Serves him right. Who told him to throw his weight around in the village and dare grab life-saving money? Isn't this retribution? I watched the excitement, no expression on my face. Just then, village chief Wang Dajuan came walking slowly over, hands behind his back. Seeing me standing in the yard, he hurried his steps. Yangzi awake? I nodded and asked, Uncle, want to come in for a smoke? Wang Dajuan waved his hand, his expression complicated. I won't come in. Uncle just came to tell you something. Last night, Director Li phoned me to verify the situation. Director Li said the county bureau chased them to that road behind the Black Mountain mine yesterday. Guess what? I feigned surprise. They caught them. They caught them, all right. Wang Dajuan frowned. But the scene was strange. Blackie and those few thugs were waylaid on the road. Blackie's thigh was shot through, he's crippled now, and the bald one under him was killed outright. When the police arrived, Blackie kept shouting there were ghosts, and said someone fired cold shots from the mountain. Wang Dajuan stared at me, trying to read something. My expression didn't change, and I sucked in a breath, acting like it was real news. Heaven, these mine people sure do stir up trouble. Was this a double cross among crooks? Wang Dajuan sighed. Who knows? Director Li said the scene was very clean, except for the iron spikes that punctured the truck tires, not even footprints, all covered by the heavy snow. He paused. Yangzi, remember Uncle's words. Stay home these next couple of days and don't run around. It's chaotic out there. The county bureau's investigating anyone with a gun. That homemade gun you borrowed from me the day before yesterday. Uncle, I understand. Knowing Wang Dajuan feared I'd get implicated, I turned and went inside, wrapped the homemade gun in rags, and handed it to Wang Dajuan. I went into the mountains yesterday and didn't get anything. This gun's never been used. Returning it to you. Wang Dajuan took the gun and felt the muzzle, not even a smell of powder. Only then was half the weight lifted from his heart. All right, Uncle's heading back. About building your house. I put out a call over the broadcast last night, and everyone in the village with strength is willing to help. You've made something of yourself now, and everyone wants to share in your good fortune. I answered readily. Thanks, Uncle. Wages paid as usual, meals provided at noon, big meat every meal. Wang Dajuan smiled and turned to leave. He'd gone just 2 steps when someone came running up the small path at the village entrance. Dressed in a floral print jacket, 2 braided pigtails. Dad. Wang Qian'er ran up panting, greeted Wang Dajuan first, her gaze drifting straight toward me. Seeing his daughter's undignified manner, Wang Dajuan was so annoyed he wrapped her head with his pipe bowl. You dead girl, not home cooking, running out here to freeze for what? Wang Qian'er rubbed her head, aggrieved. I heard Brother Xiangyang caught a murderer last night. I came to see if he got hurt. He's got a hard life. See him and get home quick. Wang Dajuan walked off with his hands behind his back, cursing inwardly that a grown daughter can't be kept. Once Wang Dajuan was far off, Wang Qian'er hurried up to the courtyard wall. Brother Xiangyang, are you really not hurt? The girl sized me up and down, her eyes full of tenderness and admiration. In the whole region, the only one who dared fight a knife-wielding vagrant barehanded was me. My heart softened. I'm fine, Qian'er. I fished a big white rabbit milk candy from my pocket and pressed it into her hand. The village is chaotic lately. Don't run around. Once I've torn down the yard and put up a big tile-roofed house, I'll treat you to pig slaughter stew. Wang Qian'er's face went red at once. Men and women didn't hand things directly to each other, and giving her a candy was like handing over a betrothal token. I'll wait for you to build the big house. Wang Qian'er ducked her head, turned, and ran off. Watching her back, I couldn't help the corners of my mouth lifting. Just as the sky was graying toward dawn, the county public security detention center. In the big communal bunk cell to the west, Zhang Jianfang huddled on the dry straw bedding in the corner, shaking with cold. Half his padded coat was scorched, and it couldn't hold off the chill at all. Both his hands were cuffed to the radiator pipe, and that pipe wasn't the least bit warm. Not far off, Zhang Jianghe, wrapped in a ragged quilt, cried out, Dad, I'm hungry. I want to go home. Boo-hoo. Why did those vagrants burn down our house? Zhang Jianfang said not a word, his head still buzzing. It was all over. The house burned to nothing, his name ruined, and now he was locked up in the Public Security Bureau. Late last night, several stern-faced police had hauled him off for interrogation, a full 5 hours of it. Slamming the table, they asked whether he'd extorted the Black Mountain mine and where he'd hidden that 5,000 yuan. What could he say? He could only insist to the death that he'd been forced into it, that he'd taken the money but not yet had time to spend it. As for where the money was hidden, he meant to hold out. As long as he could keep this bit of family savings, even if he really got sentenced a few years, he'd still have money to live on when he got out. But the police weren't so easily fooled and told him straight that he was suspected of concealing evidence in a major criminal case, and that not turning over the stolen money was crime piled on crime. Zhang Jianfang was hesitating over whether to confess. In the women's cell across the way, a wretched scream suddenly burst out. Zhang Jianfang, you death-deserving beast. You've ruined me utterly. Zhang Jianfang shuddered all over. It was the old Lu woman. In the snow last night, rage had rushed her blood, and she'd had a stroke that paralyzed half her body. After being brought in, the police had found a forensic doctor to give her a few needles, barely reviving her. But half her face was still crooked, her mouth leaking air, yet she cursed no less fiercely for it. How did I ever give birth to a jinx like you? The money Zhang Wo traded his life for, you had to swallow it all yourself. If you'd shared a little with us 2 women back then, would it have come to this? Now look, the house gone, the whole family squatting in a cell. Are you satisfied? The officer on duty, sick of her racket, banged the iron door with his baton. Shut up. Howl again, and I'll gag your mouth. The voice over there quieted a bit, and Wang Xiaolan picked up crying. Mom, you can't blame it all on Jianfang. Back then it was you who said we should go to second brother's family for the death benefit, to buy Jiangho a job. If we'd known the black coal mine people were this vicious, we wouldn't have dared go after that money if you'd lent us 10 times the guts. The moment these words came out, Zhang Jianfeng blew up completely. Like a mad dog, he lunged at the wall, cursing at the top of his lungs. Shut up, all of you. What good is saying this now? If you two hadn't chanted money in my ear day after day, would I have gone to town to demand money from Blackie? If you hadn't hounded second brother's wife, would that little wolf cub Zhang Xianyang have been pushed hard enough to go investigating? He shoved every fault onto his wife and his mother. Just then, the iron door opened. Director Li came in with two unfamiliar officers. Zhang Jianfeng out. Zhang Jianfeng was hauled into the interrogation room. Before he'd even settled, Director Li slapped a blood-stained plastic bag onto the table. Inside were an old pistol, some shell casings, and a photograph taken off Blackie. Director Li pulled out a chair and sat. Zhang Jianfeng, you've got quite the talent. Blackie's gang from the Black Mountain Mine got ready to run off with stolen goods at Deerflight Cliff last night and got waylaid on the road. Blackie's gravely injured, one of his men dead, two more wounded. By the time the police arrived, the stolen goods had long vanished. What's that got to do with me, comrade officer? You had me held here all day yesterday. Director Li sneered. I didn't say you did it. But I ask you, wasn't it because you extorted Blackie over the gas shell business that he got cornered and desperate enough to run? Zhang Jianfeng was struck dumb, no argument any use. Let me tell you, Zhang Jianfeng, this case has now alarmed the city bureau. Blackie insists to the death that he gave you 5,000 yuan in hush money. That money is key evidence. If you still won't confess today, we'll handle you for harboring and extortion together. 10 years to start. 10 years. He was over 50. If he really got locked up 10 years, he'd come out a pile of ash. I'll confess. I'll tell it all. Zhang Jianfeng wept a mess of tears and snot. I really didn't spend that money, didn't touch a single cent. I hid the money in the dry well in my backyard. Dig down half a meter, the money's under an iron pot, wrapped in oil paper. Director Li ordered at once. Bring him to Zhang Family Village. 2 hours later, 2 police cars charged into Zhang Family Village with sirens blaring. The villagers had long been gathered at the ruins of Zhang Jianfeng's home, and seeing the police cars arrive with the handcuffed Zhang Jianfeng in tow, they all crowded over to watch. Everyone clear off. Official business. The officers strung up a cordon and headed straight for the backyard with shovels. Zhang Jianfeng, hands cuffed behind him, stood in the cold wind looking at his home burned down to black timber, tears streaming. Director Li gave the order. Dig. 2 young officers jumped into the dry well and swung shovels into the frozen earth. Zhang Jianfeng stared hard at the well bottom. As long as the money was found, he still counted on earning a reduced sentence. Clang. A shovel struck something hard. Director, there's something. The officer scraped away the mud and pried out a pot lid. Zhang Jianfeng's eyes lit up. Yes, that's it. The money's under the pot. It's all in there. The officer lifted the iron pot away. Beneath it was a dug-open earth pit, and inside were only a few torn scraps of oil paper, nothing else. The officer dug down another foot, still empty. Report, Director. No money, just some scrap paper. Zhang Jianfeng froze. What? He scrambled to the well's edge and looked again. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I looked yesterday, the money was still here. How could it be gone? Director Li's face went grim, and he grabbed Zhang Jianfeng by the collar. Zhang Jianfeng, you dare play games with the police? Where exactly is the money? I really don't have it. It was right here, plainly. Zhang Jianfeng suddenly thought of something and pointed at the ruins around him. It must be the Black Mountain Mines people. They set the fire and killed last night, and dug up the money while they were at it. It's got to be Guzzi and those few who did it. Director Li sneered. Guzzi and his 4 were caught last night, searched top to bottom, not a cent on them. If you're going to make up lies, make them convincing. Then who exactly? Who exactly? Zhang Jianfeng slumped down in the snow, his eyes glazed. He'd schemed to the last, killed his own brother, brought ruin on his family, and in the end the 5,000 yuan had actually vanished. I stood at the outer edge of the crowd, hands tucked in my sleeves, watching coldly. Search away. Even if you scrape 3 feet off Zhang Family Village's soil, you won't find a single cent. That's ours. Zhang Jianfeng wailed at the dry well's edge. The police kicked him twice and hauled him onto the car. Zhang Family Village was in an uproar. 5,000 yuan vanished into thin air. Some saying the fire was so big it burned the money to nothing. Others saying the Zhang family had done evil to the last, and heaven had sent ghosts to collect the money. I treated all this idle talk as wind past my ears, paying it no mind at all. At noon, 2 tractors loaded with red brick, big tiles, and cement drove into Zhang family village and stopped straight on the open ground in front of my house. A fellow in a green overcoat jumped down and called out loudly, "Which of you is Brother Zhang Xiangyang? The goods brother who sent her here. Come check them over." The villagers were drawn over again, and one look at the spread had them all sucking in cold breaths. In this village, if a family building a house could get some gray brick to face the corners, that counted as having money, and most just molded mud into earthen bricks. This time of mine was all new red brick and bagged cement. Widow's son cracked melon seeds. "Yangzi, you're building a big tile-roofed house." I came out from the house, handed the slip brother who had given me to the driver, and said with a smile, "That's right, Andy's son. This earthen house leaks wind, and my mother's in poor health. She can't hold up. While the heavy snows just stopped, I'll hurry and build 3 brick rooms." Andy's son was amazed. "How much would this cost?" Yangzi struck it rich. Yangzi can kill big boars and wild games worth money on the black market. He got back Zhang Wo's death benefit too. The villagers murmured back and forth, envy in all their eyes. Before, they'd looked down on the Zhang family, but now this kid could kill boars, dared fight desperados to the death, and could even get red brick. This kid would be someone to reckon with. Village Chief Wang Dajuan came over with his hands behind his back and called out, "Yangzi says the building work goes to the villagers. 3 big tile-roofed rooms, with 2 big heated kangs, and a new stove built too. He needs 10 strong laborers, rice and white flour all you can eat, and a yuan a day in wages besides. Anyone who wants the work, sign up with me." The moment these terms came out, the villagers were all tempted. In the dead of winter there was no farm work, and idling just wasted grain, but now not only were meals provided, and white flour at that, but money too. This was simply like New Year. "Chief, count me in. I'm a bricklayer. This work's what I'm best at." I walked to Wang Dajuan's side and pressed a handful of money into his hand. "Uncle, the materials are paid off. Take this 200 first, for wages and for buying vegetables and meat. If it's not enough, I'll add more." Wang Dajuan took the money and clapped my shoulder. "Kid, this move's well played. With Zhang Jianfang down, you're building your standing in the village, and with everyone backing you, anyone who wants to move against you later will have to think twice." I smiled and said nothing. I understood Wang Dajuan's meaning. Scatter wealth and people gather. Let's do it. In the afternoon, a dozen-odd strong laborers took up shovels and picks and started work. On this snowy day the earth was frozen hard, but under the lure of money and white flour buns, everyone forced open the frozen ground and dug the foundation. Toward evening, a big iron pot was set up in my yard. Wang Qianer, in a floral apron, bustled at the pot with a few village women. Big chunks of pork went in with pickled cabbage and vermicelli, stewed until it bubbled and gurgled, the meat's aroma carrying 2 li off. Wang Qianer ran over, her bright watery eyes stealing glances at me, then quickly darting away. "Brother Xiangyang, the food's almost ready. Tell the uncles to wash their hands and get ready to eat." "Thanks for your trouble, Qianer." I walked over and handed her a clean towel. "Once the house is built, at the first meal with drinks I'll seat you at the head of the table." Wang Qianer's face reddened, and she stamped her foot coyly. "Don't talk nonsense. Since when does a girl sit at the head?" And with that she turned and ran back to the pot. That evening indoors, my mother carried in a bowl of steaming Chinese medicine and frowned, blowing on it. "Yangzi, where'd you get this medicine? Why is it so sour?" My heart tightened, but my face stayed unmoved. "Mom, this is a formula I had an old Chinese doctor mix in the county, with wild forsythia added. Works best for your lung illness. Drink it while it's hot." That sour smell was actually the penicillin powder I'd secretly added. My mother never doubted my word, and pinched her nose to drink the medicine down. Not half an hour later, my mother began to sweat, her color turning ruddy. "Surprised and delighted," she said. "It really works. 1 drink of this medicine and my throat's easier, my breathing smoother too." A surge of excitement ran through me. It worked. The military penicillin really hadn't lost its potency. Drink it 10 days, half a month straight, and my mother's lung illness could recover. I looked at my little sister Yuan playing with new cotton shoes on the Kong, then glanced at my mother. Outside, heavy snow drifted, and beside the rundown earthen house, the new house's foundation was taking shape. Life, at last, was starting to turn for the better.